Good morning, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to Hills Off-Road RC in Sydney, Australia for Day 3 Four-Wheel Drive Day here at the 2025 IFMAR World's Warm-Up. This special event that goes on to help drivers, competitors, teams and the organisation itself prepare ahead of the 2025 IFMAR World Championships to take place right here at Hills later on in the year. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome. We had a fantastic day yesterday of two-wheel drive racing, 5 heats, 3 finals. We'll get to that in a moment. And of course, Friday was practice day. It's a beautiful day in Sydney. The third day in a row we've been able to say that. The sun is out, the temperature's in the mid-20s. The birds are singing as we speak in this beautiful bushland surrounds of the Hills Off-Road RC track. We got the opportunity yesterday to work our way through 5 rounds of two-wheel drive qualifying and 3 finals for everybody. Lachlan Donnelly, the local driver, coming out and on top in an absorbing duel with Spencer Rivkin and Mikhail Orlovsky. Those 3 head and shoulders above the rest of the field. 5 Australians and 5 international drivers in the two-wheel drive final yesterday. The big question as we go into today is how will that competitive order be reset? We saw in Friday timed practice that the international drivers were a little bit more comfortable in four-wheel drive than they were in two-wheel drive. Remember, the conditions here are very slippery. It's not what we're used to racing in 10 scale these days around the world. So the international drivers did feel more comfortable on Friday. They had the cars working nicely. And the top heat is a real mix of international and Australian drivers, where yesterday it was a little bit more Australian dominant, so to speak. The track itself is in perfect condition. The grip is low again this morning, as we normally expect. Water goes into the track each night. The grip will start out low this morning. That's less of a factor in four-wheel drive. The same 2 things we talked about yesterday, the chicane section and the double-double, the front-side double-double will be critical to fast times. Less of a challenge to get over those first doubles in the four-wheel drive cars. A couple of things to note today. Today is a resetting of time here in Australia. So daylight saving time ends, and that means we're actually starting a little further into the day. So the sunlight will come onto the track a little earlier. The track will dry out a little earlier. Probably by the time we get to qualifying round number 3 or 4, the track will have started to dry, where yesterday it was that little bit later. That's a key factor to watch out for. The track will be in full sun a little bit earlier. When the UV hits the track, the grip does go off a little bit. Yesterday, the first day final suffered from that. Full sun, a lot of UV on the track, the grip died off a little bit. And then the shade comes over again later in the afternoon. If you were with us yesterday, you'll also remember how difficult it is to see into some parts of the track in the morning when the track is in and out of shadow. Drivers trying to work out whether to wear sunglasses, no sunglasses, hats, no hats, all of those kinds of things. So lots to learn about being here at Hills Off-Road RC. I want to quickly have a look at who's in our top heat because it is different from what we saw yesterday. A couple of drivers that were in our B heat, that'll be in our A heat today as we go into four-wheel drive. In particular, Daniel Kobbevik was really strong in timed practice. He was right near the top all day long. He'll start at position 2. Marcus Kaerup will start P1. Orlowski is up there in P4. Rivkin, Chase Lemieux will be in the top heat. Cooke Kato, Bartek Zalewski, the young Polish driver. So you'll see and you'll hear in that a whole lot more international drivers in the top heat. We're getting set to go racing here. The first heat will be on track in just a moment. And I reckon now is about the time we introduce Scotty Ernst and Mitch Pratt to take us through the day's action. So Scotty, Mitch in the Team Associated Media Centre, I'm going to throw it over to you. Let's get this racing underway. Let's enjoy our day of four-wheel drive action here at Hills Off-Road RC.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias, Ohio gozaimasu, guten morgen, magandang umaga, whatever language you speak, welcome. It's morning time here in Sydney, Australia for the Pre-World Championships Four-Wheel Drive Day. A great intro there from Scott Guy, kind of recapping what's going on the last couple days. My name is Scotty Ernst. I'm here with my tag team partner this weekend, Mitch on the mic. And Mitch, we've had an awesome couple days, as Scott said, absorbing days here at Hills Off-Road RC, and we're excited for four-wheel drive.
Yeah, great day on the cards once again here. Nice and moist on the track once again. It will ramp up really quickly. A couple extra drive wheels coming from the front tyres today. So we should see the track progress quickly. Sun is out. And it's going to be hot, and it's going to be hot quick. So I'm looking forward to it.
It is a good point that Scott made in the opening there with the daylight saving time. We were happy because we got an extra hour sleep, but the sun's going to be an hour higher in the sky. It's definitely going to dry the track quicker than it did yesterday. The history of this track, it's very damp in the morning. The first round is wet. That's just the way it is, and the track evolves, and it evolves quite a bit. They prepped the track before this event a little different. They rolled it, which changed some of the characteristics from what the local drivers say. The guys, like Ari and Lachlan, Jarod, that have been here and got thousands of laps on this track, it did change a little bit and made it for a little bit of different than what they were used to. But yesterday, by the end, it was good traction. The front side double-double was easy to make, and we had some stellar racing yesterday.
Yeah, they actually rolled it with a lot of moisture in the surface when they rolled it, which has sort of helped the actual dirt to bind up together, and it's helped the track itself stay together. We haven't seen many blown out corners after the two-wheel drive day. The entire track itself is still looking in great shape coming into four-wheel drive day. So that's helped in a lot of ways. The track was a lot smoother than what they usually find when they come into a big event. And it sort of did take away that little bit of a grip to start things off, but it's allowed the track to really hold together a lot better. So massive day ahead of us here in four-wheel drive day. Once again, we have the 5 rounds of qualifying ahead of us before we head into the 3 finals for all competitors, as long as everything goes to plan, same as yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. You see some of the guys, there's Mikael Orlowski, Daniel Kobbevik from Schumacher out there. They're kind of checking, making sure where they walk it's not too wet. Because offline, it is a bit muddy. They did throw water down, and just the way we are here in, what does Scott call it, the bushland, right?
In the bush.
In the bush here. It's really a unique area.
Yeah, beautiful scenery all the way around us here, surrounded by beautiful gum trees, eucalyptus trees, bird life, absolutely everything here at Hills Off-Road RC, located in Castle Hill of Sydney. So beautiful day on the cards. Cars are just getting prepped here, looking at the starting grids. We have Andrew Norris, Rob, Yuki, Stuart, Andrew, Devon, Zach, Stefan, and Riley Land are going to be our first test dummies for the first heat. Let's see how they go.
Sorry, I was talking to Chikuba from Kyosho. He came over and told me that he's not running this first round. His radio broke.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So he doesn't know how the screen is cracked, and he's trying to change the models, and he's got nothing. So he's going to miss this first round, but he'll get Ben. Hey, there's Ben Panic. Good morning, Ben. How you doing? Zach going to dominate this round? Dad's like, yeah. Hey, good morning, Marcus. Everybody's having a great time. This is such a unique venue than what has been in ages for a 10-scale buggy, Mitch. I think it's so unique that it's not high bite, just rubber down, slicks, and everything. And I think that's what's going to make this so unique. And we saw it in just an epic two-wheel drive battle yesterday. That last A3 final, especially the last minute or so with Lachlan, Donnelly, and Spencer Rivkin, it was for the ages. It was just a great race. And, well done. A really good, fun race to commentate and watch.
Yeah, nose-to-tail racing all the way from the tone to tone, which is awesome. So we got cars now on track. Our first heat up will be heat 1 of 6.
And a fine good morning to everybody. Sun is shining. It is Sunday here at Hills Off-Road RC. We all got an extra hour sleep yesterday, so it was all good. And now the sun's up a little higher in the sky, so I think the track is going to dry off a little bit quicker today as we got an extra hour of sun. And it's going to make for a great day. 5 rounds of qualifying today. We're going to kick it off here with race 1, 4-wheel drive.
This will be an interesting start to the day. We'll sort of see what times we can see early on. It'll give us a little bit of a prediction as to where we can see the top drivers really start to press into times-wise, lap-wise at least. What are you thinking, fastest lap for the first round?
Oh, wow, you put me on a spot like that. I'm supposed to know this stuff, right? I don't know. I guess for what? Race 1 or for the
just a round.
For this
overall.
20. 29, 28.
I
think they did 26 in the grooved up track, didn't they?
I think so.
See? Now I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
You're going to put me on the spot.
I wasn't here on Friday.
I think Group 6 will be faster than the Group 1.
Yeah.
I can go. I'm safe to say that.
That's pretty safe.
Because this is where I'd be out here. If I was out here, I'd be in Group 1.
I think we could see a 29.4, 29.5 pretty comfortably. It is pretty slippery out there as we're sort of finding out first heat of the day. A couple of rolls in the first few corners for a couple of drivers. So the first lap's coming in now. Andrew Norris with a 33.2, 35.2 for Rob Smith, giving us our baseline for where we expect to see lap times. Stewart coming around with a 35.5. Zac Panic with a 36.9. Riley Lander with a 34 flat. Couple of vintage cars out there in this heat as well, so you'll have a look out for them. They'll probably bring like a couple of memories for anyone that has run your vintage four-wheel drives. And there's a couple of associated vintages out there at the moment.
I got Riley Lander out front, 34.0. Rob with a 35.1. Zac Panic, 35.0. Talked about the family of the Panics, Ben and his son Zach, sharing a lot of fun racing. That's the best part of the hobby for me. My daughter and I, we did a lot of racing together. So I know it's, I think, the best part of the hobby when you can share with your kids or pass down all the fun that you've had in the hobby. Hey, we got a rear motor in this one.
Yeah.
Yes, the converted RC10 four-wheel drive.
Bit out of my age. That's the RC10 four-wheel drive side of things, conversion. So out front at the moment, we've got Riley Lander leading the way. He's down to a 33.5 last time around. Hot lap out there in the moment, still with Andrew Norris from lap 1, 33.2, but Riley only out to a nice little 2.5 second gap. Grass on the infield, very damp once again out there. It's going to be very costly if you end up on that grass, getting the tyres spinning, soaked in water. Will be extremely costly if it end up out there. We'll dry it out a little bit quicker if people did want to help us out, dry that grass out for us though.
I would. Well, after my heat, I'd go in the grass and then do some donuts and clean my tires, so I wouldn't have to clean them in the cleaning pit over there.
So now quick lap starting to fly on in. Riley Lander down to a 32.915. Rob Smith, previous lap a 33.2. Zac Panic down to a 32.902. Hot lap of the heat so far. Less than 2 minutes on the clock now.
Good morning, everybody that's following along. Welcome on a beautiful Sunday morning here at Hills Off-Road RC. We're in Sydney, Australia, about 45 minutes from the airport. And they also said about 45 minutes from downtown. We'll be back here at the end of September, start of October. Morning, Mr. Poole. For the World Championships, and it is going to be one of the best World Championships in decades for sure. This beautiful track, a fantastic club, one of the best clubs I've had the pleasure of working with. Just they have a true passion about it. The council, which is they call it council down here, but the city government, really supports and backs this club, and that's great to see. Going to make for just an amazing, amazing experience when we come back here. I get to spend my birthday in Australia. That's
How
right.
old are you turning, Scotty?
Yeah, 39.
39.
So yeah, exactly. I'm spending now that'd be my 40th birthday. Then I'll turn 40 down here. So that's what we're rolling with. Riley Lander out front, 34.1. Zac Panic, hot lap of the race right there for Zac, 32.8.
Time's creeping on down now. We're still seeing a couple of drivers struggling on that first double. Still trying to find that line entry in. This is early heats, obviously, but it is still very low grip out there in these early morning sessions. So it will still come into play, and at least in the first round, drivers all the way up to probably heat 4, heat 5, trying to find that entry line into the first double through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Zac Panic working his way around, backs it on up, 32.320. So double hot laps for Zac Panic.
He nailed the double.
At the moment.
Nailed the double-double almost every lap. Back-to-back hot laps. Well done for Zac. Go get him, Scott. Everybody walking by the Team Associated broadcast studio here. Kind of cool we could say hey, everybody as they walk by. And everybody getting ready to have fun four-wheel drive.
Time wrapping up here. Everyone finishing their final lap around. Zac Panic once again. 32.144 to wrap things up. Triple down with the hot laps in the end.
3 in a row for Zac. All right, Ben, you got your work cut out for you. Zac laid down 9.505, so Ben Panic, if you're listening, you got to step it up. Roddy going to take this one. 9.505. Zac only 7/10 behind. A good run there. Rob Smith going to go 9 in a 5.11. Andrew 9. Stewart 9 laps. Andrew gets 8, and Steven going to get 7. Devin having some trouble here in round 1, but still got time. Got 3 or 4 more rounds.
We see the blowers come out to the track, pushing the marbles off once again now. So yesterday afternoon was dust. Now we're back into the marbles. We're going to chuck it down to Scotty G. He's going to have a chat with Riley Lander. Take it away, Scotty.
We're underway here in qualifying. Riley Lander, nice start to the day. How is it out there?
It's quite wet and it's very slippery.
I want to ask you about your battle against Zac Panic. You guys race together all the time. He was second in that one behind you. You guys going to go at it all day?
Probably.
Well, all the best. Enjoy the rest of today.
Thank you.
So heat 2 of 6 will be up next. Scotty Isles in this one, Andrew Cooke, Ron Kirby, Caden Hill, Paul Sims, Aiden Young, Nick Poole, James Whitbourne, and Blair Wallace. Just
here in the Team Associated Steel booth, Mikhail Oxley walks by, says hey. So I just had a chat with him while Scott was interviewing, and he loves this track. He loves it. He says it's so deceiving when he got here from the pictures that he saw. You can't see the elevation changes.
Yep.
And I think you said it was, what, 3 or 4 meters?
Yeah, I'd say 3 or 4 meters. If we want to get to specifics, I'd say 3,400 mils.
3,400 mils.
Yep.
How many centimeters is that?
That's
340?
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, no.
So you said mils.
I know 3,400 mils is 3 meters 40.
I always tell a story. My
340 centimeters.
My 5th grade teacher, Mr. Sanfilippo, said to us, you got to learn the metric system.
Yep.
You have to learn. So this was, so 5th grade, that was back in 1979. And he said, you got to learn the metric system. America's going to switch to it. Well, what are we, 2025? Mr. Sanfilippo, I don't know if he's still with us anymore, but yeah, we ain't done it yet.
No, I don't think it's going to happen, Scotty.
No, I don't think so.
Freedom units.
What?
Freedom units.
Yeah, freedom units.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that. But I gotta convert though when I'm announcing, depending where I am. It's feet in America and we're meters everywhere else.
Yeah.
All right, no check-in from Caden Hill. Caden, you in the house? This is your run. Nope, that's a no-go for Caden in this round.
So we've got all our running cars lined up, ready to go. Scotty Giles is going to lead us away. Your favorite color on Scotty Giles' car?
What's that? Oh, bleu. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Corsa Gray, but my name is bleu.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
All right, they're getting the countdown. Good morning, everybody watching. Gavin Vucina, how are you? Good to have you follow along as always. Super Mugen, how are you?
Giles, Andrew Cooke, Ron Kirby, Caden Hill.
Super Mugen, I don't agree with that. I think the World Championships is for everyone. I mean, I've had the pleasure of probably commentating a dozen World Championships, but I have never been able to participate in one, and I absolutely would. And I'd be back here in the, in the EFZ main groups, you know what I mean? Because I think everybody has the opportunity and wants to participate. If just for the chance to watch the best drivers in the world put on a display. I mean, it's all the cool part to be part of it. I mean, you know, to walk through the pits and see, you know, Mikhail Orlowski and Spencer Rivkin and, you know, all these guys there working on their stuff. And if you're a fan of the brand and you run XYZ brand or whatever, and you get to ask these guys, you know, hey, Spencer, how do you build your shocks or whatever, you know, and they give you some pointers. That's all part of the moment and the coolness of being at a World Championships.
Yeah, I don't think a world title should be exclusive to professional drivers.
No,
I've been to 2. I've been extremely lucky enough to get to 2. And I've been middle of the pack. I think roughly around the 80 mark out of 160 drivers both times. And the experience itself is just incredible. Further, you say? Further down? No, I would say about 80. Maybe 50. Yeah? Yeah.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are
But yeah, I think the world title should be open to every driver that has the ability to go to one. The experience itself is absolutely incredible. As you mentioned there, being able to talk to and witness the professional level of drivers getting around and just watching the actual atmosphere. The atmosphere itself in a remote control car world titles is incredible.
Out front right now, we got Aiden Young, 31-3, Scott Giles, 33-0, Paul Sims, 33-0, Blair, 32-5 that time for Blair Wallace. Paul Sims doing a 33-0, Nick Poole, 32-7, Ruona, 35-5, James, 34, what do you have, 34-8, Andy Cooke, 38-8. Andy out there in that four-wheel drive, Yokomo YZZ something, I don't know, but it's old school flashback Masami replica from way back in the day, and it's pretty awesome.
It's looking good out there as well in these damn conditions. It's finding a lot of grip. Getting through the double-double very clean. So out front at the moment, we've got a battle between Aiden Young and Scotty Giles. Those two separated by 9/10 of a second, both doing equal lap times. 30.866 against a 30.961 between Aiden and Scotty. Just over 2 minutes remaining here. First cars we're starting to see on 10-lap pace as well now, Scotty.
They're picking up the pace for sure. Paul Sims just doing his best lap, 31.7. So what did I say? They would get into the 28s?
28.
Yeah, I think I'm way off. I think Gavin, if we've seen it put in the chat, I think he said 28. Gavin, I think we're going to be, off. We'll see, though.
I think we'll see 29s. I think we'll see comfortable 29s once we get to the top 8.
135 to go, 135 left in this one. Aiden leading the way over Scott. 3 seconds apart is the difference. Blair with a 31.6. Ron have a 31.9. Paul Sims 34.6. Hot lap at 30.8 earlier from Aiden Young.
Just over a minute remaining out there now. Aiden Young out to a 3-second gap over Scotty Giles for this heat. Looking to set TQ pace for the round so far with just over a minute remaining. Ron Kirby bumping up a few spots there, does a 32.5. Blair Wallace just behind him, hundredths of a second in the 4 spot. Paul Sims, Andrew, Nick Poole, and James Whitbourne rounding out the field in this heat with just 45 seconds remaining.
Aiden, Scott, Blair, Ron, Paul, Andrew, Nick, and James. That's how to rolling in this one. 30 seconds, 30 to go. 5 rounds of qualifying. It's just a full day of four-wheel drive. 5 rounds of qualifying, triple finals for everybody. It is going to be a full day of four-wheel drive. Yesterday was all two-wheel drive for those just joining us. It's kind of split program in practice. On Friday, we did all practice together, two-wheel, four-wheel. Then yesterday was all two-wheel. Today was all four-wheel. Aiden Young, 31.2 last lap. Scott Giles, 31.0. Blair with a 31.9. Young still on point, leading the way. Aiden looking to go 10 laps here at a 5:16, set TQ pace. Scott Giles about 1.6 seconds back. So Scott can throw a hero lap down here in the blue color car. Across the line he goes. 32.0 last lap, puts him 1.9 behind Aiden. So if Aiden maintains the pace, There he is, Aiden, 31-2. So Aiden's going to take this one. Sets the pace, 10 laps, 5:16. So we saw 11 laps in two-wheel drive. Was that in the last qualifier? I know in the main we did, but did anybody get?
Yeah, a couple 11 lappers, I'm pretty certain.
Run, so we'll definitely be in the 11s when the top dog goes. All right, this one's in the books. Aiden Young going to set it with a 10 lap, 5:16. Scott Giles second. Blair, Ron, Andrew doing his best lap on the last lap. Paul, Nick, and James. That's how this one's going to roll out and finish up here in Heat 2. All right, we're going to throw it down to Mr. Gunn. He's going to have a chat with Paul Sims.
Just grabbed Paul Sims for a chat after that early qualifier. Paul, tell us a little bit about the car you're running this week.
It started life as a Yokomo 91 Works, and it's been berserked quite a bit. So we've now added a kick-up chassis to it. We've printed bulkheads. We've made aluminium suspension mounts. We've belt tensioners. Yeah, sort of gone crazy to make it sort of mod-worthy, I think is the best description.
So Mr. Berserk bringing that car into the 21st century. How's it working out there?
Oh yeah, really good. Yeah, it's just, obviously it's a slippery first round, so the car's felt really nice and balanced to drive. So I think most of the thing letting it down is myself. So other than that, no, the car's been performing really well, Scott.
Beautiful. We'll keep an eye on that through the day. All the best.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Scott. Mitch has got some awesome info to share from Mitch. Why don't you share with our viewers, the throbbing brain out there, some really cool information for everyone.
So yes, we just got past a note as well, so sort of give us a bit of information on roughly how many entries we have actually had for the upcoming world titles, and how many entries are available for the world titles. So currently, we have had 115 entries, 115 entries, with 150 available spots. So there is quite a lot of spots available, and if you are interested in actually coming to the world titles, talk to your organising body, whether it be RAW, EFRA, BRCA, that sort of side of things, or even Australia as well. There will be spots available that if you have an interest in coming and having a race, you're just looking for a holiday to Australia, it is an incredible place to come and visit. The track itself is an incredible track. It is a great opportunity for you to come and have a race and meet some of the best people within our hobby or sport. So by all means, talk to your governing body, try and get involved. Come down to Australia and have a run. It will be one of the best opportunities and experiences you will have in RC, as a guarantee.
There you go.
So up now on the track, we got heat number 3 of 6. Ben Panic in this one. Phoenix Eggleton, Brad Verco, Camden, Gavin Webb, Lockie Williams, Ryan Reynolds, Scott Hill, and Rob Maycock as they work their way around to the starting.
More shout-outs. Good morning to everybody. BJ Williams, how are you? Chrissy Eggs checking us out. Man, imagine that timing, Chrissy. They just, boom, as soon as you chime in,
every time.
Phoenix is on. It's just funny how that works. Welcome to the show, Chrissy.
7, 6, 5.
The hush before the storm here.
Mm-hmm.
The countdown.
Ben Panic.
All right, Ben, you're going to be first to roll.
Brad
Oh, he's a cool-looking pink, yellow, blue. Phoenix in the orange and white. He ran that silver car yesterday in the final A. I wasn't a fan. I need to see Phoenix's colors out there.
Yeah, I'm not a single tone color guy.
No,
I'm not a fan of it at all.
Nope.
Definitely need multiple colors, even if you just have a white stripe or something down the center of the car. Need
Yes.
something.
If I'm commentating a race and you're in a white body, you're going to get picked on. That's just the way it is.
Unless it has yellow wheels.
Well, there you go. Then you just mix it up a little bit. Add a little flair to it.
Yep. So Camden with a good start there. 30.4 first lap. Ben Panic with a 30.5. Lockie Williams with 30.8. 31 flat, but Phoenix Eggleton got a little bit out of shape coming down through the S's there. Managed to pick it back up and get into the double-double. Didn't cost him too much time. So second lap's working their way around here now. We'll see Ben Panic crossing the line first up. We're following on board with Ben Panic. Ben Panic does a 30.495 second lap around. Everyone bettering their previous lap so far. Hot lap going towards Camden Camilleri. Once again, a 30.2, almost cracking into the 29s now. Scotty getting closer. Ben Panic with a 30.4, 30.3. Phoenix Eggleton, Lockie Williams, 30.8.
After 1 minute 30
1 minute down.
the top drivers are Camden Camilleri, Ben Panic, and
Ben Panic that time around at 30.8. Phoenix Eggleton, 30.066. There we go. 29.892 from Camden Camilleri. He's the first driver into the 29s today. Going to see those times creeping on down towards the 28s through the next few heats, I would say. Only heat 3 of 6 at the moment. 2 minutes down in this one. So we jump on board with Camden Camilleri, working his way to the tricky tabletop over the right-hand side of the track here. Into the Hobby Wing Havoc corner and onto the Hills RC main straightaway. Over the loop there, he'll have Brad Verco right on his tail at the moment. Camden is leading the way, goes for a roll. Commentator's curse, hitting hard there.
Your fault.
I'll take that one.
Ryan Reynolds just doing his hot lap right there, 30.3. It's Camden on point, leading away. Camden on a 10.504. So we're going to see 11 laps pretty quick here, probably in the next group. As we are in the C sort right now, or D sort. 2:20 left on the race clock. Four-wheel drive day here at the World's Warm-Up here in Sydney, Australia at the beautiful Hills Off-Road RC. 10-scale buggy at its best. A track that's made for it. 40 years this facility has been here. Seen epic changes through the years. A great club, really supports and has passion about the hobby. Got Lachlan Williams out front, leading away 30.3. Ryan Reynolds throws down a heater there. Hot lap of the race, 29.7, but Camden Camilleri says, I'll go faster, 29.6. We're following Lachlan around the racetrack, 30.8 last lap. His pace, 10.505. Current TQ, Aiden Young in the last heat did a 10.516. These guys just a tick faster than that.
Track seems to be ramping up pretty quickly out there as well. Hot laps coming through all the way through the heats now. Camden Camilleri with that 29.643. We are creeping close to those 28s now, Scotty.
Camden out front. Does he go to by the nickname of Spud?
Lockie Williams. Lockie Williams
yeah.
is Spud.
I met him and his mom when at the Nationals this year, I think. Yeah, nice family for sure. That's right, Spud. I don't think I asked him why he gets that nickname. I got to ask him during the break.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone in here knows it.
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll get that information. See the pressing issues that we're going to bring to you. Camden, Lachlan, Ben. There's Scott Hill just doing his best lap, 30.6. Scott, a big part here of the Hills Off-Road RC Club. They are putting together one heck of a package for the World Championships. This place is beautiful as you see now, folks. It is going to be transformed to even more epic-er, most epic, however you want to say it. It is going to be fantastic, fabulous, phenomenal when we come back here at the end of September.
Final 10 seconds to tick on down now. Ben Panic putting his hot lap in last time around at 30.427. Looking to replicate that this last lap around. Might sneak another one through if he's real quick. Don't think he will. So Camden Camilleri looking to set pace and time to beat out there. He's got a 2-second gap over Lockie Williams. Comfortably into the 10 lap as these drivers now. All not far off of 11 lap run. So we will see 11 lap runs probably into the next heat. Camden Camilleri comes across the line with a 30.3 to wrap things up on a 5.04 pace with 10 laps in the belt.
Camden setting the pace, 10.504, and I agree with you, Mitch, that I think the next round we'll see 11. So everybody in the chat room, hi to you. Some of the guys in the chat were asking about the world's entry list. We don't know when they're going to post that. Mitch has got the entry, the numbers that we have right now. There's been 10 entries submitted from the Asia region or from the FEMCA region. Well, I guess it'd be 60 if you count Australia, but 10 from Asia, 20 from the USA, 35 from Europe, and 50 entries from Australia. We'll talk about that more after Scott Guyot has a chat here with one of our racers from Group 3. Take it away, Mr. Guyot.
We've grabbed Camden Camilleri for a chat after a beautiful run out there to start qualifying. Camden, tell me about the track conditions this morning.
So it's the same as yesterday, but a bit more grippy. So just needed to be smooth and try and keep a decent run without crashing.
Your car looks pretty good. You're happy with where you're starting?
Yeah, I'm happy with how it's starting. Just need a bit more rear grip. So I'll probably add a little something to it.
A little something. I like the secrecy already. All the best for the rest of today.
Thank you.
I heard it was a topic of discussion, so I had to clarify, yeah.
So next heat up will be heat number 4 of 6.
There we go.
Davey Batta in this one.
Awesome. He's rocking a Milwaukee tool jacket there. I like it. I'm from Milwaukee. Milwaukee tools are the best. There we go. All right. I appreciate it. We were just here in the Team Associated studio, and Scott Giles walks by with his car, and he clarifies that his Corsa gray is the color of the paint, but I said I still call it blue.
Yep. It isn't a bad color. I would say it's not a bad color.
It's grown on me.
Yeah.
I didn't like it when it first came out. A lot of the touring guys in the ETS were running it. I was like, because it turned into the new factory white, because everybody was running it.
Yep.
And it kind of grew on me, but it's still better than white. So
is.
I'll go.
15 seconds.
All right, we're back here getting ready for race number 4.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Davey Batta will kick it off for us in this heat.
David Batta. Peter Second. Ben Cribbin.
Fumisato also in this heat will be one to watch running the Kayote cars.
We talked about him a lot yesterday in Q5 and in mains. He really came on strong, and it was really cool to see. Got Davey Batta in this one. Davey from Coyote Hobbies in California. First time really international travel. Cool that he could come here and be part of the pre-worlds. Came here with the Team Associated team and getting a chance at running here at the World's warm-up. And pretty cool opportunity for Davey.
Yeah, good first lap as well. Straight into the 29s, 29.1. Caretti as well, good lap for him, a 30.2. Fumisato straight to the 30.2s as well. Samuel Muffett, the Muffet Man, 30.226.
Great start. Jaden Edmonds, 29.6. So Jaden also into the 29s.
First lap counted, second lap starting to make their way around. Davey Batta, 28.671. So 28.5. So there you go. We are down to them with 2 more heats remaining.
You saw that line that Davey just went through the chicane. First you go right wheel on a curb, left wheel on a curb. It just, if you put them on a curb, that is kind of the hot line.
Just bouncing back and forth.
Living on the edge, though, because you catch it too much, it will send you flying onto the front straight.
Yep. Davey coming around once again. Another hot lap, that time around at 28.648. Consistent now. Consistently into the 28s. Nice line again through that chicane. Getting it down nicely through the Campbelltown Hobby double. Onto the El-Saram step up. To the Dunbury drop. Here he goes. We follow on board with him using all the curbing and a bit more to make his way around there over the tabletop. Looking to set new TQ time is Davey Batta from California of USA. Crossing the line that time around, another 28.911.
Davey feeling the flow here in four-wheel drive. Looking really strong here. Nice line there through the double-double. A little bit of a whip on the exit. Climbing up the hill here. A couple meters in elevation change from the front straight to the back. Down the hill, we call it the tricky tabletop because depending how you hit that, you hit it with too much oomph, it'll definitely send you flying the wrong way. Davey across the line this time, 28.8. Peter Seckold in second at 29.1. Muffet Man Sam with a 29.8. Fumisato with a 29.8. There's Peter Seckold, new hot lap, 29.1. We just passed the halfway mark. Davey Batta in control of this one. We've been following Pete Seckold now on the racetrack. Pete driving at orange, yellow, and blue. Local here. Driving the X-Ray out there. Part of the Sydney RC Club, which is a club, what is it, a half hour from here? About-ish?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, something like that. That's another beautiful track that's in a public park. Fortunately, they're doing some changes in the park right now, so they've had to close the track, but it's supposed to reopen, I think, later this year in October.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully everything goes, but it's really cool. It's just in a public park, and, you know, racing outside America is so much better in so many ways. Oh, trouble in the back. You know, we try to get a race RC track in a public park, not happening. And it's pretty cool that they have a couple here in the Greater Sydney metropolitan area.
Yeah, it's generally just how we do things over here. We have a lot of tracks around Australia that are just, you know, next to tennis courts or in a public park, just in open fields. That's how it runs over here. We don't really have businesses with RC tracks. We have had the odd one pop up every now and then. We had a couple on the Gold Coast, but they've sort of generally faded away, unfortunately, over time. Some great tracks on the Gold Coast.
Secco coming down the straightaway that time, 29.3. Adman's just doing his best lap, 29.0. Still Davey Batta. Batta resetting his hot lap, 28.4 that time for him. So back into the 28s for Davey. Davey definitely feeling the flow here in four-wheel drive on an 11 lap, 5:16 TQ time for Davey.
Really setting some pace out there now. Once again, a 28.420. Finding his feet out there pretty strong now as he works his way through a bit of traffic into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Got a bit more traffic to navigate here with only 25 seconds left on the clock. Couple laps more for Davey Batta to round things up for this heat.
This is heat 4 of 6. So the C sort after our seeding rounds on Friday. Davey going to go one more time after this, 29.1 that time as they had to work through a little bit of traffic. So Davey going to bring home a good run. Peter Secco second, Jade Edmonds sitting in third. Sam, Ben, Fuma, Carter, Anthony Caretti, Andrew Gillett.
Time expires here, so everyone making their way back around on their last few laps. Ben Cribbin with a 29.5, putting his hot lap in, trying to sneak another lap and didn't quite make it.
Just missing it, 3/10 off.
Muffett with the same at 29.4, but he managed to squeak on through for another lap. Davey Batta coming across the line with another strong lap, a 28.604, setting time to beat on an 11-lap run, 5:16.129. So new TQ time to beat with Davey Batta.
Good run there for Davey. Peter going to go second. Jade and Sam still going to finish up. Give a shout out to everybody that's watching online. Neal Lewis checking us out. What's up, Neal? Back in the UK, hope you're doing well. Troy Milton, welcome to the show. Glitch RC, what's up, Glitch? How you doing? Ash Norman, welcome. Thank you for the kind words. Mitch and I, we enjoy it. Makes it easy when you have a track like this and a facility like this. Makes it really easy. We are going to have a talk with our winner. We're going to throw it down to Mr. Scott Guy. Going to have a chat with Davey Batta.
We're chatting with Davey Batta. First time we've had a chance to chat this weekend. First, let me ask you, how's the trip going for you?
Pretty awesome. It's my first time even out of the country, and it's a pretty cool place to be in. Really fun track. Yeah, and it put in finally a decent run.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that because you looked really comfortable out there this morning in the four-wheel drive, maybe an extra day on the track.
Yeah.
Feeling comfortable today?
Yeah, on the practice day, my four was okay. This pushed a little on steering, but this morning I checked some stuff and I had some measurements wrong, and I fixed that all up, and it felt awesome this morning. So yeah, and I was pretty glad to get almost no mistakes that whole run.
Looked really good out there. Lesson for all of us. Make sure you check the small things. All the best for the rest of today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Davey. Scotty, Mitch, back to you in the Team Associated Media Centre.
Jarod Ment. Christopher Sturdy.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. Pretty cool. The first time you get to travel outside America as to an RC race. So good run there for Davey. Hey, we have old school RC royalty in the chat room. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is good to have Avis Tremescu with us. How you doing, Travis? Good to have you follow along. Travis, old school RC racer from back in the day. Checking us out from, where's he? Rancho Cucamonga. Yeah, I never say it right. Rancho Cucamonga, I think, is where he is. Yeah, exactly. I screwed up every time. But Travis, welcome to the party. A beautiful day here in Sydney. We get to share it with the world. Great to have all you folks with us. We got our B sort of the seating here in four-wheel drive modified. Round 1 of qualifying. We're going to knock out 5 rounds today, triple finals. I hope it's half as good as yesterday, because even half as good is going to be stellar.
Yep. Awesome racing throughout yesterday, two-wheel drive day. Nose-to-tail racing throughout every final.
Absolutely.
Every final, every heat. It was great. So looking for the same today.
Some of these guys were in the A sort, or the A group of two-wheel drive. Yesterday,
Just saw Toia going across the grass there slightly on turn 1, and you could see the car was still extremely loose all the way going into the chicanes there. So that build-up of water affecting the car for about 3 or 4 corners at least whilst they're getting around the track.
Davey Batta had a fantastic heat in the last heat. As he said in the interview, pretty much no mistakes. It was low 29s and high 28s, mid 28 second laps the entire run. Put him at 11.5.16. On lap number 1, Lachlan Monday coming out at the top of the board, 28.9. Matt Cooper with a 29.0. Aiden Horne, 29.1. Jarod Ment, 29.4. Tom Rinderkneht, 29.4. Logan Toia, 29.6. Chris Sturdy, 29.6. Martin Bayer, 29.6. Jordan Essergen with a 30.1 here in the opening laps of Heat 5.
Yeah, Matthew Cooper now into the 28s. I think to try to better Davey Batta's time, you're probably looking for a high or consistent high at 28.9 roughly. He did a fair few low or mid 28 second laps, so he did a fairly consistent mid to high 28 second lap throughout the entire run. It was a very consistent run. So out front at the moment, we've got Jarod Ment now bumping up to the top spot, 28.7 that time around. Only a couple of seconds off of Davey Batta's time.
I don't want to jinx Davey because everything, but we did see yesterday in two-wheel drive some top 5 runs out of the C groups yesterday. Yeah. So I'm just saying, Davey's time at 11.5.16, that's still TQ. These guys in this heat right now, just a tick off of that.
Yep. Jarod Ment now down to a 28.637, closing in on that time now. Lockie Monday having a good couple of laps as well, 28.6. He's only a tenth of a second behind Jarod Ment. Aiden Horne there as well, 29.2 last time around for him, 7/10 of a second off the top 2 drivers there. Tom Rinderkneht finding his feet out there. We'll see those Schumacher cars really start to come into their own once the track dries out, I'd say today again.
Cooper at 28.8, Martin Bayer 29.2. Here's Jordan that time, new hot lap for him, 28.6. Matthew Cooper throwing down 28.5. That's hot lap of the race here. We just hit the halfway mark. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. In race number 5, heat 5 of round number 1 of qualifying four-wheel drive here at the World's Warm-Up. The beautiful Hills Off-Road RC in Sydney, Australia. Jarod Ment, top of the board. Aiden at 28.5. They're separated by 6/10. We'll see what they got this time by. Here comes Jarod. Cross-start finish line, rocking that bright orange and blue on white wheels. 28.7 that time. He is on a 11-lap 5.17. 9/10 off that time from Davey.
Yeah, Jarod Ment making his way up the Elstrom, step up into the Dunbury, a drop. Working his way around. He's got a quick car behind him as well. Jarod Ment cruising his way around in the lead at the moment. Got 7/10 of a second over Lockie Monday as he works his way onto the Hills RC main straightaway. Matthew Cooper right on his tail at the moment. Matthew looking to try and go a little bit quicker out there. But Jarod Ment leading the way in this heat. Oh, getting it wrong there was Matthew Cooper. That is the trick of those chicanes coming down the hill there. You take a little bit too much, you end up off the track.
You saw that line with Jarod right behind. Just put a wheel up on it, but able to carry the momentum going into that double-double. And Matthew just a little bit deep on the curbing, and it cost him. Ment still out front. 11-lap 5.17. 1 second off that time. Aiden Horne now moving to the 2 spot. 9/10 behind Ment. Followed by Monday. Followed by Martin Bayer. Then Rinderkneht. Followed by Jordan, Christopher, Matthew, and Logan as we hit the 1 minute to go.
Saw Jarod Ment going across the grass there, picking up a whole heap of water, and it affected him all the way through the double-double, costing him a whole heap of time there. Probably up to a couple of seconds as he went through the double-double. He managed to case both the doubles there. Steady going off the track through the chicane as well. So that time around for Jarod Ment, a 31 flat, so dropped about 3 to 4 seconds from that lap alone. So as we pick up now with Aiden Horne right behind Jarod Ment. Aiden now into the top spot with 3/10 of a second over Lockie Monday.
Aiden rocking the factory white paint job in his associated ride. Over to tricky tabletop they go, to that left-hand, right-hand combo. Trying to go over that roller, hit the tight line onto the straightaway. See him gripping and ripping, that time 29-0. As this one winding down, these guys on 11-5-18.
Jordan Isn't with a hot lap of the heat at 28.2, down the order a little bit at the moment, trying to find that consistency. Lockie Monday putting his hot lap in last time around at 28.624. Going to the top of the timing sheets, just a bit off Davey Batta's time. So wrapping up here, last drive is coming across the line here. Jarod Ment finishes off with 11-lap run. Last of the drivers in this heat will finish off 11-lap run. Aiden Horne with an 11-lap run as well, 5:18. So 2 seconds off of Davey Batta's time. Davey Batta's time holding up at the moment.
All right, a couple more cars to finish up. So Davey Batta having a good run. He's all smiles over there, is Davey. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like I said, we saw some top 5 runs out of the Sea Sword yesterday in two-wheel. So you never know. You're saying there's a chance. Well, Davey for sure has got at least an 11 for the round. So a good run for Davey. Right now, Aiden Horne going to be second at 11-5-18. So we're going to throw it down to the one and only Scott Guy, and he's got somebody over there for a chat.
We've got Aiden Horne early on Sunday morning in four-wheel drive qualifying. You're looking pretty comfortable out there this morning.
Yeah. It's like I said all weekend long. It's just been the repetition and just more laps I can get, the better. So yeah, the car's feeling good. The team's working hard, and we're building good momentum for sure. So I'm pumped.
Just coming in just a smidge behind teammate Davey Batta. Nice to see the two of you holding up the top of the timesheets at the moment.
Yeah, we're all progressing as a team, and we're feeling good and making strides together. So it's cool to see.
Beautiful. Well, all the best for the rest of qualifying today.
Thank you.
That's Aiden Horne sitting right behind Davey Batta at the top of the timesheets as we go now to the top heat from seeding on Friday afternoon. Scotty, Mitch, back to you.
Big dogs on now. Top heat. Our heat 6 of 6. Marcus Kaerup, Daniel Kobbevik, Lockie Donnelly. The first 3 drivers will be out on track. Michael Olowski as well. So the big news from this event, the Schumachers running prototype cars for the four-wheel drive. It'll be interesting to see how they go, see how they handle these damn conditions. Been hearing a fair bit of information coming out from those cars, so it'll be interesting to see how much comes out after this event.
Get some more. Are we back in the Get some more shout-outs here online. Good to have you follow along. Travis, you need to come out of retirement, make a trip. Tell the wife you're going to go. You're going to surprise her. Tell her, honey, I've always wanted to take you to Australia. Bring her down here. Hey, why are you bringing your car there, Travis? There might be an RC race down there. Yeah, you never know. She'll buy it. Trust me. She'll all right, I'm going to go to Australia. You can race. Yeah.
That's how it works with my partner.
Yeah. All right, we're getting ready. Here we go. Top dogs here in four-wheel drive. Getting ready to roll out. Time to beat right now. Davey Batta 11-5-16.
Marcus Kaerup kicking things off for us here. Big dogs in this one.
Scott Guy had said in the opening this morning about some different names in the top 10 in four-wheel drive compared to two-wheel drive. And Marcus Kaerup from Denmark, one of the top drivers from all of Europe, European champion. And he was our top seed. So we'll see how it goes here as it plays out. Again, they're shooting for that 11-lap 5:16 for Davey.
They're going to be gunning for it, that's for sure. First lap's coming in now, 28.8 from from Kaerup. 28.1 from Lachlan Donnelly. Almost into the 27th from first lap around for Donnelly. 28.7 for Rivkin. Cooke Kayote with a 29 flat. So great first lap from Donnelly, straight out of the books.
All right, Lachlan, the top of the board. It's Donnelly, Rivkin, Kaerup, Kato, Bakla, Orlowski, Kobbevik, Zalewski, and Lemieux. That's how they roll for lap number 1. Davey Batta's time right now, good enough for 2. It's still early in this one, though.
Following on board there is Lachlan Donnelly getting around the outside of Kobbevik. Managed to sneak it around the outside into turn 1. It was tight. Not giving each other much room at all, but Donnelly made it work. So Donnelly leading the way, did a 28.2 that time around. Cooke Kayote with a 28.334 previous lap. 28.6 from Spencer Rivkin. Everyone's starting to find their feet out there. It's going to drop Batta down a couple of positions as it stands at the moment. Still plenty of time left in this one, though. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock.
My gut was with that time after seeing how the B sort went, he was going to get a top 5 out of this one. That's what I'm rolling with. Davey had a good run. Right now, Lachlan and Kato right now ahead of the Marcus Caerup now getting it there, 28-6. Rivkin, 28-9. Ari Bakla rocking the X-ray there, 28-8. Kobbevik, Anna Orlowski in the Schumachers. Kobbevik right there, his hot lap, 28-6. There's Lemieux with a 28-3. Orlowski with a 29-0. Kato across the line, 28-7. Top 3 guys ahead of Davey Batta's time.
Davey Batta's time holding strong at the moment, mid to high in the field. Donnelly really looking strong out there at the moment. Currently on pace for a 5.11, 11 lap 5.11. Marcus Caerup now down to a 28.175. Donnelly backs up his hot lap though with a 28.119. Banking right on the 27-second laps here in the first round of qualifying. We'll see the 27s coming up pretty quickly, I'd say, in the next round.
2:15 to go on the race clock. Donnelly at the top of the board. Top 3 guys ahead of Davey's time. And Aiden, Horne, Jarod, Ment, Lachlan, Monday's time still in the top 10. They're on the outside looking in. Here's Rivkin, hot lap for him, 28.559. How about a 28.3 there? Cooke, Kato, or wait, how about a 28.0 from Lachlan Donnelly bringing the 8?
Everyone really starting to find their feet. Almost half the field last time around, putting their hot laps in with 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Donnelly making his way back around for another lap as we watch on board. That time around at 28.125, so comfortably into the low 28-second bracket as he works his way through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Nice smooth line, little whip to get the corner right for the next corner around. Into the El Saram, step up to the Dunbury drop. He goes, leading the way by 2 seconds over the rest of the field.
Kato that time, 28.6. Marcus Caerup now up to P2. 28.2, 1.5. The gap is new hot lap. Bam, into the 27s. Marcus Caerup throwing down 27.865. Hot lap so far here in four-wheel drive.
Less than a minute to go. Marcus Caerup actually taking 7/10 of a second out of Lachlan Donnelly's lead from that lap alone. So great lap there from Marcus Caerup with only 45 seconds left on the clock. See if he can close back in. We watch on board now with Marcus Caerup coming over the line this time around. 28.2, so takes another 2/10 of a second out of Lachlan Donnelly's lead. Lead down to 1.3 seconds with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, but wait. There's one other guy just threw down a 27's lap. Daniel Kobbevik into the 27. Won a 27.991 in the Schumacher. But it's Donnelly and Caerup right now, 1.3 seconds apart. 18 seconds to go. These guys starting to step up the pace now as Davey's time good enough for 7th right now. So Orlowski, Rivkin, Kobbevik all stepping up. Kobbevik continues to push up to P3 right now. There's Rivkin, new hot lap for him, 28.1, backs it up with a 28.0. As we are winding down here in our top heat of four-wheel drive, qualifying round number 1. Donnelly, Caerup, Kobbevik, Kato, Rivkin, Orlowski, Bakla, Lemieux, and Zalewski.
Caerup crossing the line there, 28.2 to wrap things up. Donnelly coming across the line with a 28.1. Time for Donnelly, 11 laps, 5:10. Great finish there from Lachlan Donnelly. Nice clean run. Same with Caerup. Cooke, Kato, last lap around, 28.2. Bumps him up a spot or 2, that's for sure. Kobbevik coming home in P4. Orlowski in 5. Rivkin in 6. Ari Bakla in 7. Chase Lemieux in the 8. And Bartok having a couple of issues there. Looked like he might have dropped a lap potentially.
Your overall in this one, Donnelly going to go P1. Caerup, Kato, Kobbevik 4 overall. Orlowski 5 overall. Rivkin 6 overall. Ari Bakla 7. Davey Batta going to get an 8 overall out of the C group. Lemieux going to go 9. And Aiden Horne round out your top 10 here in qualifying round number 1.
Sunday morning, it's a new day. It's four-wheel drive day. We're here with Marcus Caerup. Marcus, that was a pretty tidy start to the day.
Yeah, it was an amazing start. The car was kind of hard to drive the first 3 minutes of the heat, but then the track grooved in and the car became better and better. Diffs got warmed up, so I could push on, and yeah, we gave it a tight squeeze for the end, but Lachlan got away with it. Hopefully in Q2 we can do some more damage, and looking forward to it.
I guess we were standing here watching and looked like a lot of understeer into turn 1 early on, but then as you said, the tyres came in, the track came in, and the lap times really dropped towards the end of that one.
Yeah, as you said, it's like the track really grooves in fast, and you kind of have to adapt each turn. So yeah, like as you said, at the end of the straight, it became better and better, but I think we got it in the next one.
Tell me how the trip's going. Enjoying your time in Australia so far? Have you had a chance to have a look around at all?
I have. Donnelly showed me around in Sydney, and yeah, I mean, it's an amazing place, the facility, the guys here. I mean, it's just awesome to look at. You guys are doing awesome stuff with the media. I mean, I'm enjoying it. Couldn't ask for better conditions.
Well, we love having you here. Bring all your mates back in September, but all the best for the rest of today.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
That's round 1 of qualifying in the books. Lachlan Donnelly, business as usual. We saw him win the two-wheel drive class yesterday. He's come out of the blocks fast. The thing we really noticed at the end of the front straight, in particular early on in that run, a lot of cars understeering. Donnelly was not. Perhaps he knows the conditions. Perhaps he has that car set up for those early morning conditions. As the run went on, some of the competitors, Kaerup, Kobbevik, got faster and faster and faster. I think when we go into Q2, we might see a little different picture. But for the moment, it's Donnelly on top. We're going to take a short break and then come back for a little bit of a chat before we head into round 2 of qualifying. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, we've just finished round 1 of qualifying. I'm standing here chatting with Jason Ruona. Jason, it's a beautiful day here in Sydney. The action's hot early. We'll come to that in a moment, but I want to ask you about what you noticed yesterday. We spoke in the morning, but there was a lot of interesting things going on through the day. Tell me a couple of things you noticed through two-wheel drive day.
Well, you know, if the track's going to start like that with a little bit of water each day, then you really got to be good on that condition. To me, it looks like the guys could catch up towards the end of the day when the track was grooving up and had more bite in it. But you're going to have to earn it, you know, when the track is wet, I think, and get those good points so that you can start up front. Because we talked about it's hard to win these things when you're not, you know, towards the front. So you got to be good on both conditions to start up front to give yourself a chance to win. It's going to be similar in four-wheel, not quite as critical because the cars generate a little bit more bite, of course, with the four-wheel drive. So, yeah, but that was the biggest thing in two-wheel, I thought, is you got to be good in both conditions so that you can get yourself up front. So you don't wait till the end when you're running good on the groove track or high bite. Then it's easier for everybody. So I think you got to be good in both conditions, and that's what I saw yesterday. Guys like Lachlan, who he was so good the whole time, no matter what. Guys like Spencer, and then Orlowski was one guy that kind of came in towards the end, and but he was, you know, third, and so it went pretty well.
I did wonder about someone like Orlowski because we saw him be so strong in Q5 when he went fastest. Q4 as well, he was in the top 4. He won that Helter-Skelter A1, but then he dropped off a little bit, so there was almost a sweet spot for his car during that period, and as traction kept ramping up through the afternoon, he dropped out a little bit. Wasn't quite there in A2 and A3.
Yeah, from what the drivers were telling me, they felt like A2, the track conditions were a little polished, and I actually thought that they were going to be going faster than they were. I want to say that it was tough for them at that time to get in the 29s, and then all of a sudden the A3, the track jumped up and was a lot quicker again. And yeah, I was kind of surprised that Orlowski kind of, you know, his A1 was his best. I would have thought the A3 probably would have been best for him. Given, you know, what I was seeing. But I think that, you know, sometimes just the start of the race can determine so much. If you're in the hunt, if you lose track of the leaders and you know, the pace kind of falls off, then, you know, it's, you know, sometimes you just kind of fall off because you lose track of the lead.
So we're now here for four-wheel drive day. We've just seen that first run. We've seen Donnelly go top again, but Marcus Kaerup was right there. Davey Batta, I think, a top 4 or 5 run. Looks like a little different competitive order today.
Yeah, I think that's what happens, I think, in four-wheel drive. Two-wheel drive is such a tough vehicle, especially when you don't have the grip. And then the guys, I think, takes a while to get accustomed to that. In four-wheel drive, you don't quite have the issue. The one thing I noticed is just starting on fresh tires with the four-wheel drive cars. It seemed like it took a while. They were a little bit on top of the track, a little bit icy, a little loose-looking, just pushy and not really good rear grip. But as the run kind of went on, the times dropped. Obviously, Lachlan was so good again. He's just putting in run after run. Like, you can see that he's got that 5-minute pace run where it's just he's not making a lot of mistakes. And, he's kind of owning it right now. Spencer was a little bit off that round. They're running a prototype car. They busted out one more today. So they got 2 prototypes out there, I think, along with Schumacher.
Well, hopefully we'll get a chat to Spencer and some of the Schumacher drivers later on. As you mentioned, a couple of prototype 4 drives. I've heard that perhaps there's a prototype in the Kyosho camp as well. So that's pretty interesting. We're going to take a little bit of a break now. We've got a couple of tech resets. So thank you for the chat. We'll hopefully catch up with you a little bit later on and keep picking your brains on what you're noticing.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
Thanks. That's Jason Ruona, J Concepts. We're going to take a short break now and reset a couple of our technical things before we go into round 2 of qualifying. Stick with us. It's only going to get more interesting as today goes on. We'll be back shortly.
All right, and we're back, everyone. Mitch and I wanted to kind of get to some of the questions during the break here that we had in the chat room. See if I can scroll back and see. Somebody was asking about the track, Mitch. Eddie Congress. So this track that you see, it's going to be a different layout, but they are going to prep it and treat it the same way. They don't plan on sugaring it or anything like that. It is going to be old school off-road, loose, not high grip, and that's what's going to make this so amazing. There was another question here. Somebody asking if they maintained the track different last night. They water at the end of the day, but just Mother Nature, she brings the moisture out of the ground, the dew on the track, the dew on the grass. It's in the bushland area here in this park, and it's just the way it is. And I think it's what makes it so unique and so awesome is that the track evolves throughout the day, and you have to be on your game, and it makes it more of a challenge, wouldn't you say, Mitch, to just have your game at all levels, morning, midday, and afternoon?
Yeah, for sure. A couple of things there as well. Yeah, obviously track change. They do actually put a light amount of molasses in the track just to bind the actual track. It is not for an actual grip advantage. It is literally just to help to bind the track together. It doesn't provide any more grip. The track itself is a low grip track. Once it dries out, starts to bring the grip up, as you say. Little bit of water overnight. They do give it a light sprinkle overnight, and the rest of the moisture just comes out of the ground itself. We have had quite a lot of rain here over the last few weeks. We had a cyclone just up north of Sydney here, around the Gold Coast, Brisbane area, and that brought a whole heap of rain down to the Sydney area with it. So the actual ground itself is holding a lot of moisture. with that light sprinkle, the track itself is going to be very nice and damp in the mornings, but as we go through the day, it's going to dry right on out. And that does make it such a good event.
Cyclone to our northern hemisphere people like me, that's what we call hurricanes. But
Hurricane or typhoon,
yeah. I think cyclone just sounds way better. Yeah. So what is it? It's hurricanes in our area, cyclones down here, typhoons in like Asia. And stuff like that. So why it is, I don't know. But so is it just like down here, just like we say in America, the toilet goes backwards. So does the cyclones, they spin the opposite direction too?
Opposite direction, yep, exactly right.
I don't know if I believe them, but I'm just saying, But it's going to be an epic track. They are going to do a new layout, and they're going to have to put turf. You guys call it turf when you roll the grass, right? We call it sod in America. So they'll put some new turf and sod down. And they only got about 5 weeks to do the track change from the time they do it to the time the World's in. So the grass isn't going to look as pristine as it is here, but the venue will still be just absolutely epic, and it's going to make for an exciting World Championship. I sound like a broken record because I probably said that, 20 times already in the last 3 days, but I'm that excited for it. I'm a big 10-scale buggy fan, have been all my life, and I think this will be quite the amazing World Championship.
Yeah, and once again, we were mentioning it before, there is plenty of spots that's going to be available. So if you did want to come to Australia, have a run, have a bit of fun over here, have a holiday, bring the cars over.
Why not?
May as well get it done. Talk to your governing body. Try and get some interest in it. That's the sort of things.
Talk to your wife first.
Yeah. Yes,
Travis,
important to talk to the partners. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
8, 7, 6, 5.
Some people, don't you have to have the pass to come into the Team Associated Broadcast Center?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think so? Unfortunately, kids do infiltrate the pass section. They manage to squeeze underneath the barrier every now and then.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Oh, here comes the boss now. So, yeah, Tony going to come in and get this riffraff out of here.
Yeah, back to the PG.
Yeah. Tate messing with us. All right, round 2 of qualifying underway.
So on track at the moment, we've got Riley Lander, Zac Panic, the two young guns, going to get around pretty good in this one. Track's starting to dry out, change a little bit out there. We're starting to see those dry lines just cropping up on the front straight. The rest of the track is still in the shadows. But for the front straight itself, I would say it's about 60 to 70% of it is in the sun now. So it'll be the first part of the track to dry out. Obviously a lot of power getting laid down on the front straight as well. Will dry it out even quicker. First lap times in, we got Andrew Norris with a 32.0, Zac Panic with a 32.0 as well, Rob Smith with a 32.8, and Riley Lander with a 32.8 as well.
So we have race number 1, round number 2. Well, didn't they do a rotation?
So I think during the driver's brief, they may have elected to just continue from Heat 1 all the way through to Heat 6.
Ah, okay.
So I think that was somewhat voted on or somewhat talked about, one or the other.
Obviously, it happened. I wasn't in the driver's meeting, so I don't know.
Yeah, I heard it as I was briefing on pass with 4 coffees in hand.
Okay.
Yeah. So out front at the moment, we've got Zac Panic now down to a 31.176. Andrew Norris with 32.6 last time round. Unfortunately, slower lap that time, a 33.2, drops it down to P4. Looks like we've got one of our vintage cars not getting around out there. So unfortunately, a broken vintage after the 10-4 drive by the looks of it. Zac Panic, though, with 31.1, leading the way. Gone 3 hot laps in a row for himself. We'll see the track getting constantly quicker out there through this round. About this time yesterday, we were into qualifying round number 3, if I can remember correctly. So we are only in qualifying round number 2. Thank you to Daylight Saving Time changing on over. Another comment there, assuming the grass is going to have to get whacked. So they will be putting the grass down. It just may not take hold quite as good as what we see now. The track here has had a lot of time to allow it to grip on in. Zac Panic last time a 30.9. This time around comes across with a 32.4. So he navigates a little bit of traffic out there at the moment. We are 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left on the clock. Running order is Zac Panic, Riley Lander, Andrew Norris, Rob Smith, and Stewart. Rounding out your top 5. 2 minutes left on the clock now for our heat number 1 of 6. Scotty now coming back into the booth. What do you find out, Scotty?
I found out you are correct. They're not doing the rotation because some of the racers, they commented when they do the rotation, the prep time was cut less because they were moving a race. So you lost, if you figure in the marshalling time and everything, they lost about 10 minutes of the normal time. So they figured with the amount of entries and everything, they'll keep the rotation the same. And I think it was the right call because now that'll give everybody just a more scheduled time to prepare for their cars. So I think it was the right call.
Bit of an advantage, though, you'd think.
Huh?
Bit of an advantage for the later drivers, especially in the day.
I don't know. I don't think 5 minutes really on this track. I don't think 5 minutes, or if you think about it, 8 minutes is going to really change.
Okay, fair enough. Got a couple of cars stuck around that double-double as we watch on board going through the double-double there. Less than a minute on the clock. We got Riley Lander out front, Zac Panic in 2, Andrew Norris in 3, Rob Smith in 4, and Andrew Garrick in the 5 spot at the moment. Hot lap out there from Zac Panic, a 30.908, so all the way down to the 30s for the first heat.
There you go. Track will definitely evolve and get faster and faster throughout the day. Riley Lander leading the way. Another father-son combo that's here, the Lander family.
The top drivers are Riley Lander, Zac Panic, and Andrew.
Zach second, Andrew Norris 3. Rob Smith now moving up to P3. Now Andrew Norris takes it back. Andrew Carrick, 35-4. Followed by Stuart, Devon, and Steven. Cooper still not making this one. Again, he broke his radio overnight. Doesn't know how it happened. So they're trying to, hopefully he can borrow a radio or just use somebody else's for the meantime.
We jump on board with, I believe it's Riley Lander and Zac Panic just behind there. Big stack on the double-double.
You were there, Jaden. Good job. Edmund was on it.
Zac Panic leading the way. Riley Lander in 2, Andrew Norris in 3, Rob Smith in the 4 spot as time ticked on down. Everyone finishing their final laps around now. Couple of drivers. We got Zac Panic, the young guns, and Riley Lander, both the 2 young guns, into the 10 laps from the first heat of this round. Everyone crossing the line now, finishing their laps. Just a couple of cars live. We got one over in the Elsaram step up. Just that one car live. Should be Devon making his way around out there. So Zac Panic setting time to beat from round number 2. 10-lap run, 5:22 flat from Zac Panic. Riley Lander not too far behind. A 10-lap run, 5:27.6. So good run from the 2 young guns out there.
Question there in the chat room about what they're going to do for the layout. They are going to change at the Worlds to 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive during the change over the break day, however you want to call it, where they do tires and stuff like that. They are going to change some of the jumps, change the direction. So they do have plans to change. The rule, I think, is 40% or something that they need to change, something like that. We'll talk about that on the backside here as we're going to throw it down to Scott Guide. He's got one of our racers to have a chat.
We're here with Zac Panic after a close one between you and Riley Lander. You guys race together all the time, don't you?
Yes, we do. We go all around Australia racing together.
Here you are at the World's Warm-Up close together. Do you reckon you can beat him as the day goes on?
Oh, yeah. I just beat him then.
Well, that is the way to start the day. All the best as you continue. Hope you have a fantastic day.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job, buddy. Well done. Beautiful.
All right, that's some epic TV right there. That is awesome. A great interview from Zach. That was awesome. That's the interview of the day right there. Oh, my. That was a good one. Ben, you over there? Did you hear that, Ben? That was pretty. You tell Mom to reload that on TV. That was awesome.
Oh, I love a bit of Zac Panic.
Exactly.
Such a good kid.
That was fabulous.
Back to the track change talk. So yeah, we did have a good conversation with Peter Cooper, who is the president of this club, and he told us, for two-wheel drive day or four-wheel drive day, whichever one decides that comes first, there will be a whole track build for that leading into the event. No drivers will be on the track before the event. And then for the changeover, the change day, so gluing day for the next 3 days, so whether it be two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, it's a change. They'll do a track rebuild in that point where they'll just fix up some jumps that allows the jumps to go in reverse. So it won't be a massive, massive change to the actual layout other than the fact that it's going probably in a different direction. So I guess you could say that's pretty massive change. So out on track in the moment, we got heat number 2 of 6. Aiden Young will kick things off in this one. Looking for Andrew Cooke and Caden Hill. Cookie's just doing a couple of things here. Should be all right, I think. They're sorting it out.
Starting to get warm here as the sun comes over the trees. As we talked about earlier, we had daylight savings. What did it go? We got rid of daylight savings?
Yeah, got rid of it. Thank God.
Yeah, got rid of it. So sun's a hour earlier. Sun came up, and it's going to make for an even more pleasant day. It's what temperature is it? So we got 64 degrees American. So what's that? 20? Is that about 20? Maybe.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, about 20.
Feels about right.
21, something like that. I'm getting my conversion going on here, and gonna make for another beautiful day. Again, not a cloud in the sky here in Sydney at the beautiful Hills Off-Road RC. We've said it 1,000 times how beautiful this facility is, but pictures don't do it justice, because it is everything you would want in a 10-scale buggy track. The atmosphere, the vibe, the setting, all outstanding.
A lot of people saying they have a lot of memories of tracks similar to this all around the world. The off-road, outdoor, dirt experience where they started things out. A couple of RC10s in the previous years. I don't think we have any. Oh, no, we do. Andrew Cooke is getting around in one of those old school cars, Masami car.
Aiden Young on the racetrack right now, 31.5. Follow him around the track. Second is Blair. Scott Giles to the point. But it is Aiden, 31.5. That's his best lap here in the opening lap. See what he's got this time by. Aiden that time, 31.6. He's rocking a green machine on white wheels.
Aiden generally a stock driver, looking a lot more comfortable in the forward drive. A little bit more grip under his feet. A lot more power though. So Aiden getting around pretty clean out there at the moment. Last time around, a 30.1. 5/10 of a second behind Scotty Giles. Working his way into a Hobby Wing Havoc corner and onto the Hills RC main straight away. Check this lap time as he works his way around. This time around, a 29.958. So new hot lap of the heat. That time around for Aiden Young. Scotty Giles with a 30.256, holding on to the lead. We then jump on board with Scotty Giles. What color is it, Scotty?
Technically, as Scott came and told us, it's Corsa gray, but it's bleh to me. That's the color I'm going, because when I first saw it, I didn't know that the technical name was Corsa gray, so blah is what I came up with, and that's what I'm rolling with.
Aiden Young now to the top of the timing sheets, taking it off of Scotty Giles. So another 29-second lap for Aiden Young, a 29.441 that time around for Aiden Young. 0.3 of a second now in front of Scotty Giles. The young versus the old, as you would say. Scotty against Aiden Young. 0.3 of a second in it between those two. Aiden Young working his way around this time around a 30.5 as we watch on board with Scotty Giles coming across the line with a 30.1. So Scotty now back in front of Aiden Young by a 1/10 of a second. Through the chicane into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Andrew Cooke there with the Masami car getting out of the way for him as he flying around the track in the moment, leading the way. After that, we've got Ron Kirby, another 7 seconds behind.
2 minutes to go in this one. 3 down, 2 to go in qualifying round number 2, Group 2. Zac Panic laid down a 10 of 5.22. What a 10 of 5.03 for Scott. Scott not far off an 11-lap run. Still got a couple minutes yet to go.
Might be able to pull it out.
In some traffic. The C's part. Oh, he was trying to. That was racing deal there. Aiden was trying to slow down to give him room. That was just bad luck the way it worked out, but Aiden was being a good sport and checking up, giving the leaders room. Very nice.
Unlucky there for both drivers. Slowed them both down in the end. Both of them were first and second. They tried to work with each other, and it just ended up going wrong. So Scotty, slow lap for both of them. Scotty with a 31.9 that time, so it didn't cost Scotty a huge amount of time. Cost Aiden a lot more with a 34.833. Closes Ron Kirby in by a couple of seconds from that lap, but Scott's still looking for the TQ pace. We watch on board with a replay as Scotty just bounces off the top of Aiden's car. So back to on track, following on board with Scotty Giles, working his way through the plague bearing chicane. Oh, getting it right out of shape there, costing him a whole bunch of times. He struggles to get through the double-double as well. Car looking really unsettled as he entered the last two corners in the chicane. Over the back straight now. Car looking a little unsteady out there at the moment as the grip starts to pick on up. Still very cloudy out there on the back straight with the trees in the background taking some of that sun away. Final 15 seconds left on the clock here. Scotty comes around for a 32.3 that time around. Aiden Young with a 33.1 now, 8 seconds behind Scotty Giles. Final 5 seconds ticking on down here. Scotty looking to set new TQ time.
Be a good run for Scott. Aiden in second. Aiden's got a hot lap, 29.4, the only guy into the 29 second realm. This one winding out. See what Scotty's got here as he crosses the line. 10 lap and a 5.06. Good run there for Scott. Paul Sim. Hey, Nick Poole doing his best lap right there. 31.5 on the last lap. Way to wrap up your run. Same with James Whitbourne. He's doing his best lap on the final lap there, lap 9. So 10 and 9 laps across the board. Scott Giles taking this one in heat number 2, round 2. All right, we're going to have a chat here with, sound like Scott reeling in Andy Cooke down there. So we're going to throw it down to Scott for a little chat with old school himself, Andy Cooke.
We've grabbed Andy Cooke for a chat. I'm going to show a little bit of the T-shirt first, but then I really want to ask Andy about the car you're running today. Tell us a little bit about it.
Cool, thanks, Scotty. Yeah, so it's sort of an 89 Masami Essence car. Used the 91 Works Riri kit to start with for the drivetrain, and pretty much recreated the entire car around it. So all of the chassis and all of the plastics are all my design and printed.
It's very cool to see it out there. It does look a little bit shorter wheelbase than some of the modern cars. Is it a bit twitchy? Is it hard to drive, or the handling's pretty good?
I think it was about 5 or 6 mils shorter compared to a car I compared it to. It's a little bit twitchy, a little bit taily, but pretty good. I think the car's better than the driver, that's for sure.
Well, all the best. Hope you enjoy the day. Fantastic to see that car and you out on track today.
Cool, thanks, Scotty. Yeah, good fun. Cheers.
That was Andy Cooke. His company GP3D makes a lot of two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive stuff for the vintage world, and he just absolutely loves the vintage stuff, and really really cool. You can hear he loves it, and yeah, pretty cool. Good run, Andy. That's awesome.
The Masami looking cars really tries to replicate as close as possible to those old Masami cars. And man, he does a good job. Those cars look so nice, both out on track, but also in person.
You ever see that picture that Masami's got with, he's in his outfit, all his trophies, all his cars?
Oh, yeah.
The first time I got to go to Yatabe many, many years ago, it was like a big moment for me because I know Masami a long, long time, and he said, oh, look at that thing. That just looks, Andy's showing us his car right here, and it's, oh, he got a camera on it. Oh, then that's going to be really cool. Oh, we'll have to see that. Yeah, he had an onboard camera. And, of course, knowing Andy, he painted the cowl and everything, so it looks right. I got to, Masami said, someday, Scotty, we're going to invite you to announce at Yatabe, which, all right, back in the day, that was the holy grail. That was the, Daytona 500, Indy 500, that was to be able to go. So when I went there, he took me into the room where they had everything. Not organized like in the picture, but all his trophies and all his cars, and the history there was beyond epic.
Yeah.
It was just really, really cool. So, yeah, a good memory. And as many people were pointing out, you flash back to the days when we had all that kind of old school stuff.
Yeah, hopeful that I get to meet him. Hopefully he actually comes to Australia again. Makes a
told
visit.
the guys they need to invite him to the, they need to invite him to the Worlds here for sure. I said that to Clive yesterday. I said IFMAR just needs to bring him. I mean, it's the return to Australia since, when was it, 89? 89 was here, and Masami won, and why not? He is the GOAT in our industry that I don't think ever will be challenged. I don't think anybody will get 14 like he's got. There'll be, obviously Lamberto Calari's got a bunch, but nobody's going to reach that 14. And I think they definitely should have him here, be part, he's an ambassador, and I think they really should do it.
Did you ever hear that he was able to drive with his feet almost as good as he could drive with his hands?
You don't need to bring that up.
Yeah.
You don't need to bring it up because I got a story about it.
Yeah.
So we were at the well, we'll save it to the in between
right.
as we got Ryan Reynolds leading this one. That's story time with Mitch and Scotty here between the races. I got a story about Masami driving with his feet.
So out front at the moment, we got Phoenix Eggleton leading the way. Gavin Webb, good lap there. Second lap around at 29.461, but Eggleton leading the way by 0.8 of a second. 2 good laps in a row there. Looking to set new time to beat out here. From heat number 3, we are 1 minute 30 down, 3.5 left on the clock.
Phoenix 29.3, Gavin 29.4, Ryan Reynolds 28.8 there. A hot lap of the race there for Ryan. He had a tough second lap, 31. It's Phoenix rocking the orange and the white. Into the front side, 4-pack he goes. Climbing up the hill, nice little whip. I mentioned yesterday, I'm hating on these kids because they can whip and I can't. So I try to whip, Mitch, and like I crash. I know I'm old. Turning 40 this year.
It's definitely a skill.
Well, in the modern area, it's, yeah. We got whooped as kids, and that was...
So Eggleton working his way through a little bit of traffic there. He's got a quick bend panic right in his tail. Just managed to get past Ryan Reynolds, I believe that is as well. Ryan putting down a hot lap. Getting his way through into the tricky tabletop. So Phoenix with a little bit of traffic right behind him. Holding on to the lead. He's got 1.3 seconds in hand. Trying to pull a little bit of a gap over these guys just behind him to give himself a bit of fresh air all around. He doesn't have to worry about what's going on just behind him. Through the plague bearing chicanes he comes and into the Campbelltown Hobbies double. Nice clean lines from Phoenix Eggleton out there at the moment on a nice clean run.
Phoenix, Camden, Ben, Gavin, Ryan, Brad, Scott, Rob, and Lachlan unfortunately having some trouble in this one. Camilleri that time, that 29.0 for him. Coming across the start-finish line there. We're staying with Phoenix. Orange and white, 29.1. That's his hot lap, puts him on 11 lap, 5:22. So you see the pace again getting quicker here. These guys weren't in the 11 lap realm in round number 1, but it's definitely continued to drop. You can see if you look at the, when they come down the front straight, you see there's some light patches over the bumps, especially at the end of the straightaway. See it really lighting them up. And then now the next stage is going to be when it starts to rubber up in those sections.
Yeah, Phoenix now laying down at 29.1, almost into the 28s with just over a minute remaining. Still might see a 28 from this heat with Phoenix. And we saw one earlier from Ryan Reynolds at a very early 28-second lap. So Ryan just not able to replicate that on a consistency basis. With just over a minute left on the clock. We continue to watch on with Phoenix Eggleton making his way onto the Hills RC straight away. Across the line this time around, another 29, low 29.087 that time around for Phoenix Eggleton.
Excellent lap there for young Phoenix. Puts him still on 11 lap run. Camden on 11. Gavin Webb now on an 11 lap run. Brad Verko on a 10 lap 4.00. Needs to find 4/10 to pick it up. Panic also on a 4.5 flat. Ben got to find a couple tenths. Phoenix 29.1. See what Ben and Brad got this time by. There's Ben 29.5. There you go, Ben. He's on a 5 flat .0.
And it is tight out there at the moment. A couple of drivers looking to get into those 11-lap runs. Top 3 at the moment. A couple others just on the edge of it, right on the bubble with time ticking on down. Last couple of seconds in this heat. Phoenix making his way around. At the moment, going to try and sneak through for another lap. He'll do it pretty comfortably. A 28.874 that time around for Phoenix. Eggleton into 28s as well now. A consistent run for Eggs going on at the moment as we watch on across the line. Here comes Gavin Webb. Webb gets around for another lap, only just though. Everyone's still live except for Ben Panic, Ryan Reynolds and Scott Hill. Everyone else still lapping around out there at the moment.
Brad going to get that 11. Ben just missing it. He had a little battle with another car out there in the final couple of corners. It cost him the 10th of a second that he needed. Phoenix going to take this one. Sets new quick time for young Phoenix. Camden second. Gavin going to bring home a 3. Brad getting that 11 lap. Ben, like I said, 5 flat .1. Ryan, Scott, and Rob. That's how it's going to round down.
Good run there from young Phoenix. Eggleton, Camden as well. Good run for those two drivers.
Man.
So we got our blowers out on track. Getting those marbles off the track. We're starting to see it go from marbles to dust. We're going to chuck it on over to Scotty G. He's got another interview for us. Take it away, Scotty G.
Round 2 of qualifying continues. We've grabbed Gavin Webb for a chat. New X-ray driver, new to the team. How's it going so far?
Yeah, really good, really good. Been an awesome weekend. So good start to the new car, I think, probably the best way to put it.
Track looks like it's evolving pretty quickly out there. Looks like there's a lot more grip already, even over round 1. Is that how it actually is to feel, or am I just imagining that?
No, definitely, 100%. Yeah, much more grip. Made a few changes, so the car was better overall, which was good. So.
Well, all the best as you keep developing through the day. Hope to see you right up near the top.
Thanks, boys. Have a good one. Thank you.
All right, back to the Masami chat.
Oh,
Come
yeah,
on,
the
talk
Masami
about
story.
feet.
So,
Let's hear it.
Story time with Mitch and Scotty. So, we're at the 2000, it's 4 or 5 really race at the Tamiya track in California. And Masami was there. I had the honor of being asked to be the race director. Mike Reedy called me up 2001 and say, hey, Scotty, we want to bring you in and do this. And it was awesome. So Masami's there, and during one of the breaks, he had his drift car. That's when drifting was just kind of starting. So Masami's there with his KO stick radio and everything, driving around, and it's a break. So I'm like, all right, we're just trying to make some entertainment. I said, Masami, let me try that. I've never driven a drift car. I know RC car. I get to an apex, I want to power through, you know what I mean, like that. So I'm out there making a fool of myself. Everybody's laughing and stuff like that. So I drive for, 2-3 minutes or whatever. Can't get it figured out. So what does Masami do? Masami's this guy to give me the radio. So he takes the radio back. I kid you not. Sits down, takes off his shoes and socks, drives the drift car with his feet 1,000 times better than I did. I mean, it looked like, he was just getting it around. It was, yeah. So, yeah, Masami made an absolute fool out of me, but it was amazing. He's driving his car with his feet. It was epic. So, yeah, that's my Masami throwing pie in my face and, yeah, making a fool out of me. But it was for a good cause, and it was entertainment. Absolutely. But, yeah, he's a legend for sure. So, I think it'd be great to have him here.
So out on track now, heat number 4 of 6. Now we saw Davey having a great run in the previous round. Track starting to dry out. It will be quite different for him on track now. Had a very, very consistent round last time. So let's see what he can do in this heat. Managed to get, I think, about a P7 or P8 overall from the previous round. See how we can go replicating that on this round. First lap's about to tick off here with Davey going to kick it off. Check his lap. Oh, mistake from the first lap around. Managed to catch it. Got bucked like a bull out there. 28.1 from Peter Seckel. Davey Batta with a 28.8. Still a respectable first lap, considering. Probably lost about a half a second, maybe even more from that mistake.
Davey had a top 10 run. I think it was a 8 for the round, I think, if memory serves me. It usually doesn't, but still a top 10 run for Davey.
Ooh.
It would be an awesome story if Davey, on his first international race out of the C group, I'll stop talking about it because I don't want to jinx him. His dad's at home watching saying, Scotty, shut your pie hole.
Peter Seckel having a rough second lap there, managing to go off that tricky tabletop, ending on the grass, going for a couple of rolls. Once again, got it wheels down and away you went. Having a rough start to this one. He's dropping back a couple of cars now. So out front once again is Davey Batta. Jaden Edmonds running that Schumacher. Early days in that Schumacher. He only changed over a couple of weeks ago to the Schumacher cars. Not having any runs in it. He's doing okay.
28-0, 28-0 for Davey. It was a good interview when Scott had a chat with him after his first round. He was just out there trying to keep it steady and did very, very well. Maybe about 9/10 of a second in his first round difference between his best lap and his worst lap. Pretty consistent.
Yeah, it's epic. Oh, big crash here coming onto the straight before Davey gets there.
Saito going for a ride.
So Davey, that time around, another 28.5. He has gone quicker. He's gone all the way down to a 28.0. So there is still time to find here for Davey as he works his way through the Camptown Hobbies double-double. Nice clean line, gets the down ramp nicely. Works his way into the Elstrom step up to the Dunbury drop. Into the tricky tabletop, getting a little bit out of shape, trying to get on the power there. Managed to get it worked out though. So looking for a 28 or 27 second lap out there, I'd say, for Davey. Consistent 28s at the moment though. That's what he really needs with a halfway mark. 2:30 down with 2:30 to go.
Over the front side, double-double, very nice. Climbing up the hill. Muffet Man sitting in the 3 spot right now. 29.0, last lap for Sam. Sam driving in orange and yellow. Down to Dunbury, drop off there. Down the hill, coming up to the tricky tabletop. And around that left hand, right hand, down a straightaway. Go Sam. See what Sam's got this time by.
Muffet family has a lot to do with both this club and racing in the Sydney area as well. They do a lot of on-road racing, off-road racing. Mainly with the Muffin Man, Samuel Muffet himself. Really good family, help out a lot in the Sydney area. So that time around for Samuel Muffet was a 29.9 as we follow on board with him. Still going over that tricky tabletop, working his way to the Hobby Wing Havoc corner and to the Hills RC straight away. This time around for Samuel Muffet, 29.2, so consistently in those low 29s.
As we follow Sam around, we look at the lap times from Davey. Davey now cracking into the 27. Feeling the flow here halfway through this one. He had a 27.8 and a 27.9. This time by 27.8 again. So Batta definitely in the zone right now. Throwing down another good run. He had a top 10 run, but now a lot of traffic. Patience going to have to play out here for Davey.
Working his way through one car there, one on its roof. I think it was Fumasato again coming Gutsa through the chicane. Whole heap of traffic here for Davey Batta. Working his way onto the Hills RC straight away. 2 more to navigate with 45 seconds left on the clock. Gillett just in front of him, as well as Bleed. That is Sims. Carter Sims not too far in front of that.
Got Edmonds, a 28.9 that time in the second spot. He's on the run to go second overall. Top 5 guys right now on TQ times. Batta, Edmonds, Seckold, and Muffet. All better than Phoenix's Ben Cribbin also better than Phoenix's time. Phoenix had a 11 lap 5:21. Running 5:10 right now for Batta. Batta's got one more lap to go. He's got clean track for him.
Peter Seckel managing to work his way back into this one now. Had a really rough first few laps. Has worked his way back up to P3. 28.5 last time around. So really starting to work his way back into this one after probably losing 5 to 6 seconds from the first 2 laps alone. Time ticked on down. Time expired here as Davey comes across the line, finishing up with a 28.0. Laps in time with 11 lap run, 5:09.8. Good run there again from Davey Batta. Looking for another top 10 run, I would say, for Davey. Jaden Edmonds in the 2 spot. Peter Seckold in the 3. Samuel Muffet, the Muffin Man, in 4. Ben Cribbin in 5. Still waiting for Gillett and Carter Sims looking to come home. 6th and 7th. Coretti in the 8 and Fumasato. A rough run there. A couple of big stacks coming home in the 9 spot.
Great run there for Davey. Davey, a 1 second variation from his best lap to his worst lap. And that says a lot. That's pretty amazing. Good run there, Davey. Good run. Another good run for Davey Batta. See if that's going to be good enough. Jaden Edmonds, I think Jaden's got to be. Jaden, you happy with that run? I think so. That's a good run. Yeah, good run. 11 lap, 5:14 for Jaden with his brand new Schumacher ride, so good for him.
Gonna chuck it on down to Scotty G now, who has the Muffin Man.
Round 2 of qualifying continues. We grab Sam Muffett for a chat. Sam, that looked like a pretty tidy run out there for you.
Yeah, it was pretty smooth. Car felt pretty good. Just trying to clean up some corners for the next one. Yeah, it was pretty good.
It's all about those little improvements, isn't it? What's it like as as an experience running at a World's warm-up like this?
Oh, it's nuts. The driving quality from all the top guys is insane. It's really cool seeing the guys from overseas who obviously do this as a living. It's cool to see how they go and how they drive.
Beautiful. Well, all the best for your running this afternoon, and soak up as much as you can.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Sam Muffett. Scotty, Mitch, back to you in the Team Associated Broadcast Studio.
Thank you, Scotty. Good to hear from the Muffin Man. He's a good kid. Samuel Muffett having a good run there as well. That puts him 4th overall so far. Still 2 heats to go here, up to heat number 5 of 6 for round number 2 of qualifying here at Hills RC for the IFMAR Pre-Worlds. Couple of big dogs in this one we'll be looking out for. Aiden Horne having a good run last time around as well. Jarod, Ment, Lockie Monday, Tom Rinderkneht, Jordan Isagen, Martin Bayer, Matthew Cooper, Christopher Sturdy, and Logan Toia, all in this heat. Some big, big names. Everyone making their way around to the line to start things off. Aiden Horne will kick it off for us. He'll be setting first time around.
30 seconds to the start.
What do you think Davey's time is going to put him at? Think top 10 again?
I think around the 8th or 9th spot this time, again. So you're just sneaking into the top 10. It was a very nice, consistent run. Love to see how it comes out from this one. I know there was a fair few drivers that struggled from this heat last round that probably should have done a little bit better.
Yes.
So we'll see how these drivers go in this heat this time, see if they don't trip up on each other. Good thing about where Davey's sitting, he doesn't really have a huge amount of drivers that are on the same pace as him. So he's sort of lapping a fair bit quicker than everyone around him. They sort of give him a bit extra room.
We talked about that in two-wheel drive. For my feeling is if I'm not the fastest or in the top 3, yeah, I don't want to be in the fast heat. I'd rather be in the slower heat and be the fast guy in the slower heat.
Yep.
Much like Davey is right now, and it's fared well for him in the first 2 rounds.
Tom Rinderkneht, I think, going way off the track there. It's going to cost a big lot of time there. Rough first lap. So yeah, as we reseed after this round, we'll see Davey Batta probably end up either in the top heat or at worst the second heat. But second top heat, the B heat, the B seed, B regrade.
We're taking 9. We got 9 in every heat, so he had an 8 in the first round. So like I said, depending how this plays out.
1 minute down out there, 4 left on the clock. We got Jarod Ment on screen and on top of the timing sheets at the moment, working his way through the plague-bearing chicane through into Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Yeah, Jarod making a slight mistake after having a great run early in the previous round. Went off onto the grass and lost about 3 or 4 seconds in that lap alone just from carrying of the water on the tyres. Takes quite a bit of time to get that water off the tyres. Jarod Ment leading the way over Martin Bayer. Jordan Isgin in the 3 spot. Jordan one to watch as well. Jarod last time around a 28.197. Looking to set new time to beat with an 11 lap run, 5:09 at this stage, just in front of Davey Batta.
Man, getting things right, 28.3, 27.9 in the 28.1. Pick up Tom Rinderkneht in this one. See Hunter, ask and you shall receive. Tom Rinderkneht. Switching over to Schumacher for this year. Young and up-and-coming talent. One of the top 10 scale racers from America. Making his first international race.
Was Tom that had a roll in the opening lap there, coming through the chicane, came in hot, ended up on his lid. Had to wait about 6 or 7 seconds to get back on track there. So you can see he's down the order at the moment. He is doing decent times, though. 28.3 last time around. Looking to try and work his way back into this one. He's about 3 seconds behind Jordan Isagen.
I think
drops down to about 2.4 now, though.
Yeah, his best lap right there, 28.2, was really good. Big whip going in, a double-double. Oh, that played out nice for him. Tom definitely pushing it. Needs to get that time back. Hard to come back after a first lap like that, but 36. It was a 36.3. So, yeah, it was 8 seconds.
Costly mistake on the first lap. Once again, does seem to set a precedent for the rest of your run. But nonetheless, Tom really trying to bring that back into play, trying to make the best of a bad situation out there. Jarod Ment still leading the way. Lockie Monday in 2. Matthew Cooper up in 3. Christopher Sturdy on a better run in P4. Martin Bayer rounding out your top 5. Lockie Monday with a 27.7 that time around, trying to set new hot lap of the heat.
Minute 30 to go. Rendering last lap, 28.1. Chris Sturdy at a 28. All right, following Martin Bayer on the racetrack here from the Czech Republic. Rocking the X-Ray. Carrying the X-Ray banner, leading the team here. X-Ray, a big contingency here at Hills Off-Road. Ari Bakla, the importer of X-Ray here in Australia, HEI company. And they have a huge following here at Hills Off-Road. Great to have Martin Bayer and Bartek Zalewski coming here from Europe. Support the pre-world, support all the X-Ray. Got Chase Lemieux from X-Ray here from the United States. These guys trying to get things figured out.
Martin Bayer last time around a 27.7. This time around a 28 flat as we watch on board with him getting around the Raw Speed Rumble into the Plague Bearings chicane to the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Nice lines through there, smooth up to the top of the track. Using all the track around, getting onto the brakes, into the Dunbury drop to the tricky tabletop. Gets it down nice and smooth, but gets a little out of shape, trying to get on the power, working his way back up to the Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Down the main straightaway. That time around a 28.2, lost a couple of tenths of a second trying to get on the power after that tricky tabletop. As time expires here, Jarod Ment, your leader, picking him up on screen, wrapping this one up. As he works his way around for his last lap, trying to set new TQ time, looking on pace to do so. Crosses a line there, setting pace to beat, time to beat of 11 lap run, 5:09.144. Lockie Monday closing in towards the end there, only half a second behind. Matthew Cooper coming across the line as well with 11 lap run. Martin Bayer, 11 lap run. Christopher Sturdy, 11 lap run, as well as Aiden Horne. Still waiting on Toia. All drivers from this heat in 11 lap runs.
Very good run there for Jordan Ment. Jordan pretty much 27 and 28 for the entire run. Good. What did I say, Jordan?
Yeah.
Jarod. Yeah, I need glasses. Sorry. Jarod, 11 lap 5:09. You know, if you guys wouldn't have brought it up, nobody probably would have saw it. So, yeah. So good run there for Jarod or Jordan, either one. Lachlan at 11. Like I said, 11 laps across the board. We're going to throw it down to Scott. Going to have a talk with Jarod Ment.
First time this weekend we've had a chance to speak to Jarod Ment. Jarod, you're looking really comfortable out there this morning.
Yeah, first run was good. I unfortunately touched the grass and it cost me quite a few seconds, but that one was a lot better. I passed Aiden early on and he was putting me under pressure, but I felt good and I could hold my line pretty easily.
Yeah. I watched the last couple of minutes, particularly focusing on your car. The car looks like it's behaving nicely. A little bit of understeer for some of the guys, but you look like you're getting into the apexes all right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got a little bit of understeer, but I think right now with the conditions, it's creating some rear grip in turn. So the car's a bit on the safe side, but I'm happy with that for the conditions.
Beautiful. Well, that's a really nice start to the day. I think we're going to see you up and about later on.
Hope so. We're going to keep moving forward.
Beautiful. Scotty, Mitch, let's go back to you in the Team Associated Studios.
All right. Good run, Jarod. Or what did I call him? Jordan. I said Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan.
Once, so, yeah, good run there.
Could have been worse. We could have been calling Lockie Donnelly Matthew.
True, yes. Now that you said it, I probably will. All right, so 11 lap 5:09. That's what these guys are shooting for. Look at Davey's time. Oh, holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers at a 5:09. 7/10 of a second between first qualifier right now and fifth.
Tight.
Man, that is tight.
So up now, the top heat. Big dogs before we go into the reseed for the next round. Kicking this one off in 15 seconds. Lachlan Donnelly will kick it off for us. Kaerup, Cardo, Kobbevik. Olowski will start off P5.
7, 6, 5.
All right, ready to kick this one off. So these fast guys did 11 lap 5:10 in the opening round. You can see all these guys from the B group and the C group were faster than that already. So that just shows you how the track is picking up the pace.
Kaerup with an early mistake there, needing a marshal from turn 2, the ProTech whip jump. It's going to cost him about 3 or 4 seconds. It was a fairly quick marshal from Matthew Cooper, but it has dropped him behind Cooke Kato on the track, so it will cost him at least 3 or 4 seconds.
As lap number 1 starts to be completed. Right now we got the Schumachers, the Kobbevik and Orlowski at the top of the board. Waiting for Lemieux to come across. Lemieux goes P3 there with a 27. So we got 4 guys right now with 27s. Kobbevik, Orlowski, Lemieux, and Kato out of the gate. Following Lachlan Donnelly on the track right now, 28-2 opening lap for him. Backs it up there with a 27.6 lap. Very good lap. But Kobbevik at the top, 27.5 for him and a 27.5. Orlowski goes 27.6, 27.4 for Orlowski.
So Orlowski running the Schumacher. Once again, we saw yesterday as the track dried out, those Schumachers really started to come into the game. Again here, the fall drive. We're starting to see that struggle a bit in the damp conditions early in the day. Now the track's starting to dry out. Orlowski coming across the line this time around, drops it down his position, 27.587, 8 thousandths of a second behind Daniel Kobbevik from that lap around. Still right there, so Kobbevik and Orlowski right on the same pace at the moment. Orlowski and Kobbevik working their way through traffic. Kobbevik at the moment got a couple of cars all the way around him. So we follow on board with Orlowski. Working his way to the Hobby Wing Havoc. He's going to work his way into this traffic that Kobbevik is currently working his way through at the moment.
Kobbevik blow the end of the straightaway and chop down on Cooke Kato right behind him there. Orlowski out front. Fast lap so far in this one, 27.4. In round number 1, the fast lap was a 27.8, so 4/10 faster in the hot lap category. Donnelly across the line, 27.6. Ari Bakla, 27.6. So most drivers here in the 27. There's Kaerup with a 27.4. Hot lap is still Orlowski, 27.4. But Kobbevik at the top of the board. Halfway there, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go.
Kobbevik leading the way, Orlowski 2, Rivkin in 3, Donnelly now bumping his way up to the 4 spot, Barkler in 5, Chase Lemieux in the 6, Cooke Kato in the 7, Marcus Kaerup in the 8. Batta is still having a couple of issues, look like timing issues, a 55-second lap last time around. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Orlowski though, leading the way now, over 2/10 of a second from Daniel Kobbevik. So we follow on board with Kobbevik working his way into the Elserum step up. Down the back straightaway into the Dunbury drop towards the tricky tabletop. Carl looking smooth out there at the moment. 2/10 of a second behind the leader of Michael Orlowski. Rivkin last time around a 27.350, new hot lap as Marcus Kaerup takes it off of him at 27.278.
These guys bringing the heat here midway through this second round of qualifying. Kobbevik back to the top. A 10th over his Schumacher teammate. Then it's Rivkin and Donnelly and the Associated. Then it's going to be the X-ray there. Bakla and Lemieux. Lemieux just doing his hot lap, the last lap, 27.4. Kaerup with hot lap at the race, 27.2. Donnelly, 27.3 that time. That's his best lap. Kobbevik answers with a 27.4. We got 1:10 to go.
Hot laps coming out left, right, and center at the moment. Kobbevik with a 27.4. Orlowski that 27.3, 27.3 from Lachlan Donnelly. Half the field doing their hot laps in the last lap around. Chase Lemieux with a 27.332 last time as well. Kobbevik leading the way by now, 300ths of a second, nothing in it between Kobbevik and Orlowski as Kobbevik makes his way across the loop. That time around at 27.6. Olowski comes across the line, a slower lap for Olowski at 28.5, drops him down to P4. It is tight for the top four at the moment, only 0.6 of a second, separating the top three drivers.
Kobbevik, Donnelly, Rivkin, top 7 ahead of Jarod Ment's time. So Ment looking to get an 8 for the round right now. So we're in the final 20 seconds. We follow Daniel Kobbevik, your leader from Norway. Out front in his Schumacher. In that bright yellow, blue, a bit of green on white wheels. Sure be faster with yellow wheels.
Oh.
Nice save, steered into it. Punched the throttle. What a save from Kobbevik. He had 0.3 on Donnelly, so this is going to move Donnelly now up. Rivkin right behind him. Rivkin a 10th back. 0.3 of a second between the top three. Orlowski 0.9 back. We are winding down here. This one's still live.
Kobbevik coming across the line here. See where he ends up. Drops down all the way to P4. Rivkin showing at the top of the timing sheets right at the end there. Donnelly having a slightly slower lap. Spencer Rivkin laying down some heat on the last lap, taking it by 0.2 of a second.
Man, stellar run. Rivkin keeping his head down for the whole run. So the top 10 for round 2. Rivkin 1, Donnelly 2. Orlowski gets a 3, Kobbevik a 4. Chase Lemieux going to get a 5. Ari Bakla a 6. Marcus Caerup 7. Jordan Ment out of the B group gets an 8. Lachlan Monday a 9. Matthew Cooper round out your top 10. Did I say Jordan again?
Yes,
That's
you
going to
did.
be the role, like Matthew Cooper, right? Yeah. So well done for those guys out of the B group. Davey 11 out of the C group. Not as good as round 1, but still a very, very good run for him.
We're going to chuck it over to Scotty G. He's going to have another interview with us. Chucking it on over. Go for it, Scotty G.
If you're a race fan, you love to see that one. The lead changing 3, 4, 5 times. I'm with Spencer Rivkin getting to the front right on the last lap. There's a lot going on out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, the shadows are changing as you're driving. The pace is changing. There's some lap traffic kind of going on. It was a bit strange. I didn't have a car number on my body, and I heard like the refs talking next to me, and I'm just like, oh crap, like I'm fucking disqualified. But that's something that we'll have to work on our own. We have different bodies for the prototype car here, so the car felt pretty good. I think that I just haven't started off that great. I'm like really far off at the start, and then I have to like really manage to build up the speed throughout the run. There's a couple top out moments from the guys that were running well in that run, so. That kind of got a little bit even at the very end. So, yeah, overall, the track seems like to be more it's the evolution of the track's happening quicker now than it was yesterday, probably because it's a little bit warmer earlier on, and with four-wheel drive buggy, four-wheel drive brakes, the track kind of breaks a little bit quicker. So, other than that, I think should be pretty. It was definitely good.
So you did just describe there it as a prototype car. Is there anything you could tell us about what you're running today?
It's a prototype four-wheel drive car. So, that's basically about it. It's obviously coming out here to Australia with something that we've it's been in the works for quite a while. So this is kind of the first time we've ever really ran it, literally.
Perfect. Well, I'll keep asking you and try and get some more sneaky information later on. But all the best as the day continues.
Yeah, like I said, I'll definitely share the restaurants that we've been going to. It's been pretty awesome. So last night we went to the center and had a barbecue meal, and it was pretty good.
Well, that sounds like a fantastic way to finish. Thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
We're going to have a chat to Daniel Kobbevik as well. Daniel ran right at the front in that heat all the way through until one fateful last lap. Just came a little bit unstuck for you. But how's conditions out there?
It was much better now. It was very slippery today in the morning, but really good run. Felt comfortable, and I felt I was in control after Michael did a small bubble. And then I touched the curb before the double, and I copied his mistake early in the run. So yeah.
Now there's two questions that everyone is asking. The first is, are Shoemaker bringing back the white shirts? I mean, we've got to bring white shirts back to RC. How's the white shirt brigade going?
It's so nice to stand on the driver's stand, not having the black T-shirt, keeping some heat away.
The second question, of course, we just heard Spencer speaking there about the prototype four-wheel drive they're running. You guys are running something a little bit different yourself this weekend. Is there something you can tell us about what you're doing in four-wheel drive?
Same like him. We also have a prototype four-wheel drive, and it's working awesome. So yeah, it's a pleasure driving it. 4-belt transmission, I think I've been told. Is that right? Yeah. So Trish already told you that, right?
That's exactly right. We'll see if we can get some more information out of him a little bit later, but all the best. Car's looking really good out there.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm enjoying it.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. That's Daniel Kobbevik. We also had a chat there with Spencer Rivkin. You heard it here. Prototype cars being run by Team Associated and Shoemaker in four-wheel drive today. The Team Associated car just in the hands of Spencer Rivkin. The Shoemaker car, as we understand it, being run by Kobbevik himself, Daniel Mikolovsky and Tom Rinderkneht. So that's the big news here. There's whispers also of a Kyosho four-wheel drive prototype. Haven't been able to confirm that, but the big news is those prototype four-wheel drive cars. We're going to go to a short break now, a little video snippet, then we're going to come back for a chat with Mr. Cayote. So join us on the other side of this break for a little bit of an extended chat as we wait for qualifying 3 to continue. Stick with us. We're here in the break between rounds 2 and 3 of qualifying. We've stumbled across Oscar Jansen, a very well-known name in the industry, but bringing a new name to the sport in the name of Coyote. I mean, firstly, welcome to Australia. How's the trip been and the visit so far?
Trip has been amazing. Actually, it's my first time to be here in the southeast and in Sydney. I've been in Australia before in Perth at the World Championships. But to come here down is really, down under they say, right? It's really incredible, and it's a totally new experience for me. It's like I travel somewhere in Jurassic Park at the moment.
We do have those birds flying around early in the morning, making all sorts of funny noises. Give me a sense of your first impressions of this track and as a venue for the World Championships a little later in the year as you came in on Friday and had a look around.
Yeah, I was here a bit earlier, just after the big rainstorm.
Okay.
And I saw the track and I go, wow, this will be really an incredible World Championship because it is back to the old school, basically. You know, you have to, the driver is going to make the difference here. And it's really exciting for me to see this because I think it's really good for the hobby, for the industry as a whole.
And tell me about, so you're here with Coyote, tell me about what you can have the opportunity to learn here as supporting your drivers at a pre-Worlds event. What are the kinds of things that you're paying attention to?
Actually, it's very interesting you ask because when I arrive here, I already have like 5 things in the mind that we need to improve for. You know, in Europe and also in USA, you lose a lot hotter motors. Everybody asks for more power, and here you need not more power, you need drivability, all this little detail to make your car handle right. So it's really, for me, not an eye-opener, but yeah, go back to 10, 12 years ago, and yes, I did that at that time, and it will be helpful also for the world. So.
And now it's just you and I. Nobody's watching online, so you can tell me some secrets. Are there particular things that you're looking to come back with later in the year along those lines?
Yes, basically, we will do some updates on the product. We will add maybe 1 or 2 part numbers to our product line. Not in particularly for this World Championship, but also in advance for when people are driving this kind of dirt, what they need to optimize their product.
The product line, Coyote, is expanding quite rapidly. Give us a sense of where you're at the moment in your development and what sorts of things are out and about and what's coming along.
At the moment, we are, as you might have noticed, we're 100% focusing on the racing. All the products that are coming out will be focused on racing. We have a new charger line And the motors are now done. The 1.8 ESC is totally done. The motors are coming for the 1.8 also. And as you know, we have already our battery line, which is pretty popular, and you will see some very exciting new products coming out in the next 3-4 months. I tell everybody to stay tuned. It will be really interesting, for sure.
You are a very experienced person in the sport. You've been around a long time. I want to ask you a little bit about what you've seen on track this weekend. Some of the drivers you've noticed, some of the kind of trends of what people are working on. Tell me one or two of the drivers that have caught your eye, things that you've been impressed with over the course of yesterday and today.
Seriously, I was really impressed yesterday in the two-wheel drive with the Australian guy who was on TQ, Lachlan. I was seriously, I thought he would crash 3 times off the track with all these famous names behind him, but he kept it under control, and the last final was one for in the books, and I hope he will do really well at the World Championship. Of course, the other is, I can only say Orlovsky, because I know things were not perfect, but the way he's pushing that car around is seriously amazing. I just came from the 12 scale Euros and put the car on the track. Suddenly he has bumps and he needs to fly, and like nothing happened. I'm seriously impressed by his professional attitude and the way he drives.
I spoke to him yesterday and said, how do you go from driving a slot car on carpet to kind of, his two-wheel drive was sliding and spinning and opposite locking, and he said, give me 2 or 3 laps.
Yes, exactly, and he did, and it showed. And then in the first final, as you know, he won, and because of a little mistake in his choice of tires, he wasn't so competitive in the second and the third, but nevertheless, he will be there at the Worlds for sure.
It does strike me that here, I guess this is true at any race, but here in particular, there's a whole lot of pieces that have to line up, don't there? There's chassis setup, the electronics, on your side, the way the tyres are used. It's a controlled tyre, of course, but they work differently. There's so much that goes into this. I'm thinking about the drivers, I guess, who aren't here, who aren't having the opportunity to learn this weekend, and maybe even some of the teams.
Mistake. Big mistake. They would have learned a lot, and I still think if people have the chance to come, they should. It's really important to be back here and see how everything is going on dirt. We're so used to carpet and the really hard packed dirt with the blue grooves. It's not here. They put water on the track in the morning. It's like ice skating, and this you really need to learn. So.
Let me ask you to cast your mind back. You've been to a bunch of World Championships over the years. Tell me, one or two of your favourites. I guess events that stick in your mind as really exciting to be at, or a wonderful venue, or a different culture, or a surprise winner. I don't know. What makes a good World Championship in your mind?
A good World Championship for me is the unknown surprise that comes up. One of the one that stays in my mind, and I will never ever forget, is the one that is also one of the most watched on YouTube, is the A final of the World Championship in Bangkok in touring car. This one is really a history maker, where the 2 best at that time at the world were fighting each other. And even it was not only a racing thing, it was even in front of the race a mental game, like Mark walking by and I'm going to get you, Atushi, in the next final. And all these things all worked together and made this race, and really for me, an unforgettable one. So that one is for sure the number 1 in my books.
That was an extraordinary race and an extraordinary pass. And so interestingly, both those guys, Mark Reinhardt and Atsushi Hara, almost having a kind of a rebirth, aren't they?
Actually.
Reinhardt winning the European Championship last year, and then just last week in 12 scale. Hara's been back on track. What do you think that longevity and that return to form it goes down to for those 2 guys?
Having a new confidence and see a new opportunity, basically. I think both of them were a little, not lost, but searching a new adventure. And when I spoke with them in Thailand last year, suddenly I could see the sparks in their eyes again. And both of them actually, and they're actually, many people I think know they are really good friends also. And they help each other, although they don't drive the same car brand. But I can feel the spirit of them has really go up. And I would say with Mark maybe a little bit more than with Hara, but Hara wrote me yesterday, Oscar, we have such a good working team now and everything is great. And I have to say the motivation from everybody is there, and it spins off to everything basically. What we're doing at the moment, you see everybody behind is very motivated and enthusiastic, and even our competitors, oh, don't stop what you're doing, continue, continue. So it's cool.
I had the opportunity to meet Hara last year in Manila at the Philippine Masters. He was so excited, he was so energised, he was so popular, and he was so fast.
Yes.
Any chance we'll be able to talk him into a 10 scale Worlds later in the year to come out here and have a race?
The deal is done, he's coming.
He's coming?
Yeah, he's coming. Yeah.
Do we know what car manufacturer he'll be running, or is that yet to be worked out?
For the moment, I won't say more, but he is for sure coming. He really wanted to be there. He even asked, and I said, please. Yeah, he said, please come. And so.
That's about the best news I think I've heard all week, that Atsushi Hara will be here later in the year to rejoin a 110 scale off-road scene. He's got a big program this year, of course.
Yeah, he's very busy. He will attend many races, and not only races, he's also become, like Mark, basically, our brand ambassador. And we're really supporting him for that. How much and which classes he will exactly race, maybe he will only join four-wheel drive and not two-wheel drive. We will see. But he will for sure be here and representing Team Coyote. So.
Wonderful. Last question is to ask you what are the kind of highlights over the rest of the year? What's on your program? There's a World Championship here, of course. There's the e-buggy Worlds in Portugal a little later in the year. What are the highlights for 2025? Do you think as you look ahead?
The biggest highlight will of course be the World Championship here in Australia. We are really preparing well for it. We are coming with some nice people. Of course. This is a super beautiful event, beautiful track, everything is fantastic. But other races, yes, ETS in June will be a big one. Of course, to Portugal for the World Championships. And we will go to Singapore soon. There's an international event.
In July,
We will have an event in Indonesia, actually, with our distributor there. It will also be interesting. And many things to do, but it's cool. So.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the chat. Oscar Jansen from Coyote Electronics. Wonderful to have you here. One of the really experienced people in our industry, and we're looking forward to all that Coyote bring to market, but also to the racetrack through the rest of 2025.
Thank you so much. And please, anybody watching, please come to Australia, watch this race. And not only to watch, please try to race too. Don't be scared that the big guns is here. You will learn so much from it. So, and look forward to be back soon.
Well, let's put him on the Australian Tourism Bureau. He's a big fan of Australia. Wonderful to have him here at this race. We're going to take a quick break now before we go into round 3 of qualifying here at the World's Warm-Up at Hills Off-Road RC in Sydney, Australia. I've been joined by Oscar. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments.
And we are back here getting ready to rock and roll round number 3. Very good interview there with Oscar from Team Coyote. So good to hear about him, and some big news that the one and only Atsushi Hara is going to be joining us for the World Championship. That's huge news.
That's awesome.
I'm a big Hara fan. Hey, as we get ready for qualifying round number 3, we got to some big shout outs here. Thanks to some of the sponsors that making it possible for the World Championship. Huge thanks to Campbelltown Hobbies. Big thanks to them for all they do for not only the World Championships here, but also at all racing all over Australia. Thanks to Hobby Wing Technology, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, AMA and Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, Air Water Power,
Elsram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbray Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, Onsite Hire, Mobbox Graphics, and do not forget Team Associated for bringing you the media booth here, getting us running, Scotty.
Yep, big thanks to Team AE for their support, helping us bring the broadcast to the world here, the world's warm-up. Excited to be here on what's another spectacular day Not a cloud in the sky last 3 days. That is pretty awesome.
Doesn't get better than that.
Nope, not at all. What's temperature now? Temperature picking up a little bit.
Tractor on out.
24.
Yeah, should
They
be
say
around the 24.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, I'm about to
unbuttoned.
take the hoodie off. Yep, it's time to switch over and see racers here from the first race running out here. David Norden, welcome to the show. It was a great interview with Oscar there. Oscar, a legend, been in the industry, 40 years. And great to have him be part. Big thanks to Team Cayote for their support. Hello to everybody at Trackside watching. Good to have you folks following along.
David Norden actually, fella from back home, does a fair bit of tech sort of stuff as well, working on some pretty cool stuff, maybe related to the hobby. See what he posts up in the next couple of months to potentially year. Working on some cool
Teasing
stuff
us
out there.
with some info.
So first heat up, once again we're rolling back into heat number 1 of 6 out there at the moment. Andrew Norris, there has been a bit of a reshuffle for this round. So they have done a regrade, regrid, reshuffle.
I think resort.
Resort.
That's what
the
we
only
say in
one I missed,
America, yeah. So.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm in trouble.
So first heat up, here we go. All cars are lined up and are ready to rock and roll here for qualifying round number 3. Big thank you for everyone jumping on board, watching wherever you are watching from. Make sure you do like, comment, and share from where you are watching from, whether it be trackside or around the world. Here we go. So round number 3 of qualifying here at Hills RC for the IFMAR Off-Road World Title warm-up round. World Titles come back here in September, October, late September, early October. Expect to see the best from around the world right here in Sydney, Australia. An incredibly beautiful and stunning scenery we have around this Sydney Hills RC track located in Castle Hills in Sydney. About 45 minutes from the airport here, about 45 minutes from central Sydney. See the sights and sounds of Sydney. If you want a holiday, it's a great opportunity to come and check out Down Under. You won't see any crocodiles down here this far south, but nonetheless you'll see plenty of wildlife, plenty of kangaroos around, plenty of bird life. Might see the odd spider, might see the odd snake. But there is plenty to do. See the Sydney Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, lots to see around here. Kicking things off, first lap around, James Whitbourne starting off with a 31.4. Stuart McMahon with a 32.1 second lap around. 33.4 for James that second lap, so he drops to P2 just behind Stuart for his second lap. A minute 30 down, 3.5 left on the clock, so plenty of time left in this one. Looking for at least a 10-lap run from these early heats as we progress to the top heats, 11, possibly even a 12-lap run later on. Wouldn't surprise me. They weren't too far away from it earlier. 31.8 that time around for Stuart McMahon. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left on the clock here in heat number 1 of 6, round number 3 of qualifying. Stuart leading the way. He's got a second over James Whitbourne in the 2 spot. Rob Smith in 3. Andrew Norris in 4. Yoshiyuki in the 5 spot. Like Yoshi getting his radio issues sorted out now. So it looks like he's got a new radio. Getting his car on track and having a run in 4-wheel drive now. One of the drivers from Japan running the Kyoshes. I believe we're following on board at the moment with Stuart. Working his way through the double-double with Campbelltown Hobbies. Into the Elsaram step up. To the Dunbury drop. Nice clean lines there. Working his way to that tricky tabletop. A whole heap of traffic coming up here. He'll have to navigate. Track really starting to dry out there now. We're starting to see those dry lines almost all the way around the track. Back half of the track still in a little bit of shaded area out there. Once again, if you're looking for information on the Worlds, this layout itself will be changed before the actual World Titles. As per standard for IFMAR rules, the entire layout will receive a whole track layout change. In between, whether it be the four-wheel drive or the two-wheel drive, whichever they decide to run first, there will be another track change where they either change direction or change a significant portion of the layout. From what we've been hearing at least, it will be a reverse layout with some modification to jump faces and landing zones. I'll have a machine out here to change that during the break day. Any more information you're looking for that, feel free to send over a comment wherever you're watching this from, and we'll try to address it as best we possibly can. Out on track at the moment though, 1 minute left to go. We've got Rob Smith leading the way. James Whitbourne in the 2, Stuart McMahon in the 3, Yoshi in the 4, Andrew Norrison 5. Rob Smith looking to set the pace here in heat number 1 of 6. Less than a minute on the clock now. Out to a 2.5 second lead out there for Rob Smith. Yoshiyuki now up to the 2 spot with a good lap. That time around a 32.6. Closes right on in. Less than 2 seconds now between Rob Smith and Yoshiyuki. 30 seconds left to go, drivers. 30 seconds left on the clock.
The top drivers are Rob Smith, Yoshiyuki Chikuba, and James Whitbourne.
Can see a couple of those vintage cars getting around in this heat as well. Might see the odd RC10 four-wheel drive getting around out there. Next heat will be heat number 2. Slowly go quicker as we go through. Obviously, there has been a reseed between round number 2 and round number 3. Time ticking on down here. So we are finishing off the last couple of laps here in heat number 1. Rob Smith and Yoshiyuki. Yoshiyuki closing right on in the last few laps. Another 33.2 last time by. Yoshi now showing at the top of the timing sheets, waiting for him to finish. So Rob Smith comes around with a 34.8, 7/10 of a second behind predicted time for Yoshiyuki. Yoshiyuki as well, laying his hot lap down last time around a 32.2. For his last lap, goes to the top of the timing sheets by 2 seconds over Rob Smith in the end. So Yoshi finally getting a run on track after having some radio issues earlier. Getting his first run in four-wheel drive here today. Just waiting on a couple of cars, making their way around on their last lap. Don't know if Devin knew that he actually had another lap there. He ended up pulling it off the track before he was ended up done, but that looks to be all cars done now. Yoshiyuki taking the top spot, setting time to beat with a 9-lap run. 5:01, not far off of a 10-lap run in the end. Only 1.8 seconds off of a 10-lap run. Next heat up, we expect majority, if not all, drivers to be in the 10, possibly even 11-lap runs. Going to chuck it over to Scotty G. Going to have a bit of a chat down with Scotty. Over to you, Scotty.
We've grabbed Stephen Haagensen for a chat after that round of qualifying. Stephen, known as the Viking, is what's the origin of that nickname, Stephen?
Oh, it's Norwegian. So come over Viking days to England and ripped and pillaged and did all that stuff.
You still in? You're not in Norway anymore. You're over here now.
No. 15 years out here I've been. So yeah, just best part of the world.
And how's the weekend going for you so far? This world's warm-up event.
It's been different. I'm running a couple of gold pans for shits and giggles type thing. So, it's been great, actually. Running the new four-wheel drive chassis. Put a 710 in it and see what happens. Just send it.
What can possibly go wrong?
Doesn't matter. It's only money in it.
Well, wonderful to have you here. All the best as the day continues.
Cheers, Scott. Thanks very much. Have a great day. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Scotty, Mitch, back to you. Put a 7-turn in and send it. What could go wrong?
7.5 turn, vintage. Probably a sizable amount quicker than what the original vintage cars used to go. So out on track now, we will have heat number 2 of 6. In this one, we got Aiden Young, Ron Kirby, Zac Panic. Bartos having a couple of issues from the first round. I think a lot of them was timing related, so he's down into heat number 2. We'll see how he goes in this run. Hopefully they got that all sorted. Blair Wallace, as well as Riley Lander, the Young Guns, Nick Poole, Andrew Cooke, and Paul Sims. Everyone making their way around into their warm-up lap. Everyone making their way now back to the starting grid. Aiden Young will kick it off for us. Had a good run in the first couple of rounds. Looking to try and capitalise on starting from the top spot in this heat. So waiting. Zalewski still a check-in. So once again, still having some timing issues when it comes to Zalewski's car. They're still looking for a transponder or something for Zalewski. Really having some issues here. Yep, Zalewski.
Happened numerous times.
Yeah, last 2 rounds, it's just been struggling to pick up that transponder, and it's not picking up anything for this heat. Got it in the trusty hands of Michael Stone.
Yeah, they're at red.
We got a noise there, so it's picked him up this time.
Yeah,
there we go.
It worked in the first couple rounds, you know, sporadically throughout the race. I just saw as Michael walk by with it. He's got it up on the servo, and let's hope.
My guess is they probably chucked in a different transponder because it didn't pick him up until they changed it over then. So hopefully they're just trying a new transponder in it.
Hopefully. It's always a tough thing, you know, when your transponder doesn't work and you're at the kind of official events. When they're my races, if I'm doing my own, if, you know, somebody transponder stops working, I'll try to hand count it. If I know he didn't blow out, something like that, you know, we try to help him the best we can. But in the official races, I know the rules are like, nope, sorry about your luck.
Yep. It is a bit of a shame when you can see it's you know, they're doing a 50-second lap. When the lap times are 25 seconds, it's
yeah, you knew, correct.
Yeah.
So shout out to everybody watching online. Kyle Kosurk checking us out back home in Wisconsin. How are you? Damien's online. What's up, Damien? Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. Got a beautiful day here at Castle Hills. Hills Off-Road RC. We're about 45 minutes from the Sydney Airport, from downtown Sydney, on a picturesque day. Four-wheel drive portion of the World Championships. We got Bartek from Poland. 28 and a 28. That is a very, very fast pace.
Much better start.
Yeah, he was on good paces in the early rounds. Just he missed a couple laps. I think 2 laps in each, and unfortunately drops him back here. We follow Bartek. So hello to mom and dad if they're at home watching, and his brother. They race our EOS series faithfully here for the last probably 8 years. I think Bartek was probably about 9 years old or so when he 10 years old when he started. Talented. We had our last EOS in Don Mitch, and he was right there. I think he took a win in like A2. I remember they had that Orlowski Ronafalk incident there, and I think it was A2 back in January. And yeah, Bartek took the win if memory serves me. He's definitely a talented young racer.
Got the car looking really good out there now, especially as the track starts to dry out. He's going to really set the pace for the rest of the heats. I would say, I wouldn't be surprised if his time holds up all the way. So probably heat number 5, heat number 6 even.
So I'm sure Dad's up watching. So, yeah, 2 in the morning back in Poland. Bartos 27-9 for the young gun. I mean, he's getting old. He's probably 17, 18 now, but they're always going to be kids. You know, Mikael Orlowski started racing, to me, at TT01s with us in the ETS. I remember in Warsaw, Poland, first time. He was, I think, 6 or 7. He's still a kid to me. He's always going to be.
I love how you referred to him as getting old there.
Yeah.
And then said 17 or 18.
Bartek having a tough lap there, 31-7. Still out front, but definitely going to cost him in his overall pace. He's on an 11-lap run, and out of Heat 2, that's pretty good. Shows you that he's not in the heat that he talent-wise should be. So we'll do another resort, regrouping, regrade, I think you guys call it here, for round 4. Aiden Young.
No.
Oh, that has been changed, so that's a different. Okay, Clive's just giving us the big not happening. So I was surprised yesterday when we did resorts, because resorts usually don't happen at Clive said, I don't like them. Yeah, I'm the opposite, though. I do enjoy them because I think if you have bad luck in seating, things like that's a perfect example. Bartek here had some transponder problems, so he's back here in the deep heats where he's on an 11 lap. I think he was on a 5:15, so that probably would have been a B main run. So it's got good and bad sides to the resort.
It's going to put at least a lap on the rest of the field out there, including almost second place of Aiden Young. So he's going to get past Aiden at least once, who's currently sitting in second. But yeah, it is a bit tough, I guess, in a lot of ways. But it can work in your favour at the same time. If you are coming close to someone at a rate of knots, they generally will move out of the way for you pretty quickly as well.
Usually, yeah, you can.
Can be hard to judge your actual pace, though. If you don't have a couple of other quick drivers in your heat, do tend to find yourself maybe relaxing a little bit more than what you should be. That sort of side of things, I'd say, as well.
You are correct, sir. Bartek, Aiden, Ron, followed by Riley, Paul. Zac Panic doing his best lap there, 31.9. Same with Paul Sims, 31.5. They're on lap 8. Blair doing a 35.9. There's Bartek. We follow him. Bartek rocking the all-factory white. He's in the X-Ray. And on the X-Ray program for many, many years, kind of since he started. Then after about 3 or 4 years, you see the talent. X-Ray picked him up as a sponsored driver. Became probably second best out of Poland next to Mikhail Orlowski. You've heard about that Mikhail kid, right? He's getting old, too. He's like 21 now or something like that.
Where does that put you?
I'm still 40, turning 40 this year. Australia, I'm turning 40. Yeah, it's going to celebrate my 40th birthday here in Australia.
So just waiting on Paul Sims and Andrew Cooke to finish up on their laps. Bartek looking to take this one out, setting the time and pace to beat here. 11 lap run, 5:16.7. Aiden Young about a lap behind that on a 10 lap run, 5:02. So not too far off missing an 11 lap run there. Not too far off at all.
The bad thing about, people see me turning 40 like, damn, Scotty, you look rough for 40 years old. Bartek walking, not happy.
At least he counted all his laps this time.
Yes, that is a positive.
Got to look at the positives.
Yeah, he's standing in the middle of the track, just hands on his hips. He's like, ay, ay, ay.
Chuck it out to Scotty G. Mystery interview here. Take it away, Scotty.
We're having a chat with Aiden Young. Aiden, hold that transmitter up for me and show me that. That's a fancy-looking skin you've got going on there. Are they your colours, or that's just something you've designed just for the transmitter?
No, I just got it off some guy in Melbourne, and he already had it on. I've just never taken it off. So,
how's the day going for you so far, four-wheel drive day? How's track conditions?
a lot better than yesterday. Yeah, it's good. Track's a lot drier, a lot quicker, so it's good.
Beautiful. Well, all the best as the day continues.
Thank you.
So out on track now, we got heat number 3 of 6. Heat 3. So Carter Sims will be our lead-off driver. Start getting towards the pointy end here. We saw Bartek setting the time to beat. I think that will carry on at least till a heat 4, heat 5 maybe. See what Carter Sims can do in this heat though.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars making their way around to the line to kick things off here. So we've got Carter Sims, Gavin Webb, Lockie Williams, Brad Verco, Ryan Reynolds, Ben Panic, Scott Hills, Scotty Giles, and Rob Maycock to round this field out.
Shane O'Connor's checking in from New Zealand. I need to check for rabbits under the driver's stand.
Oh.
Yes, that's kind of a, we were talking about that. Apparently there's, yeah.
For here?
I guess.
Yeah, right. Rabbits are legal in New South Wales. You can own one as a pet, but you can't in Queensland. Did you know that? Yep.
Man, Australia's got some weird stuff going on.
Weird as
You
hell.
got animals, everything will kill you.
Yep.
And then you can keep a rabbit in one state, but not in the other.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of other rules and laws about different states, which some of them we can't go into, and some of them are just boring. So we won't go too much further than that. But yes, rabbits. New South Wales tick. Queensland. Burr.
I'm learning more and more. You know, I'm going to get my Australian residency, I think, later this year because I come back here in about a month.
May as well, Scotty.
Exactly. I love it down here. Except the Vegemite. Not happening.
Oh, you'll get used to it.
No.
You'll get used to it.
Although Tony served me up some Vegemite at the Winter Champs, and it was tolerable. You know, first time I took just a spoonful. Ooh, that was rough. Then they put it on some proper toast and butter and everything, and it was good.
What about the Aussie foods? Have you noticed? We don't understand it down here. We go, okay, that's just normal for us.
Sausage rolls, sausage rolls are good.
Yeah, we love our sausage rolls down here.
All right, Ryan Reynolds leading the way out of the gate with a 29.1, but Carter Sims said, hey, I'm going to go a bit faster with a 28.9 that time. Puts him on 11 lap 5:20, just a tick off of Bartek's TQ from the previous heat. Right, heat 3 of 6, round number 3 qualifying. We're doing 5 rounds today and triple finals. No breaks, we're just bam into racing.
Carter Sims with that 28.9, a hot lap from the previous lap. Coming down the straight here as we watch on board with him. That time around a 29.120. So consistently into those low 29s, high 28 so far. Track continues to dry out here as we go through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. So the Elsa Rams step up. Working his way down the back short chute into the Dunbrae drop to the tricky tabletop. See how he approaches it. Nice,
Very
smooth
nice.
line there. Didn't over-jump it, just nice and clean.
Yeah. When I was here for the Nationals, I tried to do it like some of the other guys, and I just failed miserably on that table. Because there's like one sweet spot, and if you try to hit it too far, man, the car just pitches. And yeah, I think that's where you passed me on the short course when you beat me, didn't it?
I can't remember.
No, I was waiting for you to say, no, Scotty, I passed you down the straightaway around the outside. You know, I figured I tried to set it up for you, but Carter Sims out front, 28.4. Ryan at 29.5. Gavin at 30.3. How about Lachlan Williams, 29.4. That's his best lap there on lap 4.
Narrowing in on that top time now. Carter Sims only 2 seconds off of TQ time. Consistent 29.0, 29.1. Ryan Reynolds again at 29.1. About 3 seconds behind Carter Sims. So 2 minutes down. Sorry, 3 minutes down, 2 minutes to go. Carter Sims making his way around here. That time around, looking a bit slower, 31.1. So losing a bit of time on that lap around. Still holding on to the top spot, only just over Ryan Reynolds. So we follow on board with Ryan Reynolds at the moment, making his way through the raw speed rumble into the plague-bearing chicane towards the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Closing in on Lockie Williams just ahead of him as well. Lockie Williams last time by a 29.0.
Good battle here out front. 11 lap here for about 5 guys. Carter, 28.8. There's 29.0. Ryan Reynolds, his best lap, backs it up with a 29.1. Williams with a 29.1. Gavin, 29.6. Scott Hill, 30.3. Ben Panic moving up the board. They're at 29.4. Rob Maycock with a 29.4.
Me and Rob having a lot of battles around our home track at Up Chargers. Very good driver, especially in that short course. Multi-time national champ in short course.
I want to get the Chargers one day. I know you've talked great things, and many people say it's a great facility, great club up there. Someday.
A lot of Chargers guys will be watching on board. Let us know if you actually are watching from Chargers guys. Don't know if they're racing this weekend. I might actually be racing today, so maybe a few less than yesterday. I know a lot of them would sent me a message saying, oh, great work, guys. You're doing awesome.
Oh,
so that
nice.
was cool to see. And might be actually racing by now. Nonetheless, on track at the moment, Carter Sims still leading the way over Ryan Reynolds in 2. Lockie Williams in 3. Bit of traffic we're watching on board with at the moment. Lockie Williams getting way out of shape there. Keeping it in line in the end, though. Oh, and it comes to grief now. Ryan Reynolds looking for a way around on both. It comes to real grief at the end of the double-doubles. So, final couple of seconds ticking on down now. Carter Sims still leading the way. That'll probably help his gap.
Winding down here, Sims, Reynolds, Williams, and Webb, and Panic your top 5. Ben again just on the edge of that 11-lap run, 10.5.01. He needs a hero lap out of the gate here. Is he going to be able to do it? Again, 10.5 flat for Panic. He had a 10.5 flat .1 in round number 1, this time .9. Carter, Ryan, and Lachlan all going to go 11. Carter Sims looking to bring this one home. Reynolds second, Williams. Track still hot. And this one's in the books. Sims takes this one. Going to go 11 laps in a 5:22. Not as fast as Bartek's time, so Bartek's going to hold there with a 5:16.
Good run there from Carter Sims. Nice and clean all the way around. Pretty much every lap would have been within the 29s, I'd say, or the odd 28 second lap. Nice hot lap of a 28.4 as well. We're going to send it down to Scotty G. You're going to have a chat with another Scott. Scott H. Over to you, Scotty.
Always looking to have a chat with a fellow Scott. Scotty Hill, how's the morning unfolding for you out there?
Yeah, no, really good. Obviously, still running the stock motor in today, so definitely hard work against some odds, but it's making me drive the wheels off it, which is good. Always good to chase the guys. Track feels great, car feels great, so just great day. We got an extra hour's sleep, so I can't complain about that. Yeah, can't ask for much more, to be honest.
You're at the sharp end of a pretty competitive stock scene in Australia, a stock field. What's it like to step up and be in the midst of all this modified action?
Look, definitely a lot of fun. Makes you try and go that little bit faster, especially in the corners. So obviously, we pretty much hold them in the corners, and with that corner speed, we flow with the stock car. Straight line, you're always catching up, so it's sort of the tortoise and the hare sort of feel. So you make it up through the infield, you lose a little bit down the straight, so it just makes you drive a bit harder. Maybe you overdrive occasionally, but it doesn't hurt to have something to chase.
Well, all the best as you continue that battle, and we better let you go, Marshall.
Not a problem. Thanks, guys.
We were talking there with Shane O'Connor's online. He's saying, check for rabbits. Well, we had a wonderful situation when we were in New Zealand last week. Everything was swell on Saturday. Then Sunday, we had scoring problems. Like, what's going on? So we traced it back, and a rabbit decided to eat a little bit of breakfast or something like that on the coax cable from the decoder that goes to the racetrack. So we were scrambling there. So we lost about 45 minutes, but it all worked out. Able to get it set up, and so we were not pleased with the rabbits there in New Zealand.
Sounds like a similar situation I have at home at the moment. We've got rats living under the hood of my car.
Rats? What do you refer to as rats? Like mice?
Like a big mouse.
A big mouse, like rats?
Yeah, rats.
Wow.
Living in my engine bay at the moment, so that's fun. So I might have chewed through a couple of cables by the time we get home.
Jeez. It's not a squirrel, it was a rat.
So we're out on track now. We got heat number 4 of 6. Peter Sekol going to lead us away here. Logan Toia and Samuel Muffett, the Muffin Man.
Are they protected here or anything? Or?
Oh, good God, no.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Some places you can't, take care of rodents and stuff like that. But, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, no, we'll take care of them.
And kangaroos aren't protected, right? Because they're so...
No.
They're almost a pest, right? Because there's so many.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are a heritage animal here, but certain areas, especially farmlands and stuff, they are in almost plague-like.
Really?
Yeah. So they aren't protected species. I think you do need a certain license to be able to hunt them. But yeah.
You ever have kangaroo meat? Does it taste like chicken?
I've never had it.
No, I didn't know. Is that a thing? Do you eat kangaroo meat?
Yeah, you can get kangaroo meat. I'm pretty sure you can get crocodile meat and everything over here.
I heard crocodile tastes like chicken, right?
Yeah, right. Why does everything taste like chicken, Scotty?
I don't know. That's what they say.
Yeah.
All right, we got Logan Toia out front leading the way from New Zealand. Accomplished 8-scale racer. I didn't know. I learned yesterday in the interview that he prefers 10-scale.
That was a surprise to me, too. Yeah, I was surprised by that one.
Yeah, so was I, because I've only known him for his 8-scale exploits, but... the Toia family has a wonderful hobby shop there in New Zealand. I got to visit it, and it's a complete hobby shop. It's got planes, trains, automobiles. It's got everything.
Toia going for a roll there. Peter Sekol having a roll, I think, on lap number 2 as he headed through the Pro Tech whip. Toia doing a very similar thing the lap around. So they're both evening out the scoreboard when their rolls So out front, Toia, say, might drop back. Kaerup should actually bump up to the top spot. Kaerup having a bit of a rough day yesterday. Looking forward to today, I would say, though. Fuma Sato now up to P3. It's a good start for Fuma. Starting from P6 all the way up to P2 now.
Yeah, stellar finish to yesterday two-wheel drive program. Struggled a bit in qualifying round number 2 here in four-wheel drive, but looking much better here in Q3.
So yeah, Fuma running that Kayote car. Once again, the factory red. We pick him up on the screen as well now, going up the Elsa step up. It's got Andrew Gillett right behind him. Down the Dunbury drop he goes. So last lap around for Fuma. 28.9, dropped a few spots from that lap around. Looking for a better lap on this one as he goes around the Hobby Wing Havoc and on to the Hills RC main straightaway. Crossing the line this time around. Stays about P5 with a 28.5.
Andrew right behind him, and good sportsmanship there from Fuma. Just give and Andrew room. That is the way to do it.
So Andrew Gillett leading the way. Logan Toia in 2, Ben Cribbin in 3. Fuma Sato now up to the 4 spot, so has bumped up a spot out of that lap as well. Andrew leading the way by 2nd over Logan Toia at the moment, so looking a lot better today than what he was yesterday is Mr. Gillett.
Gillett, a long-time RC racer, been doing it for decades, over 30 years carrying the TLR flag. But that has changed this year. He's rocking the X-Ray.
Bit of a surprise change for me, but I guess TLR at the moment is just...
They went through some changes. I know they got rid of all their big guns and, changed their mindset for how they're going to have their professional race team. So it definitely caused a lot of ripples in the RC industry, especially in America. Things like that. They're kind of going more for sponsoring, just supporting the average racers, not having the big top-level pros. But I think that'll probably change. I think within a year or so, maybe management will see, maybe those guys did sell some products for us. I mean, guys like Dakota Fenn, they were, the poster boy for the brand. And, he had a lot of fans that what Dakota ran, they ran.
Yeah, for sure. 45 seconds left in this one. Gillett still leading the way. And, yeah, those ripples, those cracks fell all the way down to Australia. I mean, the part supply issue was a big issue over in America, we know that. But, I mean, it's even harder over here where if parts aren't getting to the US, where the team is based, man, they're not getting down here, that's for sure.
I mean, you look at a driver like Andrew who ran that brand for 30 years, and then it causes him to take pause and make a change.
So Gillett just making a mistake there, coming through the Campbelltown Hobby double-double, still leading the way by 0.7 of a second. Might give Logan Toia the opportunity here to take that over, although Toia losing a little bit of time in that last lap, couple of tenths at most. Gillett making his way to the line. Check his laps. He crosses line with time expiring. 29.1, so did lose a couple of tenths, down to 0.3 of a second between Gillett and Toia now. Waiting Toia finish off his lap and finish his run as time has expired. Coming around to the loop now is Toia, currently sitting in the 2 spot. See what sort of lap he can finish off with here. Goes to the top of the timing sheets with a 27.99. Now we wait for Gillett as we follow on board with him. Last couple of corners, see where he will end up.
Gonna be
Cross
close.
the line. 28.0 still finishes just in front of Logan Toia there. Peter Seckold coming home in 3. So new time to beat from Gillett there. 11 lap run, 5:13.1. New TQ time.
Good run for him for sure. Logan, Peter with 11, Ben, Fuma, Samuel, Anthony, Camden, and Phoenix all with 11 laps.
Starting to see it more and more of a black groove out there now, Scotty.
It is grooving up for sure. All the light covered sections. And we're going to throw it down to Scotty G. He's going to have a chat with Logan Toia.
We're here with New Zealand's Logan Toia. I'm going to call him the Whip King. I saw you rescue a couple of ridiculous shapes over some of those jumps. Car looking good. How are you going out there?
Oh yeah, car was much better then. It was very slippery this morning and the car was not working as we wanted. So me and Creedy, we've been working well, making a couple changes, and car was much better then. One mistake over the hip jump in turn 2. Just my fault, really. It wasn't the car's fault. Car was really good then. Yeah, I could keep pushing 100% the whole time. So
those mistakes are expensive, aren't they? You're missing a big race back home this weekend, New Zealand national champs. Are you kind of like a bit torn about where you'd rather be?
Well, the sun's shining here. But yeah, it sucks to miss nationals. It's my first national since 2016. I've missed. So I've done every national since then. But yeah, the track's awesome here, and I'm loving it here. So big congrats to Kinley Brown on his tour mod title as well. So.
Beautiful. Well, all the best as your day continues here under the sunshine. It is a bit wet and sloppy over there in NZ for the Nationals. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you.
He said NZ.
NZ? NZ.
Yeah.
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah.
Yep.
NZ, yeah. That's I've never heard that before, so.
We only occasionally, for special events, let Kiwis into the country. So this is probably one of those special events we'll allow them in. And maybe the Worlds as well.
Yeah, you're really kind of closed border.
Yeah, pretty closed border between us and New
That is one
Zealand.
of the greatest rivalries country-wise is the Aussies and the New Zealanders.
Tell you what, one thing you have to watch, if you're talking about an Australian-New Zealand rivalry, there's a cricket match a while ago that came down to the wire. And back then with cricket, you were allowed to underarm a ball.
Somebody
and
told
roll
me
it.
about
Yeah.
that. They rolled it on
and
the
so
ground.
they had to get like 3 or 4 runs.
And he just rolled it, and he couldn't hit it. Yeah, I think
it
Scott
was-
Gaia told me that.
Yes, it was a pretty big disgrace, I'd say, on Australia's part, because the New Zealanders were never going to win anyway, realistically here.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right,
Should have
I'm
just bowled
staying-
it clean.
I am staying out of that argument. I'm from America, so we got our own problems. I ain't about to. So hello to again everybody that's following in the chat from around the world. Chris Schoenfish said he's here. Chris, obviously he must be from the Chargers gang?
Yes.
Yep. They have 2 heats of mod today up there. Now, that's a higher traction track, isn't it?
Very
Yeah.
high grip, yep. Not
All-
quite carpet levels,
all
but...
slicks?
No, not slicks. You want to run a tread tyre. The tread tyre will give you a little bit better grip, so a bar.
Okay.
So, not J Concepts, like an
Eclipses or
Aqua,
something?
yeah,
Okay.
Aqua Ellipse, but also like Jetco, they bring out a J1 tyre, which is a brand new tyre up there. And that seems to be working really well. It's a long wear tyre. We ran an Enduro where the tyres up there actually lasted for 3 hours.
Wow.
They were very much a slick by the end of it, but we were still doing decent times after 3 hours of running on that track. And
Wow, that's cool.
It's a lot of time on track. Out on track at the moment, we got heat number 5 of 6. Davey Batta leading them away. 28 flat. First lap around there. Aiden Horne, good lap as well. 28 flat as well. 28 flat also for Martin Bayer. Matthew Cooper at 28.1. Christopher Sturdy at 28.1. 28.2 for Tom Rinderkneht. Jaden Edmond, 28.2. 28.4 for Lockie Monday. And Jordan Isgen at 30 flat. So a slow lap there for Jordan.
So Davey had an 8 in the first round overall, 11 in round 2. That puts him BQ here. And again, I think it bodes well for Davey to have a clean track at the start. He's just got to keep the rubber down throughout them 28, 27-second laps, and he's got another chance at the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Got representative drivers around him as well, so they'll be able to push him on a little bit. As you mentioned there, starting from the front. That is so important in these heats where you're surrounded by drivers that are equal pace. If you make a small mistake, or if the driver in front of you makes a small mistake and end up battling it out, it can really cost you throughout the run, both of you. So it's starting from the front is definitely a great advantage here, and he's making best use of that he possibly can. He's had a 0.2 of a second lead over Aiden Horne. Aiden putting down to 27.6 last time around.
That's his best lap there on lap 3. Davey had a 27.5 on lap 2. Batta out front, 1:11 lap, 5:05. Now we got to wonder, are we going to see 12, Mitch, out of the A group? Mitch is shaking his head saying, yes, it's going to happen. We'll see. He says
calling one driver.
One guy. Who's
One
gonna
driver
be?
from the A.
You gonna jinx anybody?
I'm going to go Orlowski again. I think it's time.
Think it's
Same as
time.
yesterday. Heat number 3. Or round number 3. I'm feeling it.
All right, Davey Batta out front still on 11.504, picking it up. 27.6 that time. He's got hot lap 27.5. There's Aiden Horne, 27.6. Horne, no, knocking on the door. How about a 27.2 from Aiden Horne? Horne now to the point.
Starting to really push those boundaries now. Looking at those 26-second laps. Aiden Horne, 27.2 that time around. Straight to the top of the timing sheets. 1/10 of a second over Davey Batta. Christopher Sturdy up in P3 at the moment. looking to do a couple of hot laps here. He's not far out of the game, 1.6 seconds off the lead.
Batta, 27-2. Horne, 28-1. Sturdy, 27-8. So that gave 7/10 to Batta. Over Horne having a little slow lap. Not really slow, but at this level, yes, it was. Batta, 27-2, 9/10 faster that time than Horne. Sturdy moving to the 3. Cooper, Bear, Rinderkneht, Monday, Edmonds, and Issergen. Minute 45 on the clock. Batta out front.
Yeah, Davey Batta leading the way, 5/10 of a second over Horne as they make their way around for another lap. Currently have Aiden Horne and a little bit of traffic out there working his way through all that. David Batta still with clear track around him. So we follow on board with Aiden Horne making his way through that traffic now. Clear air in front of him can put down some rubber. Last lap around to 27.4, 5/10 of a second gap back to Davey Batta. Davey with a 27.5 that time by as we watch Aiden Horne making his way to the line this time by. Gap 5/10 of a second back again. Equal lap times between the top two drivers. Christopher Sturdy holding into third as he crosses the line that time around to 28 flat. Drops a little bit back from the top two.
Final minute of this one. We're on a 5:04 pace for Davey. 8.5 a second back. Even back on pace there for Aiden. 27.5. How about a 27.3 for Batta? Batta now coming up with a little bit of traffic and they give way. Very good. They got Dan Meyer up on the driver's stand, the referee. I'm sure he's out there calling some traffic here for our leader. 30 seconds to go. Davey, Aiden, Christopher, Martin, Matthew. Rinderkneht doing his hot lap right there, 27.7.
Tom Rinderkneht still trying to find his feet out here, even in four-wheel drive, taking a little bit of time to get those Schumacher cars dialed into this surface. Davey Batta that time around to 27.721. Aiden Horne coming across the line this time around to 27.819. So a second gap now between Davey Batta and Aiden Horne. Sturdy another 3 seconds back after that. Final couple of seconds ticking on down now as we hear the timer expire.
Final lap for most drivers here, 27.7 for Davey. Davey maintaining a 5:04. A good lap here will put him on a 5:03. No, he's going to stay 5:04.0. Horne 1 second back. Here comes Horne across the line with a 28.3. Puts him at a 5:05. Cooper 5:08. Bear with a 5:08. Sturdy going to come across 5:08. Rinderkneht 5:08. So 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers at 5:08, but it's Batta. Out front, it's Edmonds and Essergen complete this run.
Matthew Cooper actually just bumping in front of Sturdy on the last couple of laps there. So drop Sturdy down to the 4 spot from that heat. Matthew Cooper up to the 3 spot. One more round to go. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty G, who's going to have a bit of a chat to Chris. All yours, Scotty.
We're live here from Hills Off-Road RC. First chance this weekend to have a little bit of a chat with Australian, shall I say legend, 12-time national champion Christopher Sturdy. Chris, how's the weekend unfolding for you kind of as you work your way into this?
A bit up and down. There's been some really good parts. Two-wheel drive day was tricky on and off. We got there in the end, just kind of testing some stuff and snuck into the A. So it was like, well, throw some stuff at the car and see how we go. Today started a bit rough. Made kind of the wrong call on some power settings in Q1 and the car was near undrivable. Second run was better and that run was probably the first race this weekend I've left the car as is and just drove it harder. So it's getting there, a bit more confidence as I go through, more laps on the track, better I feel I'm getting.
You are Australian, of course, but this is nowhere near your home club. You're 1,000 kilometres away at Chargers up in Brisbane. I mean, it's a rare opportunity for you to get here and test as well, right? It's not a home track for you.
Yeah, no, definitely not. It's my third time here in 5 years, so it's very different to what I'm used to, and even if I get onto a low-grip dirt track at near home, it's still nothing like this. So it's definitely kind of a lot of work, and you sort of like almost reset each time here and try to like find your feet again.
Beautiful. Well, all the best as you continue. Sounds like you're working your way into some form ahead of this afternoon.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone.
That's Chris Sturdy going, I think, fourth in that round we saw, fourth in that round to date. Davey Batta. Aiden Horne looking really strong out there and really starting to move forward in the field. Scotty, Mitch, let's get out there for the fast group and see where we land in this third round of qualifying.
Went for a quick walk then, Scotty, and I was just looking at the sort of procedures that people are doing to start off there, or before they even get on the track. And I saw a lot of cars sort of bedding their tyres in, just on the dirt or even on the concrete, just to sort of take that little edge off the raw speed tyre here.
A lot of the guys yesterday were running rerun tires. They thought it was better. Fresh tires just weren't working in a two-wheel, and obviously they're trying to break them in for this one. Give some shout-outs here. Paul Mason checking in. Picking on you there, Mitch. Jonathan Young checking in from Hong Kong. How you doing, Jonathan? Hope you're doing well. Say hey to the family for me. We get ready here for race number 6. This is the top. Let's go to run out Spencer, Lachlan, Marcus, Mikhail, Cooke, Daniel, Chase, Ari, and Jarod. Not Jordan, Jarod.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
All right, going to do a little walkabout after this one. I like that when Tony does his walkabouts, goes through the pits and kind of sees everything going on. So stay tuned after this heat.
We
all
are
right.
off here.
Spencer out there in the all blue. No paint job here for rocking all blue. Way better than all white, so thank you, Spencer, for that.
Marginally. What kind of blue would you call that then, Scotty? Not a sky blue, it's too dark.
Too dark for a sky blue.
It's not a dark blue because it's too light.
Royal, I think it's too bright for a Royal. That's almost a Tamiya blue. All right, lap 1, Kaerup from Denmark. Leading top of the board, 27.4. Donnelly, 27.5. Rivkin, 27.777. Oh, Lemieux coming up, 27.5. Jared Ment with a 27.7. Rivkin, 27.7. Batta, 27.8. Kobbevik, 27.8.
Rivkin making his way down the straight this time around, a 27.7. All blue paint job this time around, so maybe testing a new body out, see how it goes. Got Donnelly out front in this one, 27.2, second lap around, setting a hot lap early on in this heat. Marcus Kaerup not far behind, 0.2 of a second in it between those two. Spencer Rivkin another couple of tenths of a second after that. So we follow on board with Spencer Rivkin making his way down the Hills RC main straightaway, crossing the loop that time around, setting his PB lap at 27.283. Consistent 27s out there at the moment. Marcus Kaerup putting his hot lap in at 27.324. Going to the top of the timing sheets by 0.05 of a second now.
A close battle here between Kaerup, Donnelly, Rivkin, Kobbevik, and Ment. Now Batta, he goes to the 5 spot. Hot lap of the race so far in lap 2, 27.2 from Lachlan, Donnelly. But it's Kaerup on point, lead away. We're on a TQ time at 11 lap 5:01. So maybe no 12s in this one, but it's going to happen today for sure as the track continues to pick up the pace here as it dries out and most importantly rubbers up and get some more traction down. Kaerup 27.3, Donnelly 27.6, and Rivkin at 27.4.
So Kaerup continues to lead away out there, 0.3 of a second over Donnelly as we work their way back to the loop once again. Rivkin comes across the line at 27.5. Donnelly with a 27.2. Kaerup with a 27.6. So gap drops all the way down to 100th of a second as we watch Kaerup go for a boggle there. Goes for a roll, self-marshaled, away he goes. So that's going to drop him a couple of spots down. It was tight at the top, 0.7 of a second separated. Top 4 drivers might drop all the way down to P4.
Kobbevik doing his best lap right there, 27.2. Lemieux at 27.3. Ari's best lap, 27.6. Ment at 27.6. Orlowski 27.4. So Orlowski had that tough opening lap at 30.3. Cost him 3 seconds. And that's right now. He's 3 seconds out of the lead. So that tough opening lap hurt Mikhail here with 2 minutes to go here in qualifying 3, Group 6.
Hometown hero once again, Lachlan Donnelly back on top of the timing sheets by 0.8 of a second as it stands at the moment over Spencer Rivkin, Marcus Kaerup, and Daniel Kobbevik. Spencer Rivkin straight into 26 at 26.999. First driver of the day into the 26 that time around. Half a second behind Lachlan Donnelly now. Trying to close that gap back on in with 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
Kobbevik 27.5, Lemieux 27.2, that's his best lap. Ment at 27.5, Orlowski 27.4, but it's Donnelly on point, got a half a second in front of Rivkin. Rivkin answers 27.2, Donnelly at 27.4, 4.3 to gap. Kaerup throws down 27.1, his best lap there on lap number 8. These guys continuing to chip away here. Donnelly, Rivkin, Kaerup, Kobbevik, and Lemieux, your top 5, 4 down, 1 to go.
6/10 of a second separating the top three drivers still out there between Donnelly, Rivkin and Kaerup. Coming across the line once again here. Donnelly coming down the straightaway. This time for Donnelly, a 27.362 against a 27.1 for Rivkin. 1/10 of a second now separating the top two drivers. Marcus Kaerup with a 27 flat. He closes in as well, down to 4/10 of a second, separating the top three drivers out there with less than 30 seconds to go now.
So close out there, Donnelly, Rivkin, and Kaerup. It's going to come down to the final two laps. All these guys are going to go 11. The question is, on lap 10 and 11, who's going to be faster? Rivkin that time, 27.5. Donnelly says, I'll throw down a 27.0. Kaerup throws down a 27.0. It's 6/10 of a second between the top three, and they're all on their final lap now, lap number 11. Donnelly had a 4/10 of a second advantage that time by over Kaerup, Rivkin, Kobbevik, Lemieux, Orlowski, Kato, Ment, and Bakla. As Bakla and Ment going to start their final lap. So this one's coming to a close here as these guys gripping and ripping down the line. Yeah, it's Rivkin across the line. 26.8, hot lap of the race right there for Rivkin. Is it going to be enough? We're going to see what Donnelly and Kaerup have as they come across the line as race number 6 coming to a close. Still waiting for Ment and Bakla to come across the line. It was a close one. It came down to 0.1. 11 lap 5:01.0 to a 5:01.2. Lachlan Donnelly going to be at the top of the board.
What a finish there. Spencer Rivkin chucking absolutely everything except the kitchen sink at it. 26.864 final lap, flying around in his last lap. 1/10 of a second separating it between the Aussie home hero and Spencer Rivkin and Marcus Kaerup. We're going to chuck it out over to Scotty Guy. Take it away, Scotty.
Matthew Donnelly. Oh, wait a minute. Lachlan Donnelly. Little inside joke there. Mate, that was spectacular. Really nice run out there.
Yeah, that was just a really consistent run. Maybe I was a little touch off the pace by a 10th or 2 on fast lap pace, but, you know, kept it on all 4 and just pumped out consistent clean laps. And it was super tight between Marcus and Spencer and I. And, yeah, lucky to get that at the end there.
I mean, I guess I have a sense that you're feeling a little relaxed today after yesterday. Is that how it feels to you? Like you're able to kind of really relax and just let it fly today?
Yeah, I'd say so. Just kind of, yeah, as you said, just really relaxed, feeling comfortable, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
Big party night last night, or did you get to bed early and prep for another day?
No party, just straight to bed. I was super tired after yesterday, so as soon as I got home, I was straight in bed. Maybe later. Yeah.
We're hearing KFC being yelled from the crowd. Is that the meal of celebration for Lachlan Donnelly?
That is normally the meal of choice, yes. I didn't get that last night because we stayed for the dinner, but I'm sure I'll have some tonight.
Oh, you heard it here, folks. Castle Hill KFC for tonight for celebration. Lachlan, that's really nice kind of working into the day. All the best for this afternoon.
Thank you. Thanks.
Folks, we've got something pretty special lined up for you in a moment, so we'll kind of transition to that in just a moment. But as we reflect on that round of qualifying, that last heat, that top heat, was pretty spectacular. We saw Rivkin out front. He spoke to us a little earlier, running the prototype. Lachlan Donnelly was right there behind him. And then, of course, Marcus Kaerup, super fast. So the three of those, there was really nothing between them. I think it was 4/10 at the end between the three of them. Chase Lemieux coming through, I think, right at the death for 4th after Daniel Kobbevik had been right in the mix. Probably the disappointment from that run. First lap mistake in the hands of Mikhail Orlovsky, dropping himself 3 seconds back from the get-go and almost no opportunity to recover with the pace that these guys are running at. The other thing I just want to make a note of as we get set for our little special treat for you is that the track is drying out much faster than yesterday. We spoke about it in our race preview this morning. Daylight savings time finishing overnight, so everything in the day just going back an hour. And so the track is already starting to dry out. Yesterday, if you were with us in Tour Drive, you would have seen those damp conditions persisting right through the first 3, even into the 4th round of qualifying. Here today, we're 3 rounds in and the track is dried out already. It's not quite yet in full sun, but almost. You can hear the tyres working differently. You can see different colours in the surface, and you can see different grip conditions coming out. That's only going to continue to develop as we head into the round 4 and then round 5 of qualifying into our finals this afternoon. As I said, we have a special treat coming up for you. We'll check whether we're going to go to a hold screen for a moment, and then we'll be right back with you. You do not want to miss this. Stay with us.
G'day, Ryan. Great to have you with us here for the coverage from the pre-Worlds. Little break before we get underway with more qualifying. We've got Scotty Ernst here. We thought we'd have some fun with you. We played a bit of a game yesterday called Guess the Australian Iconic Creature. We've got some toys. So we're going to blindfold you up quickly. We're going to put something in your hands. You've got to guess what the Australian creature is, okay?
Oh, my God.
It won't hurt you, I promise, okay?
Oh, yeah.
It's safe.
Well,
Nothing.
everything in Australia kills you, right? I mean, that's what it is. So,
I went to Kmart and bought a box of just little toys, all right? There's nothing harmful, I promise, all right? So put your hands out. Here it comes. You got to guess what it is in the fastest time possible.
Spider going to be crawling. All right. Wow. Okay. All right. That's iguana of some sort. Yes. It doesn't feel like it's from Kmart though. What the hell we got? Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right. What do we have here?
All right, jump in, Wade. Come over here. We've got a good mate, Wade, from Leader Pet Supplies on the Central Coast. He's brought down some reptiles for us. So, yeah, introduce. What's its name?
It's a central bearded dragon from inland Australia. He's got a couple more patterns on him than a normal wild one, but yeah, probably the most iconic Australian, behind a blue tongue, probably the most iconic Australian reptile.
Cow. I felt his claws in my hands here, and then and then he started moving. I'm like, yeah. Let's put my eyes on. Maybe I can see a little bit better here. But my goodness, what's this called again? What dragon?
Central bearded dragon.
Central bearded dragon. Wow.
His name's
Rango.
So we're going to go for a wander, have a chat with a few of our other international guests and
let's
see if they're up
Chase
for a
Lemieux.
holding and Chase Lemieux or someone.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
So what was his name again?
Rango.
All right, come on, Rango. We're going to go for a walk. Oh, yeah, hang on. Have another photo.
I get a nice picture with...
So hopefully all the international drivers don't run away from us. We've got some other goodies in the bag of tricks as well. As I said, Wade from Leader Pet Supplies on the Central Coast. What else has we got in the bag?
Blue tongue lizard.
Blue tongue lizard. Which is your favourite?
Probably the blue tongue.
The blue tongue? All right.
I'm expecting to feel some fluffy thing, and then I get this thing fed in his claws.
So we're going to go, come with us.
He's got a bunch.
He's got a couple of ones here.
I think I'd rather hold this one than that one. Whoa, what is that?
Oh, look at him. He's cool. All right, let's go for a walk. We'll head over into the pits. Come for a wander. We're going to see if we can find some of our visitors.
We got to go by Rinderkneht and Lemieux. See if there's American.
Rinderkneht. See if they want to pose for a photo. We're going to head around, see if we can tap into while they're having a quick break. All right, you guys all want to come over here real quick? They don't trust me after yesterday. Come on. We've got so. Why don't you have a photo with some locals? Come on. Oh. We'll jump over this side.
Have Tom, get Tom over here.
Here we go. So we've got a friend of ours, Wade. And what do you got, Wade? Bring it over here. Would you like to say good days to some of our local creatures?
It's some sort
bearded
of
dragon.
Bearded dragon.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it.
Hey, buddy. Why are your hands shaking?
Just got done with my run.
There you go, Mika. We're gonna get you.
Also got a blue tongue lizard.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. They blindfolded me and put it in my hands, and
where's
it's going to be a fluffy animal.
Here you go. Would you like to hold the blue tongue?
Nails in it, but
Check out the blue tongue.
One of the
Here,
few
hold him.
animals in Australia that can't kill you.
Oh, look at this guy. This one's more scary, I would say. Hey, bud. Yeah, you can keep holding that one. I'm scared.
You don't want to hold that one? You're scared. Hey? All right, who else we got? Let's round it up some more. Scott Guy's on the job. Fuma. Yeah. Fuma, you want to come for a photo? Where's our blue tongue gone? Can we bring the blue tongue over here? Phil, would you like to hold one of our Australian reptiles?
Hi.
What is this?
Would you like to hold? Blue tongue lizard.
What is it?
Lizard. Lizard reptile.
Raptor.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Yeah. Blue tongue. Wants to give you a kiss.
No.
So who else we got coming? We've got some more. Well, here's Chase having a hold of. Chase is. There's this guy. No one wants to hold him.
He's got sharp claws.
Got sharp claws. Do you want to maybe just put it in front of them and see if they'll pose for a photo? You want to have it?
Okay.
No? Chase, this one wants to.
Bearded dragon. It's a very tame blue tongue.
Jump around, we'll give you some to Chase. The X-ray shirt. Okay, Cookie, would you like to hold one of the Australian creatures? Wade, tell us about this one.
So this one's a black-headed monitor. Probably very little places in the rest of the world where you get to hold one like this. He's very tame. Very.
That's what was the name of it again?
So this one's a black-headed monitor.
Yeah, black-headed monitor. Would you like to hold?
Sorry?
Would you like to hold?
Yeah.
Okay. The sharp claws.
Sharp hold. Okay.
Two hands.
Huh?
You have.
Come on, Davey, come on.
So once again, thanks to Wade from Lead Supplies up on the central coast here of Australia. Here we go. We got
Come here, Davey.
the big.
Oh, this guy, he wants to go. Hey, where are we going here, buddy?
Wade, where's
He's feeling a little.
Come on, Jason. They won't
Jason, come on. You're out? Where's BT? Hey, BT, we got something for you over here, buddy.
Okay. Which one we got? Fuma wants to have a hold. Which one would you like to hold? That one? Yeah.
No chance. You'll touch him. Okay.
All right, come on in. All right, we'll pass it over to Fuma for a hold of the bearded dragon.
Weird feeling the claws in it, isn't it, Davey?
I've had one a lot smaller.
Yeah. All right, anyone else want to have a hold? Who else we got? What about Oscar? Any of our sponsors want to have a hold? And who else do we have? Would you like to have a hold of the lizard? Oh, they're your. Oh, hello. Oh, I didn't even look up. Hi, yeah, they're your lizards. Yeah. Zach, you want to come and hold of a lizard?
We have one at home.
You got one at home? All right, who we got? Oscar from Coyote wants to have a hold. What one are you after? You got the monitor or the bearded dragon or a big blue tongue? Bearded dragon? Have you ever held a lizard before?
No, never.
This one only bites a little bit, and if you get bitten, you're only in hospital for about 3 or 4 days.
It looks so cool. So we should be more close to the camera. It's more interesting. Wow. He's really showing off, you can see.
All hand raised, very tame, well looked after, so you're quite happy to be handled. And Phoenix, you want to have a hold, mate?
Okay.
Yeah, look at the big.
Got it.
It's a dark blue tongue too, isn't it?
Yeah, this really feels amazing. I was just asking how you tell the difference male or female, and he was telling me broader head in the shape of the animals. But it's fascinating.
Lizards in almost every garden here in Australia.
Oh, really? It's
Never seen a black one.
it's
but
quite common, huh?
Everywhere.
Wow, it's like.
And they're never that tame
All right.
either. They usually
We're about to get underway with the next round of qualifying, so we'll throw it back over to commentary. Let these guys do a few more photos. But yeah, once again, thanks to Wade from Leader Pet Supplies, one of our good friends here of the media team, and coming down with a few of his reptiles for our visitors to take a look at. So we'll throw it back over to Mitch in the commentary box.
Man, wasn't that an experience for some of our international drivers making their way over here to Australia to hold some of our unique wildlife here. So we managed to get a blue-tongued lizard, a bearded dragon, as well as a goanna out there. Some younger, a younger goanna. So those goannas actually grow out to well over 1 meter long, or probably about 4 feet. So it was a great experience for our international drivers. Hope you guys all enjoyed that. And a surprise for Scotty Ernst as well as he walks back into the Team Associated media booth here as our cars start making their way out on track as well. As the cars make their way out, I have to say a massive thank you again to all of our sponsors. A big shout out to them for this event. Campbelltown Hobbies, once again, sponsoring so many events throughout this year, as well as Hobby Wing Technologies, Team Coyote, Global Facilities and Maintenance, Protec RC, A-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, AWP, Air, Water and Power, Elsaram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbury Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, Onsite Hire and Molboss Graphics. And last but not least, by any means, Team Associated for bringing you the commentary booth for this weekend. Coming into round number 4 of qualifying here at Hills RC Off-Road. Slowly but surely working our way through, getting closer and closer to the end stages of qualifying for the IFMAR pre-world titles.
8, 7, 6, 5. Yoshiyuki Chikuba, Rob Smith, Stuart McMahon, James Whitbourne.
So heat number 1 of 6 on track now. Yoshiyuki on track, starting things off here. Had a much better run in the first heat after the reseed. Finally got that radio going. We'll kick it off for us here. Everyone making their way around on their first lap, except for Stuart, having some issues on the warm-up lap. Getting back up there now, so hopefully we'll see him get a couple of laps in still. Joseph jumping on and saying, I have a bearded dragon, awesome little pets. They sure do look like an awesome pet. Got to keep them nice and warm through the winter months, especially down here in New South Wales. They are a warm-blooded animal. Sure, they probably pick up any flies that might zoom around the house as well. So out front at the moment, we got James Whitbourne from the first lap, a 32.473, kicking things off. 10th of a second in front of Rob Smith, Devon in the 3, Yoshiyuki in the 4, Andrew in 5, Andrew Norris in 6, Devon in 7, Stuart. I believe he's returning to track now, so should start registering laps shortly. James Whitbourne that time around a 32.2, Devon with a 32.7. Minute 30 down, 3.5 left on the clock. James leading the way by 2.5 seconds, having a good couple of first laps. Putting it in front of Devon. Andrew Carrick in the 3. Yoshiyuki now back in the 3 spot. Rob Smith in 4. Two minutes down, 3 minutes left on the clock. James leading the way, 2 seconds over. Andrew Carrick in the 2. Devon in 3. Yoshiyuki now bumping up to the 2 spot. That time around for Yoshiyuki at 32.3. 2 seconds behind James Whitbourne in the top spot. Full on board at the moment, coming around into the Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Onto the Hills RC main straightaway. Should be Yoshiyuki coming across the loop that time around, a 31.678. Kayote driver having radio issues overnight. Getting it sorted out now though. Find his feet, having to miss out the first 2 rounds of qualifying. Getting the car dialed in now though. So down the Dunbury drop. Up the step up into the tricky tabletop through the center of the track. Working his way to the Hobby Wing Havoc. And on to the Hills RC main straight away. Another decent lap there from Yoshiyuki, a 32.2 run that Kayote around, trying to close the gap up to James Whitbourne. Now less than a second in it between those two drivers. Slower lap that time around for James Whitbourne. A 33.7 against Yoshiyuki's 32.2. Just a bit over a minute remaining left in this heat. James Whitbourne looking to set the time to beat for the rest of qualifying. Just over a minute left on the clock now. James Whitbourne trying to pick that pace back up. Slower lap that time for Yoshiyuki. Looks like a slow lap as well for James Whitbourne though. I think we have our RC10 Vintage stuck on the pipe there, caught it on camera. So Yoshiyuki now into the lead by 1.8 seconds over James Whitbourne. Both those two having a slow lap. James coming out the worst for wear from that one though, a 36.735 for James. Yoshiyuki with a 34-second lap. Rob Smith, hot lap from the last lap, a 31.972. Andrew Norris, overall hot lap though, 31.556. Fastest lap of the heat so far with just 20 seconds remaining now. 4 seconds a gap now between Yoshiyuki and James Whitbourne. Yoshiyuki starting to lay down a bit more pace. We follow on board with the RC10 four-wheel drive. Bit of vintage here at the Pre-Worlds. Not the only one either. There's a couple of RC10 four-wheel drives getting around out there today. We saw a fair few RC10 two-wheel drives out there yesterday. They're backing it on up here today. We know there's a Masami car in the hands of Andrew Cooke. He'll come on a little bit later. Quick laps coming towards the end of this heat as well. Rob Smith, a 31.8 on his previous lap. Devon with a 32.1, 31.8 also for Stuart McMahon. Having a rough start, having some issues, having to get carted off, bring it back on. At least do a couple laps out there, 7 laps. Probably could have done 8 or 9 at least for Stuart. Got it up and running, that's the main thing though. Couple of cars still to finish in this one. Still looking at our top 3. Yoshiyuki, Rob Smith and James Whitbourne still to finish out theirs. Yoshiyuki with a 35. Slower lap last lap. Rob Smith there with a 33.1. Still waiting on James. There he is there. So James has a slow last lap as well. Drops down to P3. So Yoshiyuki setting time to beat. We do still have Stuart out there as he did start late.
They got a huge idea.
Scotty walking past the media booth there. One finger in the air going, I have a huge idea as he walks past me, creating a lot of jealousy as he's got a big, beautiful brownie in his hand. So Yoshiyuki taking that one, heat 1 of 6. Good run there from Yoshiyuki with the Kayote car. Getting that car sorted now. Radio issues all fixed up. Up next will be heat number 2. Gonna send it over to Scotty G first. Take it away, Scotty G.
We're here with James Whitbourne at Castle Hill, at Hills Off-Road RC. James, you're just telling me you'd mostly race vintage, but have come out for a bit of a different experience this week.
Yeah, that's right. This is my home club, I guess, in a way. But I only race twice a year. Been doing that for about a decade or so.
If this is your one time this year, has it been a worthwhile weekend for you?
It's pretty exciting to be in the company that we're in. It's an amazing club, an amazing event. The track's in good condition, so it's awesome.
Beautiful. Well, all the best. One more round of qualifying and then some finals a little later on for you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
The
Huge
man's
idea.
back. Here we go. I want to hear it.
Huge idea. All right. Tony, for the World Championships, I need to request about 35 minutes off during the Worlds. Can you grant me like 35 minutes maybe during the course of the Worlds? Maybe am I?
Tony's saying he wants to hear the rest of the idea before he gives him permission for this.
Before he signs off on the permission slip. All right. I made a point that I've been blessed to commentate many, many Worlds, but I never got to race one. My son-in-law and daughter are coming.
Yep.
They're going to come and they're going to race. Why not get them the wrench on the car so I can race the Worlds? Why not? All I got to get is the boss to sign off on it.
He's got my thumbs up.
Yeah, you know. Oh, no. Oh, no, you guys would just be heckling me in my headset. Oh, Scotty, don't crash. Look at But that would be awesome. I would love to do because I've never raced. Obviously, I'm going to want to try to do the best I can, you know. Top 50%, like you said, you know what I mean? If you got 100 people, you want to
be at least top half.
50. Yeah. You know, obviously, I'll have more pressure. I'm going to have to beat my daughter. I'm not going to beat my son-in-law, you know what I mean? But, you know, I got to – and that'd be awesome. So everybody in the chat room here, make sure you lobby to Tony and say, let Scotty race.
Let Scotty race.
Let Scotty race.
One of us. We are back on track
I like
here.
that. Tony just ignored it completely and said, hey, we're live. Get back to commentating. So here we go. Race number 2, round number 4. I love that. Just dead ears it went on. At least I got the support of the crew.
Yep. I think there's at least 4 thumbs up against maybe 1, you know? So I think majority of rules.
Oh, can you folks tell we're having a good time here in Sydney, Australia. Hills Off-Road RC for the world's warm-up on another picturesque day. Just an absolutely gorgeous day, gorgeous track. Good times, good friends sharing in a hobby we all love. How much better? You can't make a better day than that.
Absolutely. Not a cloud in the sky. Maybe a little wispy one that I can see through the trees there. Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Zaluski out front at the moment. 28.1 to kick things off. Kicking it off hot out there again.
Very good opening lap for him. Aydin with a 29.7. Ron with a 31.0. Riley with a 31.1. Paul 31.4. Cooke with a 31.6. Nick Poole 31.8. Player with a 32.1. And Zac Panic 33.7.
Had a recommendation as well to do a food rating on all the food that we ate throughout the weekend as well. So I'm going to kick things off with the, what do we have yesterday? Those burrito chips, taco chips? I can't even remember what you call them.
Oh, the nacho thing.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was really good.
Out of 10 rating, I'd have to give it at least an 8.
Yeah, I would say 8.5.
8.5,
yeah. I never rate anything perfect.
Yep.
Something can always be better.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? But it was, definitely good.
Yep.
It was actually too much.
Yeah.
You know, it was actually
there was
too much.
so much food.
Yeah. 3:10 to go. We got Bartek out front, followed by Aiden, Riley, Ron, Nick Poole doing his best lap right there. 31.2. Whoa, 27.7 for Bartek. That's a heater lap there for him.
Oof.
Trouble at the end of the straightaway. Good marshalling in there. It's clear.
Yeah, around that at the moment. Bartek leading the way, 27.7 last lap around, working his way through a bit of traffic at the moment. Trying to make it as clean as possible as he works his way to the Hills RC straight away. Down the straight, he goes slower lap this time around to 27.8. Still a decent lap, not far off his hot lap as he worked his way through traffic there. So it didn't slow him down much as he comes up to the back of Andrew Cooke. Andrew just peels out of the way with the Masami car. Beautiful driving from all drivers around there. Everyone giving each other a nice amount of space.
Bartek out front, 27.8 lap. Aiden a 30.3. Ron 31.7. Riley a 31.6. Paul Sims moving up his best lap there, 30.8. Cookie with a 30.9. But again, new fast lap for Bartek, 27.5.
Hot laps out there at the moment. He's got an 11-second lead over Aiden Young. Once again, we had Zaluski having some issues with his transponder of the first 2 rounds. So he did miss out on a few laps throughout those 2 rounds, dropped him all the way down the order, which is why we see him in Heat 2 instead of probably up in Heat 4 or Heat 5, I would say he would have probably respectively been.
Yeah, you're looking at, he's on 11.507 right now. That would have put him top 15 in the last round. So definitely I would have put him, like you said, up in the C or B group.
1 minute 30 left on the clock here. Zaluski leading the way over Aiden Young, putting his hot lap in last time by. 28.7 for Aiden Young. That's not messing around by any means. Andrew Cooke running the Masami car up in P3 at the moment. Ron Kirby in 4, Paul Sims in 5, Riley Lander, Young Riley in 6, Nick Poole in 7, Zac Panic in the 8, and Blair Wallace in the 9. 1 minute remaining.
1 to go, Bartek. 11 lap, 5:07 is the pace. Young doing his best lap. Cooke again resetting his hot lap. So these guys feeling flow here in the closing stages of this one. All going 10 laps, except Bartow's Aiden Young now stepping it up that lap on an 11-lap run. That would be huge for Aiden.
Yeah, great lap that time around, another 29.9. So nice and consistent for Aiden Young, trying to push into those 11 laps. Should bump him up to the top 30, I'd say, pretty easily. Top position, I'd say, for TQ time this time around. We're going to be looking at a 12-lapper. We only just missed it last time around by about a second. So I wouldn't be surprised TQ time we're going to see into the 12-lap runs now.
Bartow's 31.9 that time, a small mistake. See, he backs it up this time, 28.3. He was on a 5.07 down to a 5.12 pace. Still a solid run here for Bartek. Aiden Young, 29.7 as we get the countdown here. Is this one coming to a close? Got a lap or two yet to go. Zac Panic, 30.5 that time for young Zac. Zac right now on a 10-lap, 5.20. Riley on a 5.19. Ron Kirby, 10-lap, 5.18. Sims on a 10-lap, 5.16. Zalewski wraps it up with an 11-lap, 5.11. Solid run for Bartek for sure. Again, he's not as happy as he could have been with the transponder problem, but it happens to us all at sometimes.
Last few drivers making their way across the line here. Looking for Nick Poole, last car to come across the line. We'll wrap things up for heat number 2. That is all cars done. So Zalewski setting new time to beat. That 11-lap, 5.11.3. That is TQ time so far. Still got 4 heats left to go. Aiden Young in the 2. And Andrew Cooke, the Masami car, in P3 for that heat. And third overall at the moment.
You can see now when they blow off the track, you see the dust coming.
Yeah, exactly.
It is definitely drying out. The hottest day we've had so far this week. It's going to be interesting to see how the lap times and the track holds up. Tire wear, stuff like that.
Yep. Strong black groove showing now on turn number 1, and I'm sure that's showing in a lot of other corners other than the first turn, but it is getting darker and darker as the day goes on. More and more rubber gets laid down onto the track. No interview this time from Scotty G.
These guys out there. Next group coming up. Group number 3.
So track open now for heat number 3. In this heat, we've got Carter Sims, Ryan Reynolds, Lockie Williams, Ben Panic, Gavin Webb, Rob Maycock, Brad Verco, Scott Hill, and Scotty Giles. Too many Scots in this race, Scott.
It's a great name. Cool name.
All down the back.
Hey, they don't have to point that out.
So Carter Sims will lead us off here. Another thing that a lot of people are talking about, a lot of these international drivers will be staying around for a few days after the pre-worlds here to be doing a lot more testing on the track. I know I'd say the majority of international drivers, if not all of them, will probably stay for at least 2 or 3 days post pre-worlds. Just to sort of change setups, test some other ideas, see what else they can find from the track, as we're just about to go live here for heat number 3 of 6. Carter Sims to kick things off here. We're on the Serpent vehicle. Probably one of, if not the only Serpent vehicle getting around this weekend.
Yeah, that is, I've seen no other ones.
Can't remember the last time I saw a Serpent vehicle in 10 scale off-road.
Yeah, it's been a long time. They're still active in Nitro, 10 scale and 8 scale, but man, in 10 scale, yeah, it's been a while. Is this like old school Serpent, or is it like their latest? I wonder. We'll have to find out. Maybe Scotty and G. Did you talk to Carter yesterday? Nah, he's like, no.
Interesting. But kind of making that Serpent car work pretty decent. First lap around for Carter Sims at 29.498. Ryan Reynolds, 28.713 to kick things off for him, as well as Ben Panic with a 29.0. Ryan Reynolds backs it on up with another 28.795. So consistent quick laps here from Ryan Reynolds to kick things off. 1 minute 15 down. We've still got 3:45 left on the clock there. Rob Mako going for a roll on, kicking the body off to add insult to injury there. We follow on board at the moment with Scotty Giles making his way around into the plague-bearing chicane to the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Carter Sims laying down a hot lap of the heat, that time around at 28.534, setting him to the top of the timing sheets.
I'm thinking good vibes here for Ben. Ben's had a 10.5 flat. Whoa! All the way through the chicane, through the mud, across the finish line, across the straightaway, nothing but net.
Ryan Reynolds going for a ride there.
That was an American commercial. Do you remember? You guys didn't see it. There was Michael Jordan had a McDonald's commercial with Larry Bird. You know nothing about that? Oh yeah, that's an old school commercial reference. Sims, Webb, Brad Verco moving up. Halfway there through this one.
It's like we picked up with Rob Maycock out there now. Rob doing a little bit better than what he did yesterday. Making his way around into the Alsarama step up. Into the Dunbury drop now. So he is currently sitting in P9 in the seat. Last time around for Rob at 29.2. Working his way around the Hobby Wing Havoc corner.
Carter, Lachlan, Gavin, and Ben.
So Carter Sims still leading the way out there. Lockie Williams in the 2, Gavin Webb in 3, Ben Panic in 4, Scotty Giles rounding out the top 5.
Scott Hill, last lap was his fast lap, 29.2. Scott, a big part of the Hills Off-Road RC Club, doing a whole lot of work behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, putting in a lot of effort to make this World Championships unforgettable. That will be back end of September, start of October. You guys are going to, folks that aren't coming to the race, you're going to want to take a couple of days off from work and just sit at home, watch it here on RC Race Media. Going to be the best 10-scale buggy worlds in a long time. Going to be exciting. Maybe it's just going to be so unique being back outside. I mean, what they did, Larry and the guys at Hobby Action was epic, 2 years ago. Yep. But it was just so different because it's indoors, controlled environment. But here, outside in the park, got kookaburra birds running around and cockatoos and koala bears in the eucalyptus trees. Kookaburras, I say it wrong all the time. Sorry, I'm American. Carter, Gavin, Lachlan, and Brad.
Scotty Giles probably having one of the worst laps I've seen so far out there from the previous lap. Crashed in the Elsaram. Managed to work his way all the way off to where the Campbelltown Hobbies signs are, right off the back of the track. Couldn't even see his car. He's back on track now, but he's a fair way behind. Carter Sims still leading the way. Lockie Williams in 2. Gavin Webb in 3 with 30 seconds remaining.
I jinxed Ben Panic again. He was on 11-lap run, and I talked about it, and wha-bam. Sorry, when you watch this, Ben, sorry.
So picking up with Carter Sims now, working his way onto the Hills RC straightaway. About to cross over the loop this time around for Carter, a 29.4, very respectable lap time that time around. As the timer goes off and expires, everyone making their way around for their final few laps here now. So Carter on an 11-lap pace, 5:22 so far. Needs to finish this lap off though. Currently sitting a little ways but behind Zalewski. About 10 or so seconds. Need to wrap this lap up though as he comes around for the final couple of corners and across the loop this time around for Carter Sims. Pushes it as hard as he can at 28.635. Lockie Williams with a flyer on the last lap though. At 28.543 is PB lap. Puts it just in front of Carter Sims by 0.06 of a second. Takes the top spot off of Carter Sims from this heat. Bartek still holding the TQ time though with his 11-lap 5:11.3 run, though.
Awesome, awesome run there. That lap, 28.5. Taking that round. All right, that puts the time, 5:11. Or 5:21, rather. 5:11 is what Bartek did. So a good run there. These guys coming off the driver's stand, going to hustle out to Marshall. Race director Jerry keeping the things rolling over there. Staying on time. All right, going to take a short pause for the cause. We'll be right back. Continuing coverage of the world's warm-up here at Hills Off-Road RC on RC Race Media. We'll be right back. We're back with you. A big shout out, Bill Crawl. How you doing, Bill? Old school friend of mine. Good to have you following along. Welcome to beautiful Sydney, Australia. What is a picturesque day in the bushland in the park here. We're about 45 minutes outside of downtown Sydney. Beautiful day. Well, we got a few clouds now. Maybe that'll break up a little bit of the sun, but most of the track now in the sun, except the back part there. Back, you see these shiny trees. For those just joining us, those are eucalyptus trees. Mm-hmm. That's where the koala bears hang out. We haven't seen one. I've been on the outlook. They say in this park there are kind of off the beaten path a little bit koala bears.
Yep.
I'm afraid to go looking because there's too many like brown snakes around and everything like that. And I got no boots.
And drop bears.
Drop bears, yes. Got to look for the drop bears.
Look the same as a koala,
but
vicious.
Bigger claws, right?
Yeah, vicious.
Yeah. Kangawalla foxes. I haven't heard of those. Oh man, that sounds like many beasts all together and bad things. What do they say? 20 of the 25 most deadly snakes in the world or something like that here? I guess there's a couple in the bush out here. 21 of the world's 25 most deadliest snakes here.
Didn't quite get them all. It's kind of like Pokemon. You want to get them all.
You want to get them all, yes.
Yeah. But no, we
Failure.
didn't quite get there, unfortunately. I think America probably stole a few from us.
I don't think we have a lot. I know the only real bad snake we have in Wisconsin is rattlesnakes. But you, I don't want to say you never see them, but you never see them.
I've seen one. Not in Wisconsin.
Not in Wisconsin. All right, we got Logan Toia topping the board here on lap number 1, 27.8. Fumasaito rocking the Kyosho, 28.2. Peter Secco, 28.2. Why do they call him the Seagull? There's a lot of things that I could assume because I know what seagulls do. You know what I mean? But I don't want to assume. A Kangawalla.
Kangawalla.
Okay, I got a picture of a Kangawalla here from Australian Geographic. And we found it on the internet, so it's got to be true, right?
Yep.
I don't know. Thanks.
Minute 30 down here. Logan Toia leading the way over Peter Seckold. And I feel as if the Seckold Seagull name is probably just because how similar Seckold and Seagull sounds. Maybe I called him a Seagull once by accident.
Logan, Peter, Fuma, Sam, Andrew, Felix, Camden, Ben, Anthony. Coretti just doing his best lap there, 28.8. Carrying the Yokomo banner here this weekend, him and the team. Good to see Coretti. He's digging this off-road a little bit. Normally known for his on-road exploits, former modified touring national champion is Coretti. That's where I've met him through the years at TITC in Thailand and at the Worlds and RAOC and stuff like that when we ran that. But cool to see him run a little off-road.
Starting to get pretty serious out there now. Toia and Seckold now on TQ pace.
Yes.
Fumisato just outside of that, only by a second or so at this stage, but we get to the halfway mark out there as we pick up with Peter Secol, currently sitting in P2, 0.6 of a second behind Logan Toia, making his way through the Dunray drop and into that tricky tabletop over the right-hand side of the track towards the Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Working his way onto the main straightaway here at Hills RC into turn 1 around the ProTech whip. Into the A main chute through the plague bearings into Hobby Wing double. That time around for Peter Secol to 28.2, 0.7 of a second off of New Zealand's Logan Toia.
Good battle for these two. Hot lap is a 27.7 from Secol a few laps ago. These guys on a TQ time 11.508. That is an outstanding run. You mentioned it earlier, Mitch. I'm definitely feeling the 12-lap run here this time when we get to the B and the A sorts. We got a $1:30 to go. 1:30 left here in Heat 4 of 6. Round number 4. Wasting no time today. We got 5 rounds of qualifying, triple finals. So a whole lot to get in. Verco's on this one. Marshall, we got a crash in the chicane. Fumisato, he's rocking the red. Got the power of the painted wing. That black wing as he comes around the Hobby Wing corner down the straightaway they go. Across the stripe this time for Sato, 28.7. He got a hot lap at 28.1. Sato right now on 11 lap, 5.12, just a tick off that TQ time. Big whip coming over the backside of the Campbelltown Hobbies. Double 4-pack.
And he straight lined it through that chicane before as well, going straight over that first inside curbing when he has to turn left, right. Went straight over it, made it into a double. Still made it work though, didn't lose that much time. Looked like it kept the car settled in the end. It goes around that time for a 28.5, so definitely didn't lose that much time going through that chicane. Does a similar thing that time around as well. Puts that front left wheel up onto the curbs. Brings the front of the car just up in the air slightly. So he heads to the Dunray drop. Making his way around into the tricky tabletop once again.
Toia, 27.6. Secol, 27.6. Sato, 28.5. Andrew with a 28.0. That's his best lap there on lap 10. His time is winding out. Phoenix last lap, 28.4. Phoenix right now looking to go at 11 laps for the young guns. Same with Ben, Sam, Camden. We are winding out. Sato, 28.115. His best lap there on lap 10 as he begins his final lap. Toia goes 27.7 to wrap up his run with a 5.07. Very, very respectable run there. Secol, 11 lap. Sato, Andrew, Phoenix, Cribbin. Looks like everybody going to go 11 laps in this one. Waiting for Anthony, and that is time. Creddy doing his best lap. Last lap, Camden and Sato, all best lap. But it's Logan Toia going to the top of the time chart. 11 lap, 5.07.
Good run there by Toia, New Zealand's very own Logan Toia. Peter Secol not too far behind, only a second on the dot behind Logan Toia, and as we saw Fumisato a couple of seconds back after that, our top 2 drivers from that heat, putting it in front of Zalewski, taking the new TQ time. So we're going to chuck it over to Scotty now for an interview. All yours, Scotty.
Quick chat now with X-Ray driver and local part of the community, the organising community here, Ben Cribbin. Ben, as a racer, how's the day going for you?
Yeah, look, really loving it. I think it's really great having all the internationals here, and I guess the quality of the field, the depth that we're sort of seeing today is sort of something we've never seen before. Like, we had a few internationals here for our national titles last year, but it's another level. Like, I feel like I'm driving really, really well today, and I'm middle of the sea, so I'm loving it. It's really, really fun.
And now with your club hat on, I guess the question, is what are you learning as a club, and how's that, kind of without going into too much detail, but how's that learning experience progressing this week?
Yeah, really, really good. We're really happy so far. There's a whole bunch of things that we're so glad that we sort of went to the extra levels, like the tyre impound, I guess the way we're doing a few things there, the way we're doing the grids, the seating, everything like that. There's a whole bunch of things we've already learnt. Really happy that we're doing the warm-up, and I guess we're able to learn so many things to try and do the Worlds straight off the back of just the Nationals. It's a whole nother level that we sort of really underestimated. So I guess we're sort of really looking forward to putting on a good show later in the year, and yeah, see what we can do.
Well, all the best for this afternoon. Thanks for your hard work from you and the team all week so far.
No worries. Thanks for all your coverage, guys. Really appreciate it.
We're having a good time. Scotty, Mitch, back to you.
Hey, we got cars back on track again. We're starting to get towards the pointy end here, Scotty.
The pointy end.
The pointy end. The sharp end of the field.
There you go. B-sort coming up. Ricky Weibel, what's up, Ricky? How you doing? Long time no talk. Good to have you. Follow along, Bill. Who else we got in the chat room? Follow along from around the world. Welcome to the beautiful Hills Off-Road RC Complex here, about 45 minutes from downtown Sydney on a picturesque day. Got about, what do we got, 73 degrees American. So that takes us about 25, I think, maybe
Yep.
up to 26, maybe.
Yeah, 25, 26. It is definitely a little bit warmer than yesterday now. Little breeze still coming through, though, keeping it somewhat reasonable, I would say.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
So in this one, Davey Batta, he's been having a good couple of runs. He wants to set another one here to try and secure himself into the main.
I'm thinking Davies, he's got an 8 and a 4. Did he have a 8 and a 6 maybe? I'll have to go back to look, but yeah, he had a pretty good couple runs. He had 111. So we'll see. Mitch is pulling up the data. I got to stop talking about it because he just shorted the double-double. We got 6 and an 8. Okay, there we go. Save there on the backside of the Camelton Hobbies 4-pack. Able to stay in front of traffic. Got Aiden Horne right behind him. All right, so the associated teammates here down the front straightaway. All right, Horne 27.8. Matthew Cooper 28.4. Sturdy 27.5.
Hot laps coming in from the get-go here. Christopher Sturdy, 27.588 from the start here.
That is very good run here. Sturdy, a staple in the world of RC here, off-road. 12-time national champion. Making it happen here in Q number 5, or Q number 4, rather.
You know, he's won as national in almost everything, except for short course, I believe. So it doesn't really count?
No, we raced short course one time up at England Park in Brisbane.
Yep.
Where we had to put, what did we tie? Tied footballs on the back of our, yeah.
As we pick up now with Christopher Sturdy making his way down the Dunray drop down into that tricky tabletop. Looking smooth, calm and collected out there at the moment. Around the Hobby Wing Havoc corner into the Hills RC straight away. Around this time for Christopher Sturdy. 27.7 allows Aiden Horne to get to the top of the timing sheets as Horne puts down a hot lap of the heat. 27.407 that time around.
Aiden rocking the factory wide. I was going to talk when we were following Sturdy there, and his car looking much better. So I don't know whatever he's changed. It definitely picked it up the pace here in qualifying round number 4 for Sturdy. As he is on top right now. See what he's got this time by 28.3. Sounds slow, puts him 0.5 behind Horne. Martin Bayer picking it up here from the Czech Republic. I was talking to him during the break, and he's just absolutely a 10 out of 10. His experience here at the Hills Off-Road RC Club, just the complex. He mentioned the passion of the club, and he's just absolutely said there's nothing he could find to even say to improve. He really a fan of everything here and excited to be here at the Worlds.
Halfway mark in this heat. Aiden Horne leading the way as we pick up with him in the factory white paint scheme, working his way down the Dunray drop into the tricky tabletop over the right-hand side towards the Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Not far behind him is Davey Batta on track. Davey a little ways down on the order at the moment, though. Early mistake. So that time around for Aiden Horne, 27.479. Through the plague bearing chicane and into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Your leader goes Martin Bayer. That time around again at 27.535. Another quick lap there from Bayer.
Bayer picking it up here in the X-ray. Got the associated Horne on point. Rocking that factory white on white. See what he's got this time by. 27.6 lap, 11.504. Bayer on 11.505. Sturdy on a 505. Rinderkneht now having his best run. Yeah, Tom. Tom having a good one here in the Schumacher. 27.8 that time. Followed by Jordan and Lachlan, Jaden, Davey, and Matthew. Unfortunately, Davey having a tough lap there. This out of the 4 rounds, he's at a 6, 8, and 11. I'm still saying he's going to make the show. I think Q5 is going to be his run, and he's going to make it happen.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining out there now. Aiden Horne still leading the way by About 9/10 of a second, so that's a decent-sized gap towards Aiden Horne. Mountain Bayer in the 2 spot. Tom Rinderkneht up to that 3 spot now. We're less than a minute now on the clock. Bit of traffic out there going through that double-double as we pick up on all of that. Whole gaggle of cars working their way into the Dunbury drop, including Mountain Bayer there as well. Bayer going over the tabletop towards the Hoppywing Havoc corner, making his way onto the Hills RC main straightaway and around for another lap this time by whilst navigating through a bit of traffic at 27.786 that time.
Perfect line there at the end of the straightaway. Got the right side tires up on the curbing. Good lap, 27.7. He's 1 second back from Horne. Horne on point, 11.504. Bayer on 11.506. Very good runs here out of the B group for these guys. There's Horne with a 27.7. Bayer staying right in front of traffic here. It is well-known orange and blue colors. Got a little bit of checkerboard in the X-ray. Bayer that time, 27.8, 1.7 the gap. Rinderkneht is in the 3 spot. In his white and red. Jordan that time, 27.8. Hot lap of the race right there, lap 10. Down in 7 spot, Davey Batta bringing the heat, 27.3. Horne wrapping up on a 5.04 with 11 laps, solid pace. Bayer looking to bring home a 5.06, and he does.
Last few cars making their way over the line there. That last lap for Davey Batta popped him right up the order there as well. Sitting down at 8th and 9th for a lot of that heat after a couple of early mistakes. Bumped him right up to P5 from that last lap. Great last lap to finish things off. At least recoup a couple of spots from that round. We're going to chuck it over now to Scotty G, who's going to have a bit of a chat with Tom Rinderkneht.
Round 4 of qualifying continues. We're here with the USA Tom Rinderkneht Team Shoemaker. Tom, tell me a little bit about that run for you.
Oh, it was pretty good. Unfortunately, I had a little bobble, I think, on the 3rd to last lap. Lost a bit of time, but yeah, slowly improving here. Car's feeling really good, just making slow progress. So yeah, trying to keep it going here.
How's the trip been in Australia? I think it's the first time I've had a chance to ask you what you're making of the place and the track and the facility as you look towards the Worlds.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Really enjoying it here. The weather's been awesome. The track's great. Hospitality's awesome. So, yeah, you guys have all done a great job. The media's been great for everyone back at home, so we appreciate it.
You got a chance to say hello to some of our native Australian reptiles a few minutes ago. How was that?
It was a little interesting. I got a little scared of one of them, so, yeah, I'm not used to that.
Well, the car's starting to look really good. You're working into it. We'll see you a little later this afternoon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Tom Rinderkneht going really nicely here in round 4 of qualifying as we get set to go to our top heat. Let's go back to the Team Associated Media Centre with Scotty and Mitch.
Track is open, drivers. Open, drivers. Track is open.
Tom was saying he was scared of it. How did you feel, Scotty?
Well, since they said I was going to feel some stuffies, some stuffed animals, when I first put it in my hand, it felt weird, but I squeezed a little bit. And then I was like, ooh, this is not a stuffy here. And then the claws of the dragon embedded in my hand. Not like hurt or whatever, but it was okay. All right. Leave it to Tony to mess with me. And, yeah, Tony's always there to use me for laughs. But it was pretty cool. And then that blue-tongued
lizard.
Blue-tongued lizard. That was a weird one, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then when I was holding it, you could feel the strength in it. I mean, it was only, a foot
long?
Well, yeah, a foot long. But what would be a foot in meter? Do you say half a meter? Okay, but do you say a quarter of a meter, a third of a meter? What is the normal terms?
Probably like 300 mils or 30 centimeters.
30 centimeters.
Like that's about a foot.
30 centimeters is a foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or just go to Subway.
Do they have foot longs here?
Yeah, it's a foot long.
That's
it
what they
makes
call
no
it here?
sense. Yeah.
They
don't go a 30 centimeter long
They
Subway.
call it a foot long here.
Yeah, it's a foot long.
Okay, see?
It's
so
silly.
finally get some American coming down here, down under.
It's been creeping over, but I think we're trying to reject it.
All right, here we go. These are the top dogs here in four-wheel drive. After our seating, after our resort, these are the guys. We got 3 rounds in the books. Mitch, if memory serves me, we got 2 different TQs, right? Lachlan's got 2. Spencer's got 1.
Yep.
So a TQ here by Lachlan would lock down the pole position. But there's a whole lot of guys got something to say about that. And on lap 1 right now, looks like it's Spencer Rivkin who's got something to say about it, 27-1. Look at. Do you see the pace? We got the first time we're seeing the 1-2. 12-lap pace here for Rivkin and Donnelly out of the gate.
Flying out there is Rivkin, hot lap after hot lap here for Rivkin at 27.1, followed up with a 27 lap. Chase Lemieux, though, to the top there. P2 now so far, 27.124 as we follow on board with Rivkin in the factory blue paint scheme, making its way around to that tricky tabletop. Currently leading the way is Rivkin, Chase Lemieux, Alowski in the 3, Kobbevik in the 4, and Lachlan Donnelly currently sitting P5.
See who's going to be the first into the 26. Rivkin goes 27 flat. 27.00000 lap for Marcus Kaerup. That's hot lap in a race right there for him. Lemieux goes 27.4. Kobbevik 27.1. Orlowski 27.7. Donnelly 27.5. Kato 27.5. Ment 27.8. All right, 28.3. We got 3 laps in the book here. Qualifying round 4, group 6.
Had a couple of 26s in the last heat, but no one was doing it anywhere near consistent. This time around, only one driver now into the 12-lap predicted time. Spencer Rivkin, the only driver at this stage. Last time around a 27.4. Kobbevik with a 27.1, closing that gap right on up. 0.3 of a second in it between first and second. Marcus Kaerup with another 27.1 as well, closing on into.
Lachlan Donnelly just made the first mistake that we've seen all day as he rolls it over. And that's going to drop him way down there at 29.3. So that opens this one here to Rivkin. But we got Marcus Kaerup, the first one to knock on a 26. One at 26.939 for the Danish driver. Sitting in the 3 spot right now is Kaerup.
Olowski going for a roll there, making a mistake, costing him a whole heap of time and spots. So Rivkin still holding on to that top spot, but not by much now. 0.4 of a second separating the top 3 drivers as Rivkin comes around with a 27.5 that time. Kobbevik now to the top of the timing sheets with a 27.2 by 0.02 of a second. Marcus Kaerup still holding on to that 3 spot, that time around a 27.3 as Lachlan Donnelly gets right into the 26s now with a 26.835.
That's that anger lap coming after that roll the previous lap. So Lachlan trying to climb back up, trying to salvage a top 5 run to lock him into the championship final. It's Rivkin and Kobbevik back and forth. 26.9 for Kobbevik, 26.9 for Rivkin, 26.9 for Kaerup. Matching lap times there on lap number 7. It's Kobbevik, Rivkin, and Kaerup here halfway. We got about a minute 30 to go.
3 drivers now, your top 3 into the 12-lap pace. Let's see if they can finish off with that as Spencer Rivkin gets down to a new hot lap at 26.8 and Marcus Kaerup takes it straight off him with a 26.707. They're still heating up out there at the moment. 0.1 of a second in it between Spencer Rivkin and Marcus Kaerup. Another couple of tenths back will be Daniel Kobbevik.
These guys can see each other. You see the blue car there coming on a straightaway there. You got Kaerup 2 cars back. They come now 5.0 seconds across the line. Rivkin with a 27 flat. Marcus Kaerup 26.8. Kaerup now to the point. Separation 0.024. They got Donnelly behind him. Lachlan sitting back in the 4 spot. Lemieux behind them. Lemieux, new hot lap for him, 27.0. But it's Kaerup in control with 35 seconds left.
Kaerup the lead in the way out there, 0.02 of a second in between Rivkin and Kaerup. Kobbevik not far out of it either. Tight at the top at the moment, still got 3 drivers looking at 12-lap run. Lachlan Donnelly knocking on that door now as well as he comes back into play in this race.
Kaerup
15 seconds left on the clock.
Kaerup, a huge whip over that heap jump here. You see the blue car there going into the back section. That is Rivkin. You see Kaerup 2 cars back. Lachlan Donnelly right behind him. The associated guys, they all need to work together here for a couple laps here. Kaerup on point. Rivkin's got a TQ. Donnelly's got 2. Kaerup now trying to take 1 as they are going to go 1 more lap here. Donnelly is done. He got caught. He gives way. So these 2 here, throw a blanket over him over to Campbelltown Hobbies. Double-double. It's Marcus Kaerup. Rivkin separated by 0.6 of a second here on the final lap. Lots of guys here going to go 11, but 3 guys looking to go 12. Kobbevik still on the clock, looking to go 12. Down the line they go. There's Rivkin across the line. Kaerup sends it across the line. Here comes Kobbevik flat out across the stripe. This one in the books. It's going to go Kaerup, Rivkin, and Kobbevik. Marcus Kaerup, the fastest lap so far in qualifying. Here overall 12 lap, 5:25.
What a run there from Marcus Kaerup. Nice, clean run. Spencer Rivkin also flying around with Kobbevik in tow. Top 3 drivers, the first we've seen of 12 laps this weekend. Donnelly with that mid-run mistake cost him dearly. Going to send it now over to Scotty G for an interview. Over to you, Scotty.
Standing here with a young man in a hurry. Marcus, it was a pretty run to watch. You must be really comfortable with the car and the track right now.
Yeah, I mean, we had the pace all day, just small bubbles out there. This time we finally put it together. On lap 2, I think I had a double I missed because came out squirrely of the S section. But yeah, I'm really comfortable with the car, how the car is, and I'm grateful for Andrew. He's working hard in the pits, getting the job done in there, and I'm just driving the car. It's amazing.
That's Andrew Salvaggi, Australian Team Associated Manager. I wanted to ask you about what it's like to be in that freight train. It was Spencer. Lachlan was in between you and Spencer. You know, are you able to kind of pick off the lines of the guys in front of you, or are you really trying to focus on your own car in a situation like that?
Yeah, well, it's about matching your pace to your blue car, the bright blue car. So you're just kind of like settling in, trying to catch up to those two. But I think I did a good job, like managing the pace, not overdoing it. I was almost crashing on the hip jump, so I had to settle down. I mean, out here is slower you go, the faster you go.
That result puts you in the mix to top qualify for this afternoon. Obviously, this week's about learning, but it is a race today. If you can get yourself into that top couple of starting positions, how do you think this track's going to race for four-wheel drive, different to yesterday?
I think it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a lot closer. We can also see it on the qualifying. It's like you tap one pipe wrongly and you slide out. You're dropping 3 positions down. So I think it's going to be close and good racing.
Beautiful. Well, all the best for Q5. An opportunity for you to get that top spot if it all goes your way, and for finals a little later.
Thank you.
That's Marcus Kaerup taking round 4 of qualifying ahead of now. We're going into a lunch break. I want to invite you to stick with us because on the other side of this short break, we're going to come back for a chat with Trish Neal from Shoemaker, the engineer who's here with the boys, and have a little bit of a conversation about what he's learning here at Hills Off-Road RC. Come right back on the other side of this and we'll have a chat with Trish. We're live. We're live here with Trish Neal from Team Shoemaker, all the way from the other side of the world, hanging out with us. And we're taking the opportunity in this lunch break to have a bit of a chat. Firstly, Trish, welcome to Australia.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. So
your first visit down under?
Yeah, absolutely. Grew up watching the various sitcoms, Neighbours, Home and Away, and as a little boy, I wanted to come here. So it's finally, at the age of 38, I get to come.
Neighbours and Home and Away, that is Australia at its absolute finest. That is a completely, genuinely real representation of Australian culture.
Yeah, the words crikey is generally a stereotypical word that's very here, but it's fantastic being here. The Australian people are very nice, very kind, very honest. You know, if they don't like you, they tell you.
Okay.
I haven't had that experience yet, but I'm enjoying being here. It's wonderful. The track's got like exotic wildlife around it compared to like in the UK. I've got pigeons, maybe the odd eagle. Well, no eagles, but you know, red kites and things like that. Whereas we're seeing in the morning, the parrots go for the daily move off, carring away. It's fantastic, and there's all sorts of different noises. And just down by the loos, there's a little path that takes you down. There's beautiful scenics on the inside with a river running through and a bridge, and it's like you take a girl there on a date. You know, it's so nice. Just fantastic facility that's here.
Bring a girl on a date to the World Championships, and it is the most beautiful location. We actually had a drone up yesterday afternoon. It got attacked and chased by a flock of parrots in the afternoon. So I want to ask you what, obviously you've come with some of the travel team from Shoemaker. You're involved in engineering. So maybe we'll start with, tell us a little bit about your role within Shoemaker, what it is that you bring to the team, what you're involved in.
Okay, so I'm responsible for looking after the off-road platforms, tyres. I support the team back at the factory in various different ways, checking drawings, or various roles that you kind of adopt over the years. But if you're okay at something, right, can you do this? And you try not to be good at things as the years go by, because you realise you get drawn into doing it all the time. So as well as the design and looking after the cars, I look after the team. I try and make sure that their cars are working firstly. Are they durable? Are they holding together? That'd be for like the mid-range to lower level pack. Where your high-end guys, they still have some of those issues from time to time, the odd screw missing. The next thing is listen to their needs and wants. What is it doing on the track? But I need to spot that myself, so I have to have a good eye to see where are we lifting wheels, where aren't we digging into the track, how is it jumping, how is it landing, what's the forward drive like. So we've got many aspects there. And looking at the multiple things that you can change to achieve the same thing, and what compromise does that bring? Is that going to hurt the handling of the car somewhere else? Sometimes the drivers have a need and a want, and you look at the car and no, and it could just be a bit of them. Slow down. Let's turn your power down. Suddenly traction's gone up, because they're not wheel spinning. And that's one of the big things here. The other bit is the psyche. You've got to deal with their mental attitude on it, coaching them through. If they've had a bad run, arm on the shoulder, or tell them to suck it up. I don't do the suck it up bit. I'm a bit too soft for that kind of thing, but I'm honest when I need to be. But I have got a good bunch around me. So my factory crew that I've got with me is Daniel, Michael, as well as Tom. Tom's a new addition to the team, so it's been nice to actually, it's the first time I've worked with him one-on-one whilst he's been with us, and he's been an absolute pleasure, if I'm honest, really nice. Daniel I've known since he was young. Michael as well has been with the team since he was 13, so I've known him for such a long time. So we're in a nice situation at the moment because we've had a day of practice. We've done two-wheel drive, done some learning, how the tyres are behaving, in what condition that they are versus the condition of the track. Are there shadows on the track? Are they not? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it first in the morning and it's a mud pit? So that's been really nice, and we've gathered a lot of knowledge in a short amount of time. Today, obviously, we're on four-wheel drive now, which has been pretty... It's an easier car to get it to go forwards than a two-wheel drive, but you still need to keep up with the other people. So, yeah, I've done a lot of talking there. I'll let you do another question.
I think there's about 5 questions in there that I wanted to kind of get in, but that's okay. There's a couple of things we want to come back to. Let me ask you now, because the last thing you talked about is the forward drive and getting it to work. So we have, obviously the story around the rumours doing the rounds here are that you are running a prototype platform this weekend. You told me yesterday a 4-belt drivetrain. I think that's kind of where we're at. But tell me a little bit about what you can.
5-belt train. The reality is people will guess what we're running, and they will see pictures of it running around the track and that, and make their own assumptions. So I don't need to add anything there in one way, but I also want to give you a decent interview. At the same time, when my bosses are watching, I don't want to get the sack. But the reality is we want to try and keep moving forward and look at what do we need to change and what do we need to do. And so we are running a prototype of some form, and it's in baby stages. I had enough sample parts to run 4 cars, so Brock's got one at the moment, and then we got some cars back at base that are my kind of reference cars. Does that bit fit? Let's go do a run. Does that bit break? Or does it survive? So we're on a big learning curve now, but at the same time there's a lot of knowledge out there that we already have. So geometry is geometry, I understand what it's doing, but how's that behaving with the nature of the car? Other things are moving around in ways that the other one wasn't, so then we don't necessarily have to have a link that's that length or a shock that's that firm or whatever. So we're in a position actually at the moment that we're quite happy because the cars are working. Tom's not too far behind. Michael and Daniel have at points been quite high. Daniel was doing well on that last one, didn't quite put the last 2 minutes together how we'd like to. There's little tweaks we could probably do on the car. It grabs a little bit too much on the front. The rear swings around, he has to catch it. Right, let's work on that. But at the end of the day, we don't want to get greedy with setup. We also know that actually that car's okay to go and fight for the win.
Yeah.
So the biggest thing of any racer is to stop them going too far. Because they're like, oh, I need steering, I need grip, I need this, I need that. I want it to stop fast, I want it to go quicker down the straight. All right. That classic holy grail of setup doesn't exist. You get the car kind of 80 to 90% there. The rest of it's on the driver to deal with it, and also to understand, do I need to ask for a bit more of this and that? Or do I need to stop there and just drive it and get used to it and just be quick for the day?
Tom definitely looked really good in that last one, and as you said, Daniel's been right near the top in forward all through time practice as well. Just want to ask you a little bit about your process, because every time I come, walk past the area, you're in deep conversation with the drivers. You've got notebooks out. You're kind of, really digging in. Tell me a little bit about the process that you go through, not only over this day, but then you've got some days here ahead as well. So let's talk a little bit about process, and then I'll ask you about some other drivers that might come later in the year.
Okay, so starting from let's say a race day format, Michael's very good for us in regards to, he's got his iPad, as he mentioned before in the interview, because I was here with him. Every run he's ever done, he writes down the changes that he made. So if we've just done Q2, had a good run, then I do Q3, Q4, go backwards a bit, right, where were we fastest? QT. Go back to that. Okay, how did the car feel in Q2 and has the track changed? Okay, let's do Q2, but we do this as well. And because Daniel works very closely with Michael on what he's doing, and Tom's kind of doing his own thing, but at the same time he's very close, we're able to track backwards and forwards. So Michael's quite a pillar in that way, so we can do it, and I rely on his notes. Like, where were we on Q1? Where were we on Q2? What's changed since then? What were we doing on Friday? So that's during the whole time. There's every time it's I need more steering, for example. There's a load of different positions on the car we can do things. The whole beauty of like an RC car, it's basically a bunch of stiffnesses that we can adjust, and they all work in these different ways when they move. As well as you've got various form of let's call them time machines, the dampers, things that control how quickly things can move. So you've got those factors, but as the motor does that as well. You've got this thing that produces a certain form of inertia as it gets going. So you're working with all these things. So my point is through the day of picking, we just changed the roll bar. I also want to try this, and this, but not now. Let's try that on Monday or Tuesday whilst we're here, hoping the track is in good condition. The beauty of what we're doing now, because yes, we could just come on Monday and Tuesday and watch the event and go, that was fun. When you're racing against, for example, Marcus, he's on the same track at the same time as you. He's in the same environment, moisture level, environment of, the atmosphere of the building. So you can't beat that. And also being under that pressure, stopwatch it on you fine. But you've got 9 cars behind you if you're leading. You've got everything to lose. You've got Scotty announcing it. You've got all these people watching. There's me cursing when you're making mistakes. So that's the best environment for races. So for Monday, we'll have a big list of things that I really want to try. And Michael would really want to try this piston, but it might not be very good on the bumps. And then Tom will be like, I want to do this. And same for Daniel. So yeah, and also sleep in Monday morning would be good, I think.
That'll be pretty nice. You mentioned Brock there in that conversation, so I did just want to check in. I guess who else you're expecting to have with you here in September, October? Brock would be an obvious one.
Yeah.
But who are the other drivers you'll have?
I'd like to think I've got let's call it my Fantastic Four. That's going to be in there, my factory guys. I'm hoping I can get Ben Smith over as well. He's our top UK driver. At the moment, he's been doing really well. We've got some other top UK drivers as well. We've got Luke and Josh Holdsworth. Don't know if they're coming. And so basically we've got a bunch in Europe as well. I don't know who's actually coming. I don't normally do a whip around and find out exactly, but a lot of the time my immediate team, which would be my 4 factory drivers, I know what they're doing. Brock wasn't able to make it. He had I don't obviously talk about his plans on here, but he basically has an event that he wanted to do for various reasons. We had chat back at base, Robin and Muzz, who look after that side of things, they agreed you do that race. We're going to gather a lot of information now. Brock's got a reasonable amount of experience on dirt. Before we know, he might even come over and do some running. So yeah, but the more drivers you have, the more, for me, I have to look after them. So the size that I have I'm very grateful for. And after that, you kind of don't want your high-level drivers. You want that next step down. Because the reality is you can't watch all the cars as well. If I've got all 4 guys in the same heat, I've got one pair of eyes that look at one thing. I can't split them off, and so then they say, "Oh, did you see my car on that lap when this happened?" I'm like, "No, I was watching the guy that was leading because I want to try and make sure he definitely wins the next one." But you try and make sure the other guys are doing well as well. Yeah.
So 2 questions out of that. One, I think earlier in the year there was an announcement that Ryan Mayfield will do some running for Shoemaker this year.
True, yeah.
Will expect to see Ryan down here for the Worlds?
It would be nice to have him there.
Yeah.
I don't know what his commitments are with 8 scale. It would be a nice thing. But that's down to what he wants to do and everything. We haven't communicated too much since he's joined, but I know he's got a lot on with like techno. So when he's ready, he'll get in contact. So if he comes, awesome. And he's obviously a fantastic, legendary name.
And 2-time world champion 2017 in China, the last time we were outdoors on some kind of dirt surface.
Yeah, and he hadn't made one up to that point, and he doubled it on the weekend. I was there. It was pretty amazing, and it was a wild track because on the four-wheel drive especially, the wind was really knocking the cars around, and I don't know how he managed to do it, but he just kept that thing going straight over the jumps where the others were floating off when it was getting caught by the wind. He showed his experience on that event, and I was really impressed.
2 last questions to give you an idea of how much longer we can keep it chatting. I do want to just check in with you about the learnings from yesterday, and did you have having an opportunity to play with the platform a bit and explore some different kind of components on the car, and how you saw two-wheel drive unfold?
Yeah, so two-wheel drive started out okay at the beginning of the practice day on the Friday, and it slowly went downhill for Michael and Daniel, whereas the other two, we had Tom and Jaden, and they were okay. And then we went to sleep. Before we went to sleep, we did some work on the cars. And we had those 50 different conversations on what we could do. We ended up settling on going back to a couple of basics. What did we do at this track in Europe, and what did we do there? And maybe that's not right. And I always have my gut feelings on certain things of, I feel that's too soft, or you need the link here. And we kind of found those compromise type chats where probably not going to be perfect, but it'd be better. And we threw it down in the morning. It was all right. And actually throughout the whole day we could have made small bits of progress, and Michael was much happier because when it's going all right he smiles, and when he doesn't smile so much. We wind him up about it a little bit. It's like, come on Michael, smile, and I'll tickle him a little bit if I can. He doesn't like that. But we improved. The things that we learned is you learn about tyres. You learn again, it's got hot before you want to run these tyres, and because there's obviously you could run every run, or you can run ones that get older, and they behave in certain ways. I don't want to release all the things that I've learned. That's why we're here, and you wouldn't learn that stuff just by hearing what they were doing. You've got to feel it. How many, what's the condition of the track? Is it cooled down this afternoon? Actually, maybe I want to try a set like this. Two-wheel drive was very difficult to begin with in practice.
It is.
And I just thought, this is difficult because we've come here with let's call it a four-wheel drive platform that we're learning about. Yes. That was meant to be my problem. Yes. And it's actually been good. Whereas two-wheel drive, it kind of know where we are with it. But by the end, Michael was fighting. Yes. We made a change for the last leg, which didn't really help us, but it was for learning. Yes. So it's kind of like, this isn't the world's event. Yes. As much as it's nice to show us at the top spot, yes. We still had Michael on the podium, yes. which is awesome. Daniel was in the main. Tom was in the B. He did really well. So I kind of really enjoyed it. His event, went home, ate pizza, worked on four-wheel drive, went to sleep, and now we're here.
Here we are. I think so far I've heard designer, engineer, sports psychologist, team manager, logistics. There's a whole Formula One team right here in
That's right.
your
I even
sense.
get them the food, so supermarket, shopping,
Catering.
tidy up the house. I'm cleaner. Complain at them when they're like making a mess, and they started using the wine glasses because all the normal glasses were dirty. It's like, guys, you could reuse your glass. I felt like a parent, but they are all like 23 at their oldest age, and I'm 38, so I guess I am in that position. So now I just get on with it. So this morning I was cleaning the kitchen down and doing this and that, and there's actually some cats visiting the house. I went to the shop yesterday. I got cat food and biscuits, a bowl of water out, and they've been enjoying that. The role isn't just coming in as a race engineer. Like my title is principal engineer at Schumacher, but really, if it was to write down what are your roles, it is long, and a lot of it is I put on myself. I want to coach them through it. I want to talk about that corner. They go a little bit too fast and record certain bits, because for me, it's my dream for us to become world champions and European champions and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of passion.
That is a wonderful place for us to stop. The dream to become world champions, the hard work that gets you there. Thank you so much for a rich conversation.
I appreciate
You
it.
haven't even had the chance to debrief after that last round of qualifying, so we better give you the chance to
Gives
go
me a
and
break
sit
from
with the
them
guys.
anyway, so they're probably like, where is he?
All the best for this afternoon and this week. Lots of learning to do, and we'll see you later in the year.
Thank you very much.
That's Trish, Neal from Team Shoemaker. Wonderful to have them here at the World's Warm-Up. So much learning going on that new platform, but even in two-wheel drive right across the weekend. We're going to take a short break now and then come back with round 5 of qualifying ahead of our mains later on this afternoon. Thanks for sticking with us here with RC Race Media at Hills Off-Road RC for the World Champs Warm-Up event.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We are coming to you live from beautiful Sydney, Australia, from Hills Off-Road RC. World's warm-up here. It's four-wheel drive time. Qualifying round number 5. My name is Scotty Ernst. I'm here with my tag team partner, Mitch, on the mic. Mitch, it's been a great day.
Beautiful day once again out here at Hills RC in Castle. Hills of Sydney. Can't get much better, can it?
Not at all. It is outstanding. We got round number 5 of qualifying. Race number 1 off Anarola, and Chakuba being able to make this one. Ooh, as I say that, he crashes onto the front straight. He broke his radio overnight.
Yeah,
Not
he did
able to-
fix it up, and he has had 2 runs so far.
Yeah.
So,
but he missed the first couple. But
yeah.
All right, got Stuart McMahon leading the way here on lap number 1. Chakuba second, followed by Rob, Andrew, James, Andrew, Stephen, and Devin.
So we are into the final round of qualifying here now. Last lap around for Stuart, a 31.6, backing it on up with a 31.9. Track almost completely dry out there now, just the odd patch here and there that's still got a bit of moisture holding into it. Other than that, I think we're set for a quick round in this round now.
You can see it definitely rubbering up everywhere, especially here at the end of the front straightaway. See it, it gets quite black.
Yep.
All right, there's Rob Smith across the line, 32-1 for him. He's rocking the all yellow. Chakuba with a 32-0.
Following along at the moment with Rob Smith, life member here at Castle Hill. Going through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Making his way up the step up there into the Dunbury drop. And making his way around into that tricky tabletop, running the all yellow white wheels. Has got the quick Yoshiyuki right behind him in the Kayote right now. That time around for Rob Smith, a 31.996. Got 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go here. These drivers trying to set the time for the rest of the heats to beat. So far looking at a 10-lap run for Rob Smith, leading the way out there over Yoshiyuki. 10-lap 5.24 flat against Yoshiyuki's 28.6, also on 10 laps. So we'll pretty quickly progress into 11-lap runs, probably into the next heat. We'll see a couple of them as we get through the final round of qualifying here at the Pre-Worlds. 1 minute 30 to go. Rob Smith still leading the way. Yoshiyuki in 2, Andrew Norris in 3, Stewart in 4, James Whitbourne in the 5 spot. All of our top heat drivers out there marshalling at the moment. They'll be getting prepped and ready for the final round of qualifying. Last chance to make it into the A main, or potentially even getting bumped out of that top heat as we get into finals action in just over an hour's time from now, I would say. Less than a minute on the clock here now. Yoshiyuki now into the top spot, setting time to beat. Looking at 10-lap pace, 5:28.6 as it stands at the moment, with 35 seconds left on the clock. Yoshiyuki leading the way over Andrew Norris in 2, Stuart McMahon in the 3 spot. Yoshi with a slow lap that time around, though, drops all the way down to P3. Tight at the top 3 at the moment.
That's going to move Norris now to the top spot, 32.3. Chakuba having that tough lap. Stewart now with a 31.8, moves up Chakuba back to the 2 spot. Norris falls to the 3, followed by Rob, James, Devin, Andrew, and Stephen. Here's your order here in the final couple of laps. Qualifying round number 5, race number 1 on the track.
Last couple of seconds ticking on down here in the first heat. Stewart looking solid here. Yoshiyuki gets another lap and try and close that gap on down. It was down to less than a second last time around. Yoshi trying to put in a hot lap to finish things off here as Stewart makes his way around. He gets in through another lap as well, so Stewart's still alive out there. Stewart braking early in the previous heat, only getting a couple of laps in.
Final couple laps here of race number 1, qualified 5. Stewart out front.
Last couple of cars still live out there, waiting for Yoshiyuki. Comes home with a hot lap there, 31.274 to wrap things up. So looking for Stewart now, coming around in his final laps. Needs a decent lap as well. Gets it done with a 31.8. Stays at the top of the timing sheets. Andrew Norris now done as well. Top 3 drivers there, doing 10 laps. Everyone else on 8s and 9s. Stuart McMahon setting time to beat. 10-lap run, 5:25.7. Yoshiyuki with a 10-lap, 5:27.3. Couple of seconds behind. Andrew Norris also on a 10-lap run, 10:5:32.9. All right, we're going to send it over to Scotty Guide. He's going to have a bit of a chat. Over to you, Scotty.
We're into round 5 of qualifying. Just grab Rob Smith for a quick chat. Rob, you've been around this club for a long time, haven't you? How cool to see an event like this happening right here.
Oh, yeah, very good. I've never seen anything like this before.
And you're looking forward to the Worlds later in the year?
I won't be racing in it. Just helping.
How's the on-track experience been for you? How's your car working?
Very good. Everything's good today, and yeah, it's a beautiful track. Yeah, can't say much else really, but no, it's really good.
Beautiful. That is about enough that we need to say. It's really good. All the best for this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Track is open, guys. Track is open.
Second heat now on track. Timmy G, place looks mint right now. Absolutely. Hills RC have done a huge amount of work to get the track looking great for this weekend, and they will do a hell of a lot more work as we get into the Worlds later in the year through September and October. Full rebuild before we get to the World titles. Fresh layout for all drivers with a track change in between 2 and 4-wheel drive. So there will be a bit of work done in between the 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
So all cars lined up out there at the moment.
Okay. 15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8.
Timer ticking on down. We have our next heat up in just a short time.
Bartosz Zaluski, Aiden Neal, Andrew Cooke, Paul Sims, Ron Cribbin, Bradley Horne, Zac Panic, Nick Cooke.
So all cars making their way onto the track now. Out front of the moment, we've got Zaluski leading the way. Aiden Young into Andrew Cooke in 3. So got Zaluski out front in this one. Got a slower second lap though, drops all the way down with a 40-second lap, second lap around for Zaluski. Allows Aiden Young to the top of the timing sheets now. Andrew Cooke in 2, Zac Panic in 3, Riley Lander in 4, Ron Kirby in the 5 spot, Nick Poole in 6, Paul Simpson 7, Blair Wallace in 8, and Zaluski in that 9 spot. On screen at the moment, we have got Andrew Cooke lapping around out there, working his way through the first few turns into the plague bearings. Into the Cabletown Hobbies double just behind him. Looks like Aiden Young going for a roll there, costing him a whole bunch of time. Down the back straightaway, we follow on board with that Sami car getting around, driven by Andrew Cooke. Down across the line once again for Andrew Cooke, that time around a 31.276. Closing in on the halfway mark here is Zac Panic leading the way.
Awesome run here for Zac, 10.506, one of his best runs that he's had so far. Andrew Cooke, 31.2. Andrew looking good in that old school Yokomo replica car. A lot of bits that he's put on.
Zac Panic leading the way, Andrew Cooke in 2. Zalewski working his way back up to P3 now. Riley Lander in 4, Nick Poole in the 5 spot, Aiden Young in 6. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock.
Andrew Cooke on the rocking that old school Yokomo. He's got an onboard camera that he's built into the mold of the body shell, and it's pretty awesome. So they're recording some footage that hopefully we'll be able to show you later. Zac Panic out front leading the way. 10 lap 5.06, solid run for him. Bartek Zalewski now back out front. Bartek had a tough lap 2, 42nd lap. Lost 12 seconds.
He's worked his way back up to the front now, though, just in front of Zac Panic. 800ths of a second only in it between them. See Zalewski come across the line that time. Another slow lap, 30.0. So not the best lap again for Zalewski. He worked his way through the double-double. Just over 1 minute remaining on the clock out there. Zalewski over Panic. Andrew Cooke, Aiden Young, and Riley Lander rounding out your top 5.
1 minute to go. Final run of qualifying for these drivers. Bartos out front, 27.3. Hopefully with a couple good qualifying runs here in the final. After the restart, he's had 3, so hopefully that'll get him up at least maybe to the bottom of the B. It'd be nice.
Be touch and go, though, I'd say. It's a decent run in this one because the first 2 runs were missing laps.
Whoa,
so we'll see how he
on the
goes.
front straight, look out! Oh, you were there, Ben. Ben was ready to go Marshall.
Oh, the barrel roll. Hopefully we got that on replay. Ron Kirby going for a roll there in the air. Come on, give us a replay. Fine, a couple of seconds ticking on down.
Bartos, Zac, followed by Aiden, your top 3. Andrew Cooke, then Riley. Travis and Mesca joining us in the chat. Oh, yeah, there's some old school here. We got a couple real big vintage fans here, Travis. Andrew Cooke, one of them. It's straight up Masami replica. YZ10 or something. Scott knows. What is it? Yokomo what? What is it? 870? C. Yokomo, old school. What year was that? 88.
Last few cars coming across the line here. Blair Wallace, Nick Poole still to finish. Making their way around. Both drivers having a bit of a rough last lap here. There's Nick Poole, drops a few spots, just waiting on Blair, and that is all cars done. So Zalewski setting new time to beat out there. Not the best run we've seen from Zalewski.
No.
A 10-lap run, 5:04.0.
He's had a couple 11 laps here the last 2, so
low
this
11
one,
laps too.
Yeah, this one not his best. So unfortunately, he's not going to have the best qualifying chances here at the World's warm-up, but still get some valuable experience here on this track as he gets ready for the World. So we're going to throw it down to Scott Guyad. He's going to have a chat.
We're having a chat with Poland's Bartek Zalewski. It's been a bit of a tough day. The car's looking really good, but some electronics issues. Let me just check in first and see how the car's working for you out there.
The car working brilliantly. It's really fast and easy to drive, and I am proud of that. but I have some issue with electronic. I don't know what is this because I changed everything, wall set, and we still don't know what is this, but what I can say.
Sometimes that is how it is. Transponder issues making life difficult. How are you coming to grips with the track, and is it a good experience to be here before the World Championships?
I mean, of course, because it is my first competitions at dirt with 110 skill budgie, and I'm enjoy it, but what I can say really.
Do you get to be here for a couple more days for some practice?
Yeah, we stay to next Friday for testing.
I hope that testing goes really well. All the best.
Thank you very much.
So heat number 3 of 6 on track now. Got Lockie Williams going to kick this one off. Carter Sims in it as well. Gavin Webb, Brad Verco, Scott Hill, Ben Panic, Rob Maycock, Ryan Reynolds, and Scotty Giles. Getting hounded here, not saying Giles correctly.
Was that what I do? Tony, our producer's picking on us, I think, in our ears.
Yeah, I think they are.
I think so, yeah. All right, we're getting ready to rock and roll race 3. Lachlan going to be the first to roll out. Picturesque day here at Hills Off-Road RC for the World's Warm-Up. Presented here on RC Race Media by the fine folks at Team Associated. Can't thank them enough for making it possible for all of us here to bring you coverage on what is the warm-up. We're trying a bunch of stuff that we have visions of bringing to the World Championship coverage, which is going to be absolutely exciting. End of September, first week of October. As race number 3 is off and running, they said we want to thank Associated for all their help. Want to give a shout out to Live RC, along with RC Racing TV, kind of partnership. They're all working together to try to give more eyes on the prize of this beautiful facility that we have here, and sharing the passion for RC with everyone around the world. So big shout out again to RC Racing TV and Live RC for their support, helping us spread the word here of Hills Off-Road RC.
Epic work there by everyone supporting this incredible event. And we're going to have a even bigger event later on in the year with the IFMAR Worlds coming to town here in Sydney, Australia. Carter Sims out front in this one so far. 28.6 his previous lap. Doubles up with a 28.9. Ryan Reynolds in the 2. Ben Panic in the 3. Lockie Williams in 4. Gavin Webb in 5. Scotty, I think you've jinxed Ben about 3 or 4 times now. What are you going to say this time?
I got nothing. I'm not saying his name. I'm not talking about him. I'm not nothing. Nothing. How's the weather outside? Looks beautiful.
Still looks good.
Yeah, still looks good.
Still looks good.
All right, Carter Sims out front. Some other guy in second. Ryan Reynolds in third. Lachlan Williams in 4. Gavin Webb in 5. The Scotty curse is a real thing.
It is.
It is.
So Ben Panic, hot lap there, 28.8. So he's closing in on the lead here as well. Only about 0.8 of a second behind Carter Sims now. Pushing hard out there is Ben Panic. You can see the car really charging out there. Carter Sims, your leader, Ben Panic in 2. Lockie Williams in 3. Ryan Reynolds in 4. Scotty Giles in the 5 spot. Ben Panic now. I'm getting the hint. I'm getting the hint. Panic showing in the top spot now. 29.3, not the best lap. Oh. As Ben Panic goes for a roll. I put full blame on Scotty Ernst for that one as well. I know he's got his mouth shut. He's saying it's sealed, but I'm taking no blame for that.
2 minutes to go in this one. 2 minutes to go. Some dudes out front. Carter Sims in second. Ryan Reynolds third. Lachlan 4. Scotty Giles in 5. Giles is doing his best there. 29.2. Gavin at 29.1. Ryan at 28.4. That's hot lap of the race.
Ben Panic still holding on to that 3 spot after that roll. Just needs to keep it on its wheels from now. Ends up clipping the inside pipe after that double by Campbelltown Hobbies. Keeping it smooth from here. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Carter Sims with a 28.558 that time around. Ryan Reynolds making his way around as well as we follow on board with Ben Panic making his way to the loop. Check the time this time by 30.995, still in the hunt.
Carter Sims, 28.5, his best lap. Giles that time, his best lap there, 29.1. 29.6 for Rob. Maycock having his best lap there on lap number 7. We're down to the final minute here. Group number 3, round number 5. We're doing 5 rounds of qualifying total. Going to run triple finals for everybody.
I'm looking forward to it. Final 45 on the clock. Carter Sims still leading the way, 1.6 in front of Ryan Reynolds. Ryan's been on a push last few laps, closing in that gap. Took 0.2 of a second out of Carter Sims last time around. Carter comes around with a 29.1. It's a slightly slower lap there. Ryan Reynolds has been a fair bit quicker. 28.4 is hot lap. See what he can do as he makes his way back to the loop with Ben Panic right in tow. So Ben with a 29.0, Ryan Reynolds with a 28.9. So gap for the lead reduces down to 1.5 seconds, but only 10 seconds left on the clock.
Carter 29.1, 11 lap, 5:20. Ryan 28.9. He's got hot lap at 28.4. This one winded down.
Carter Sims still leading it out there at the moment. Ryan Reynolds in 2, Ben Panic in 3. Couple of laps still to come out there. Ben Panic on a push, trying to close back on in. Everyone waiting to finish here, making their last trip around for qualifying. Carter Sims comes across with 11 lap run, 5:19. Lockie Williams and 11s as well. Gavin Webb with a good last lap, bumps up to P4, 11 lap run. Here comes Ryan and Ben. They both cross the line. Ryan Reynolds, 11 lap run, finished off with a 29-second lap. 11 laps, 5:22. Ben Panic with an 11 lap, 5:26.
I can talk about Ben now because the race over. He got 11 laps, so that's
finally
good.
got his 11 laps
yes,
in.
Finally. I jinxed him every time. So now when he watches this, I had nothing to do with it. That's right. Yeah, tell him Scotty Scotty didn't say his name. Tell him that this.
It was definitely Scotty.
Yeah, take it away there, Scott.
Scotty Ernst refused to name this man for fear of putting a commentator's curse on him in that run. I'll name him, Ben Panic. Ben, how was that one for you?
Well, Mitch got me because I heard him out of my left ear going, Ben's taking the lead, and then I rolled over there. So I'm going to have a talk to Mitch. He was all fired up because he just had one of these special pink drinks and big nachos, so it obviously fired him up, and then, he got me good. Nah, stupid mistake by me there.
You're going to stop by the Team Associated booth and sort those guys out. Mate, I want to ask you what you think we're going to see this afternoon when we get to A finals time. You're a good student of the sport, a good analyst. What are you looking forward to?
Well, look, I think it's a little bit like yesterday, right? For me, the track for the top pros is probably not challenging enough. What we're seeing is it's really testing a different kind of skill, I suppose, from their perspective. How consistent they can be, how precise they can be. You can see it in qualifying. If you go wide on 1 or 2 corners, you drop half a second. So when that comes to racing, it's really who flinches first. TQ is super important. So whoever TQs is going to have the advantage, and whoever cracks first, we'll see what happens.
Can't wait for it, mate. Look forward to watching it along with you.
Thank you, Scotty.
Yeah. I was out. I know. Oh, man, we're having too much fun here at the warm-up. Good to have good laughs even when things don't go right. But Ben, always a good sport, racing here with his son. All right, we got some more fast guys in this one. Group 4 coming up. Logan Toia going to be first to roll out as they're in the countdown here. A good shot of the driver stand there. See these guys ready to rock and roll. And here we go, race number 4.
Toia leading things off here for the 5th and final qualifying round. So heat number 4 of our final qualifying round. Only 5 qualifiers here in IFMAR World. You do have 6 for the World Warm-Up. We're having just a 5. Check the lap times. They make their way around. Everyone on their first lap out there at the moment. Toia will be first across the line to get our first lap time under the way. Here comes Toia for a 27.580. Quick first lap there from Toia. Peter Sackle with a 28.5. Fumasato with a 28.3. Phoenix second with a 28.7. Gillett with a 28.5 as well. The Muffin Man a 28.467.
Toiga showing at the top of the board here. Toia out front from New Zealand. Leading away, 11 lap, 5:04 pace. That's a very good start here for Toia. That would be top 10 here over the last couple rounds. So we'll see if he'll be able to continue on that pace. Fumasato driving to Kyosho. Kyosho in 11.512. Muffin Man, Sam Muffett behind him at 28.4 last lap. His best lap here of the two. 3:30 left to go.
Toia coming across the line, new hot lap that time around at 27.493. Second trying to follow with him at 27.8. 28.4 for the Muffin Man that time around as well. So new TQ looking to be set here in heat number 4 of 6. Logan Toia looking at 11 lap run pretty comfortably into the 11 laps. Not far off the 12 laps from a heat number 4. All the way into the low 11 lap runs. Toia that time around at 27.7, waiting for Seckel to cross the line. Crosses there at 28.1.
You got 2 down, 3 to go. Toia continue that solid pace. Seckel, followed by Gillett, Dan Saito, Muffett, Cribbin, Coretti, Eggleton, Phoenix, 28.2. That's young Phoenix's best lap. Camilleri with a 28.2, his best lap. He's coming up on the halfway mark this time by. We're going to have 2.5 down, 2.5 to go.
Toia new hot lap that time around once again at 27.415. Just maintaining that hot pace at the moment. Closing in on a 12 lap run. Needs to keep it on going with 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Needs a couple of more low 27 second lap, but it is possible out there at the moment. Peter Seckold in the 2, Andrew Gillett in the 3, Fumasato in 4, Samuel Muffett rounding out your top 5.
2:10 on the clock. Toia that time by 27.9. Stay with him. Coming in to the chicane. Over to Campbelltown Hobbies 4-pack, double and double. Climbing up the hill.
Good sportsmanship there as well with Coretti just jumping out of the way of the leader.
Very nice. Oh, big send there over to tricky tabletop. Round the hobby wing, Havoc corner. Down the straight there you go. Another good lap there, 27.5. Fumasaito with a 28.0. Minute 30 left.
Toia going for a roll coming through the chicane there. Managed to get back on his wheels, didn't lose a huge amount of time, but he clipped the first inside chicane and just barreled it for the rest of the chicane. He landed on his wheels and got up and running again, so got pretty lucky out of that one.
I tell you what, I kind of hope they keep that chicane in this layout because I'm a big fan. Even when we raced it, Mitch, you and I, back in October, it was fun because, man, when you nailed it, it was like, yeah, I got it.
But when you got it wrong.
Oh, yeah, it cost you. And they can get rid of this first double. If they move that double like a half a meter longer, then us mere mortals would be able to make it.
We follow on board at the moment with Fumasato having a good run in this one. Just ahead of him is Peter Seckold. Seckold in the 3 spot, Fuma in the top spot at the moment. So Fumasato going over that tricky tabletop, heading to Hobby Wing Havoc onto the Hills RC main straightaway. This time around for Fuma, 28.3, sitting about 4.5 seconds behind Logan Toia. Your leader as Logan lays down you a hot lap of the heat.
How you doing? Keep it moving right there. 27.3 from Toia.
20 seconds remaining here. Final few laps starting to come in. Toia just starting to move a little bit further away from that potential 12-lap pace, but very, very comfortably into an 11-lap run here for Logan Toia as Fumasato puts his hot lap in a 28 flat, just outside of the 27-second lap bracket. Time ticking down now.
An absolute brilliant run from Toia. 27-second laps the entire run, except that one where he got it wrong coming through the chicane, and that was a 28.9. Otherwise, a perfect consistency. 27.2, his fast lap all the way to a 27.8. Just a brilliant run for Toia. 11 lap 5:05.
Peter Secold, last lap. Have a look at that, Scotty.
27-1, bringing the heat on the final lap. Falling a few seconds back. Still a solid run, 11.510. Sato, 11 laps. Gillett, 11 laps. 11 laps for Muffett, Cribbin, Angleton, Camilleri, and Cayote. All going to round out with an 11 lap as this one's in the books.
Yeah, it's lucky that Secold had that rear wing on the car. Might have taken off otherwise going down the straight, getting at 27.1. So we're going to chuck it down over to Scotty G. He's going to have a chat with New Zealand's own Logan Toia. Take it away, Scotty.
I know we spoke just last round, but we had to talk again. The king of the whips, mate. That was a really beautiful run to watch. You must be really pleased with how the car's coming on.
Oh yeah, the car was flawless then. One mistake, got a bit excited with the curves and the chicane, but managed to get it on its wheels and kept it going. Yeah, the car's flawless, can't complain. 11.505, best run of the day, and we'll keep it pushing to the finals. See where we end up. It should be middle pack of the D, man.
I watch you go up that step up to the back, and then the big long send down off that little tabletop over the far right hand side. The car is in all kinds of ridiculous shapes. How do you do that?
Billions of hours of VRC, pretty much. That's always all I do. But yeah, it's natural for me. I have so many questions about it though that people ask me. It's like, yeah, I just do it. I even do it on road. There's photos of me and on road doing whips of the touring cars. So yeah.
All I have to say is old men don't whip, but you do. All the best for this afternoon.
Thank you.
That's Logan Toia. Pretty to watch. That in round 5 of qualifying. I think we've got a couple of heats left to go. It's all action all the time. Scotty, Mitch, back to you guys.
Yes, cars getting back on track out there at the moment. We have our B sort now out on track. Heat number 5 of 6. Getting to the big boys, the big guns. Aiden Horne will kick it off for us. Martin Bayer, Tom Rinderkneht, Lockie Monday. Davey Batta, who's had a good couple of runs, looking for potential into the A main. Christopher Sturdy, Jordan Isagen, Jaden Edmonds, and Matthew Cooper. It's going to be a tight one, this one as well. These guys, a couple of them have the chance to getting into the A main. A couple of them have probably already secured themselves into the A main. Aiden Horne, maybe Davey Batta, depending on how a lot of the A drivers go. We'll see how this ends up. I think a couple of them might need one more good result.
Davey had a 6 and an 8, his best 2. So if he can put a top 10 in, this one might be a big accomplishment for him. His first international race. First time he's ever left America, he said. So let's hope for Davey having to do well. As long as all these guys, we want them all to have a good run.
Big way to go for your first international race. Cars just entering the track here for their first time laps on the final round of qualifying. Heat number 5 of 6. Some big dogs on track at the moment. Kicking it off with Aiden Horne.
Rocking the paint job here in this round, though,
Yep,
Mitch.
yep.
Yeah, it's like enough of the one color wonder. He's bringing out the race colors. Race paint for the win.
Bringing it down the straightaway for his first time. We'll see our first laps coming in now. 27.810. Martin Bayer with a 28 flat. Also for Tom Rinderkneht, 28.3 for Lockie Monday. 27.7 for Davey Batta. He's coming out swinging. 27.8 also sturdy. Jordan Isagen, 27.6. Davey off the track there though. Rough second start of the lap here. Maintained it in the end. It didn't cost him a massive amount of time. Didn't need a marshal.
Man, tough lap, but still early in this one. He can do it. Aiden answers with a 27.6 on his lap 2. 27.7 for Martin Bayer. 28.0 for Rinderkneht lap 2. Monday with a 27.9. Davey lost about 3 seconds on that crash, and that is costly at this level of a race. At Jordan Isagen now on a TQ time. Follow him on the track, 11.503 for him.
Absolutely flying out there at this moment is Jordan Isagen. He's put 2 hot laps in a row out there. Aiden Horne has taken it off him from this lap around. But Geordie last time a 27.6 as he works his way onto the Hills RC straight away. This time around for Geordie. Another PB lap at 27.562. Not quite as quick as Aiden Horne's 27.544. Nonetheless, still holding the top spot by 1/10 of a second over Aiden Horne and Christopher Sturdy.
11.503 right now for Jordan and Aiden. So that means in the A sort, we're going to see a bunch of 12-lap runs here if history repeats itself. It's Isergen, Horne, Sturdy with a 27.7. His hot lap there. Rinderkneht throwing down 27.6. How about a 27.36 for Jordan? New hot lap at a race here. 2:45 to go.
Tied at the top of the moment. Only 0.5 of a second separating the top three drivers. Isergen, Horne and Sturdy. The two Aussies and one American. Horne in meet in the sandwich at the moment. Halfway down, halfway to go. Aiden Horne, hot lap out there, 27.284. Banking on those 26 seconds laps again.
Horne now to the top of the board. New hot lap, 27.2, puts him 11.503. 6/1,000ths in front of Jordan. Sturdy behind him, 0.6 of a second back. Then it's Cooper, Bayer, Monday, Rinderkneht, Edmonds, and Batta is the order here. We're at 2:10 to go here. Qualifying 5, Group 5. Jordan and Aiden back and forth, 9/1,000ths of a second apart.
Slightly slower lap that time around for Jordan Isergen as he made a very small mistake coming off the double-double, ended up on the grass. He managed to recoup it without losing too much time, probably only 1/10 of a second or two. Heading his way up into the Elstram, step up to the Dunbury, drop down. Right behind Christopher Sturdy on track, but in front on the time. That's what matters at the moment. Aiden Horne in the top spot. Jordan Isergen 2, Sturdy 3, Cooper in 4, Martin Bayer in the 5 spot with 1 minute 30 remaining.
Jordan just setting his hot lap there, lap 7, 27.3. He is right now 0.2 of a second behind. It's Horne, 27.4. Jordan, 27.3. It is Horne on a brilliant run here. It's the race pay, and I'm just saying, 11.502 for Aiden. Making a trip here from the United States. Rocking the Team Associated. Part of the Horne racing family. His dad, Al, taught his kids to race for a long, long time. Aiden has moved to the top, one of the top drivers in all of 10-scale buggy USA. Got 1 minute to go. It's Horne out front, 11.502.
Less than a minute to go. Actually had a race against Alan Horne over in the world titles in Arizona. Awesome family. So leading the way is Aiden Horne, 27.5 last time around. Jordan Isergen 0.2 of a second behind. Sturdy now 0.9 of a second after that. Horne on 11 lap pace, low time here, 11.502.7. Looking at a great run here, trying to sneak into the A main is Aiden Horne. That time around a 27.478. Another great lap there with just 15 seconds remaining.
He's got clean track for the rest of the race here. Horne climbing up the hill right now with that backside double to the Dunbury, step off and step up. Coming up to the tricky tabletop is Horne. A left hand, right hand around a Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Gripping and ripping down the straightaway. He's going to have a shaking it coming down. Trying to throw the horsepower down. 27.6 last lap there. 11.502. Outstanding run there. I'm just saying, it's the race paint, Mitch.
Could be. Still waiting on Isergen to come across the line. He's going to push it across as quick as he can. Couldn't quite close that gap on up. 0.4 of a second in it between Aiden Horne and Jordan Isergen. Christopher Sturdy across the line there in 3rd. Matthew Cooper in 4. Martin Bayer in the 5 spot. New time set from Aiden Horne. Current TQ with an 11 lap run, 5.02. I would say we will be looking at a couple of 12 lappers in this next one.
Awesome run there for Horne. Even though it's not his paint job, he was rocking Salvage's colors, but it doesn't matter. It was race paint. That's better than a spray bomb there. Jordan 2nd, Chris Sturdy gets 3. Awesome run there, Aiden. Dad was online. He was messaging me during your race saying, yeah, go get him. All right. We're going to throw it over to Scotty Guide. He's going to have a chat.
Sunday afternoon. At last we get to have a chance to have a chat with Jordan Isergen. Jordan, that was a beautiful run. 0.3, I think, between you and Aiden Horne. How's the car working?
Yeah, we made a couple changes for Q5 that run, and yeah, the car was super easy to drive. I was actually able to push it, and yeah, it was quick. I just had to kind of keep it on all fours, and I knew Aiden was kind of pulling away a little bit, so I didn't want to kind of push too hard and crash. So I just kind of kept my pace and yeah, brought home second for that run. So feeling better coming into the mains now.
Pulling away 0.3 of a second over 5 minutes. Let me ask you, you're relatively new in Team Associated this year. What's it been like to work with the international team and the Australian guys for this weekend?
Yeah, it's been really great so far this year, having a bit more support down home. It's been, being able to work together and both improve myself and the rest of the team down there. So far, so good. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, all the best for finals a little later on.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's Jordan Isagen sitting right there near the top of the field. We're going out now to our A-sort. Scotty and Mitch, nothing more from me. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it, man. Great run from Jordan there. And Aiden throwing down some good runs, 5:02, 5:03, sturdy out of 5:03. Toia still sitting fourth with that 5:05 he had. But now the big dogs, Mitch. What do you think? How many 12-lappers? Think we're going to have 4?
I'm going 6.
Going 6? Ooh.
Going big.
Going big on this one is Mitch.
Big boys, big laps.
That's it. Track is as fast as it's going to be throughout the day today. Track completely under sunshine as the countdown is rolling. We're about 15 seconds of the start time. Marcus Kaerup going to roll 1, Rivkin roll 2, Kobbevik, Donnelly, Lemieux, Orlowski, Kato, Ment, and Ari Bakla is how they're going to roll out here. Qualifying round number 5, Group 6. Here we go.
Kaerup will start things off. Rivkin, Kobbevik, Donnelly, all out of the gates already. Everyone else starting to check them on off now for their first laps around. Kaerup looking nice and smooth to start things off, working his way to the back of the track as the last couple of lap drivers make their way off the line. We'll get our first representative time. Making their way around will be Marcus Kaerup. Down the hills, RC straight away. First time up, 27.397. Rivkin betters it with a 27.354, 27.4 for Kobbevik. Lachlan, Donnelly, Australia's own 27.251. Michael Olowski straight to the 27 flats.
TQ wide open in this one. We got Donnelly with 2 TQs, Rivkin with 1, Marcus Kaerup with 1. So it's all on the line to start on pole. And it's going to be determined here in the next 4 minutes here. Olowski coming out fast guy first. 27 flat, but Kaerup answers with a 26.992. Donnelly at 27.1, 27.3 from Kobbevik. Lemieux at 27 flat. Orlowski 27.1. Has 2 laps in the books. It's Orlowski, Kaerup, Donnelly, and Kato. Followed by the Schumacher here over the front side. Campbelltown Hobbies 4-pack. Double he goes.
Olowski making its way to the top of the track through the Dunbury. Drop down. He goes into the tricky tabletop. Currently leading by only 0.02 of a second over the rest of the field. Kaerup right hot on his heels as Kaerup lays down a new hot lap of the heat. He goes to the top of the timing sheet. Olowski now to the 2 spot by 0.03 of a second just behind. A 26.923 for Marcus Kaerup takes him to the top.
Excellent batter. Kaerup now answers here. Him and Orlowski back and forth. Marcus Kaerup from Denmark rocking the associate, but it's Orlowski back to the top. Donnelly. Now Kobbevik throws down a hot lap at a race on lap 4, 26.919 for the driver from Norway rocking the Schumacher. There's Chase Lemieux with a 27.3. Donnelly with a 28.0. Kato 28.0. Rivkin 27.8. Ment 27.5. Bakla 27.6. That's Ari's best lap right there. But it's Orlowski, Kaerup, and Kobbevik with 2:40 left to go.
Kaerup laying down new hot lap once again at 26.819 as we continue to follow along with Olowski making his way onto the straightaway. Across the line that time for Olowski at 27.2. Lost a couple of tenths from that lap around as he works his way through the plague bearings. Chicane over the double he goes. So we catch up now with Marcus Kaerup making his way onto the Heels RC straightaway. That time around at 26 again, 26.978.
Kaerup right now 4/10 in front of Orlowski, Kobbevik, Lemieux, Donnelly, Kato, Ment, Rivkin, and Bakla is the order. Coming up on a 2-minute mark in this one. Trouble for Kaerup. Kaerup sends it upside down. Good marshalling over there. But that's going to change it all around. That should move Kobbevik and Orlowski up in front of him and possibly Lemieux with 2 minutes to go.
Less than 2 on the clock. Daniel Kobbevik likely to take over the lead from this line as Kaerup goes across with a 28.9. Kobbevik now with a 26.855. He puts his hot lap in that time around. So we pick up with Kobbevik making his way through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Into the Elseram step up, he goes. Currently leading this one out, the final round of qualifying here at Hills Off-Road SC with 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
Over to Tricky Tabletop he goes in that yellow and blue around the hobby wing corner. On to the straight, we go. Gripping and ripping. Last time by 26.8. Backs it up with a 26.9. Brilliant lap there for Kobbevik. His teammate Orlowski behind him by half a second. Lemieux throwing down his hot lap, 27.0. But man, kicking it up a notch here, 26.6. New hot lap at a race for Kaerup. He wants to still be in the conversation after that small mistake. 9/10 of a second between the top four guys, all on 12 lap runs. Donnelly now on a 12 lap run with 1 minute to go.
Kaerup laying down another hot lap there, 26.591, bumps it up to P2 on the order now. Only a couple of tenths of a second behind Kobbevik. Kobbevik laying down his hot lap at 26.7. 35 seconds left to go. Olowski now sneaks it back up to P2, 5/10 of a second behind the leader of Kobbevik. Only 30 seconds left on the clock.
The top 7 drivers here above Aiden Horne's TQ time from the B-Sort. It's Kobbevik out front, followed by Kaerup, Orlowski, Lemieux. Starting their final lap here as they coming around, completing lap number 10. Orlowski, new hot lap for him, 26.9. Here's a 27 flat for Lemieux in the 4th spot. But it's Kobbevik, Kaerup, and Orlowski here. 10 seconds left on the race clock here. TQ on the line. We got Donnelly with 2 TQs, Rivkin a TQ, Kaerup with a TQ. Kaerup across the line there, 27 flat on lap 11. He's got 1 more to go. Kobbevik's got another 1 to go. Kobbevik, new hot lap for him, 26.7. Here's Orlowski across the line, 26.9. He's still in the conversation as they are starting their final lap here in qualifying round number 5, heat 6. Who's going to take it? It's all on the line for pole position as they come down the line. Bachler coming across the line. Here's Kaerup. Kaerup goes down to 26.8. Across the line, Kobbevik 26.5. Hot lap at a race from Kobbevik with all the pressure on. We're waiting for a couple more cars to bring it across the line. Orlowski's done. This one's in the books. 12 lap, 5:23 at the top of the board here in Q6. Daniel Kobbevik. Kaerup gonna go to Orlowski, Donnelly, Lemieux, Kato, Ment, Rivkin, Bakla. This changes everything now as we have 4 different TQs in the course of 5 rounds of qualifying. We're gonna have to get the calculators out to figure out who's gonna start on pole here for 4-wheel drive. Pops is over there with his fingers crossed, checking the checking list. Roma's over here looking. We're all checking, see if it updates here to find out who's going to be starting on pole. What a run from Daniel Kobbevik. And we're going to throw it down there to Scott Guy. He's going to have a chat with the man himself.
Daniel Kobbevik, you just walked down, breathed a sigh of relief, said, finally, that was a beautiful run.
Yeah, it was amazing. Just sending it the whole 5-minute run, and yeah, it finally worked out driving 5 minutes without a mistake. Yeah.
Between you and Marcus and Michael, Donnelly was there. There's a whole bunch of people so close together. What do you put that down to? Just how close the margins are today?
It's so close, and yeah, I'm watching the other cars the whole run, and we're going back and forth like on the distance, and some are fast in the beginning, some are fast in the end. But yeah, it's just so fun to drive here on the track, and yeah, the car is awesome.
The car is awesome. That's the new car you're working with. We can talk about that another time. I want to just ask you about going into finals. Obviously, this is a learning experience, but we're about to go racing head-to-head. How do you see your opportunities to pass or to move forward here in the finals on this racetrack?
It's difficult to say. I'll try my best, but yeah, it's the warm-up, and yeah, just happy that the car works, to be honest.
And you're happy with how the car's developing today? Learning opportunity every time with that new platform?
Yeah, we are gone a bit back and forth, but yeah, this was the right direction, so hopefully we can continue in this direction. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations on that run, taking top spot in Q5, and all the best for the finals.
Thank you.
That's Daniel Kobbevik. Beautiful run in Q5. We'll come back to the boys, and we'll come back in just a moment for a chat with Brent Telke to unpack what we've seen in qualifying today. Back to you guys.
All right, so our top 10 being secured here. Taking the TQ spot. Going towards Lachlan Donnelly, the hometown hero.
Absolutely great run for him. Marcus Caerup going to grid up in P number 2. It was a tie between him and third spot.
Spencer Rivkin all the way from the US, getting that P3 done in the end.
A brilliant run here in this final round of qualifying for Daniel Kobbevik, going to put him in the 4th spot.
In the P5 spot, we will have Michael Olowski.
Good run here for 6th qualifier, Chase Lemieux from the United States.
And Mr. number 7 will be Mr. Cooke Kato, making the trip over from Japan.
Ari Bakla going to grid up in P number 8.
And another Aussie on the 9 spot, Jarod Ment.
And then it was close here. 1 point to different. It's a driver from the United States. And the final driver locked into the championship final going to be Davey Batta. Unfortunately, tough luck there. 11th going to be Aiden Horne. We are going to have a chat here. Scott Geitz got the one and only BT Brent Thelke lined up for chat. Take it away, Scott.
I don't know if I'm allowed to call you BT, but Brent,
Sure.
BT. We've seen a pretty spectacular qualifying kind of unfold today. Tell me a little bit from your perspective, you know, what you've noticed, what you've been looking at, and how the day's unfolded from a team associated perspective first.
The track has kind of evolved a little bit differently than yesterday. It feels like it stayed a little wetter longer, probably due to the time change that we experienced overnight. So everything's kind of happening a little bit quicker as the rounds are going on. So that's been a little bit unique, but you obviously have a lot more grip with the 4-wheel drive car than you do with the 2-wheel drive. One of the first times I've heard the guys ask for kind of more steering and more cut and those types of things. Usually you're looking for that nice forgiveness when the track's pretty loose, but yeah, it's going really well. Trying a lot of different stuff, learning as a team. You can see as the qualifying kind of gets going here and they're reseeded, people start to get in that race pace, and they are racers. They want to win.
They do want to win. Want to ask you about Lachlan Donnelly. He's going to start out at P1 in the finals. Probably your first time to work really closely with Lachlan. Had been over to the last Worlds in the US, obviously, but you've been able to work really closely with him this week. What have you noticed about Lachlan? What are you appreciating about his approach?
We kind of did something a little bit different. Obviously, they're very local to this track. They have their own theories, their own setups and things like that. And both Chad and Lachlan have been super open with anything they've been doing. We've been in contact ever since Spencer decided he was going to come over for that national last year. They've driven each other's cars, shared all the information, but we kind of came in with the attitude of let them do their own thing. Yep. We'll kind of do our own thing and regroup throughout the event and see what kind of mirrors on both styles of setup. So it's been fun. I got a chance, like you said, to really pay attention a little bit more to Lachlan and his pace and the way he drives and the way he goes about his business over in Arizona a couple of years ago, and you could see the potential there. And I was really excited when I heard that the Worlds were going to be here, and he was local, and obviously the motivation's very high. So proud to see the run yesterday. It's not easy to hold off a world champion like Spencer for that 1 5-minute run, but to even be in the position is a huge jump for him, and I'm excited to see what happens in a few months.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about that. This week being a learning opportunity for lots of people for lots of reasons. For Lachlan, the learning opportunity is to race wheel to wheel with those guys. And we could see the progression through those 3 finals yesterday, couldn't we?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, most of these guys that are racing for the World Championship, they know each other pretty well. They race multiple times per year, and Lachlan's starting to get into that class and understanding what it's like to race at that intense level from both a pressure standpoint, race craft, and most of those guys aren't going to crack. So you got to be pretty strong to bring home the victory. So
behind him, Marcus Caerup was so close probably to getting a TQ run, just missing by a couple of tenths in that last round. He's really worked in, looking really comfortable on track today, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty comfortable with his 4-wheel drive even during those practice days. So he's used to racing on a lot more grip than here, but when you have talent, you have talent. So it's a matter of finding the balance, and he came in with a pretty good baseline setup. Andrew Savagi's been helping him a lot just in between races and getting the car prepped and tuning a couple little things here and there, and you could just see the talent ooze out of him.
We'll check in quickly around Spencer as well. He'll start out at P3 running that new development platform. How's that experience been so far?
Yeah, as you would expect. Some good, some bad, a lot of learning. Haven't broken anything, which is always huge when you got a whole new platform. So, yeah, just trying to get on the track and make educated decisions every single time so that you can apply those decisions to the future development and what we have here. So Aiden's been running the car a little bit as well. So this was his first time was this morning driving the car. So he's definitely playing catch up, and you see it. It's kind of what you expect. And you know, I kind of feel bad that he wasn't able to make the main. He deserves to race with those guys, but he also understands why he's here and how important it is to learn and be on the track. And now he gets another chance to just go and dominate the B main, hopefully, and race from the front and basically treat it like another qualifier.
Nice, unfortunately for Aiden, but nice to see Davey Batta sneak in to the main. Good opportunity for him on his first overseas trip to just get a feel for what it's like to travel and race.
Absolutely, yeah. He's going to be spoiled. I don't know if we talked about this before, but we got upgraded on the way over here. So this is his first international trip and 15 hours in business class for Mr. Batta. He's kind of spoiled. So, but yeah, he's been a good kid. You know, he's really had a lot of success here in the last probably 2-3 years, and you just see the arc continue to go up. So, but for him, you know, it's his second world championship, but I would kind of say his first as a guy with expectations to be making the main event and racing for podium positions, and he's starting to understand what it takes to do that.
A rich experience this week to certainly build for him towards the Worlds. It will be. Let's take a little minute to talk about the three finals this afternoon. Do you have to put your team manager's hat on and read the riot act to your three that'll start together up front? Are we talking McLaren Formula One kind of team order situation, papaya rules?
No. Go race as you want to be raced. That's what I tell all my guys. So if you get into somebody and you don't wait, expect the same, quote, retaliation back, either that race or very shortly. So, you know, they're all racers. They want to win. The other team wants to win. We all want to have that mental edge that comes with having success at the warm-up. But, you know, in the end, we're here to learn, and that's what you're going to hear from everybody.
And last question, you're staying on for a few days or the team is staying on for a few days. Is there already a development program in place for the week, or you'll sit down tonight and look at, you know, what you've learned so far and figure out what to do over the next few days?
Yeah, we've had a little time at dinner, and then when we get back to our Airbnb to kind of get a game plan together. So, yeah, we have a strategy that I think we're going to try. Typically, it's kind of a free-for-all. So there's two different things that you can do. You can either practice or you can test. Yeah. Practice is the driver driving around the track, getting used to the way the car feels and things like that. And testing, you know, oftentimes you take 2 steps forward to make 1 step forward, and you put those pieces together. And, you know, I think we'll probably do a mix of both.
And, of course, if Lachlan Donnelly has his way, KFC for dinner tonight, right?
Is that his go-to?
That's his go-to.
That's cheap.
Celebratory dinner for Team Associated at KFC. That is the way to go. Brent, Tucky, thank you so much for the chat. We look forward to seeing how the finals unfold a little later on this afternoon.
Absolutely. Thanks, buddy.
It's been a fantastic day of qualifying. That's the wrap on qualifying. We get set to go racing this afternoon. Lachlan Donnelly out of 1, Marcus Kaerup in 2, Spencer Rivkin in 3, then I think it's Kobbevik and Orlowski. We know all about those development cars that are being used both across Team Associated and Shoemaker. Look forward to seeing those on track. We'll take a little break now and come back with you just in time for finals. Don't forget, if you're watching us on Facebook, we'll be resetting the stream, bumping up against that time limit. So if you're on Facebook, we'll reset and start a new stream. Otherwise, stick around through this short break and we'll be back for finals racing. Thanks, team. We'll see you soon.
G'day everyone, we hope you're enjoying the coverage here from the 2025 IFMAR World's Warm-Up at Castle Hill. Hills Off-Road RC, a little bit of an anticipation, I guess, is building ahead of the finals. But we thought we'd take you on a little bit of a facility tour. Can't get my words out, I've got Scott Guy's disease. So this is the race control building, that's where all the timekeeping has been happening throughout the day. Also the podium presentations will happen out there on the front straight in a couple of hours from now. So it's a hive of activity as they reset the computer, get ready for finals. And yeah, we're looking forward to some really exciting action on track. As we move along, we've sort of taken over the other taken over the other container. This is our media centre for the weekends. This is where Scotty and Mitch are here. We're here with Chris Stanley from Mob Boss Graphics. You're helping out with the event this weekend. Sticker Station. How's everything been going from your side of things?
Been going good. Having a good time there. The driver's been very pleasant. I've been helping you guys with the camera, and I noticed that Scott's actually taken over my role there.
Well, that's the only way I could get a chance to have a chat with you.
Bit of demarcation, I think. Yeah, the union's going to be in touch shortly, and we're going to all walk out.
Excellent. All right, sounds good.
Going good.
Yeah, no. Appreciate all your help. Helping the media team and helping the drivers and supporting the event. There we go. He's checking out the the Associated Media Centre. We've got a lot of names for this place this weekend. What's been your favourite name?
Scott sort of fumbles through at the end of it. We have a bit of a laugh at the end of the what he's going to call it each time. So it's probably a suite or a chateau. A chateau, sorry. Yeah, not sure.
Awesome, man. Thanks for your help. We'll push on. So yeah, we went back this way. Obviously, procedures in place for this kind of event. So we've got a secure kind of impound area where the controlled tyres are kept. Drivers and mechanics will bring their vehicles in with no wheels and tyres, and so they pick them up from the volunteers. They get them fitted to the car, and then they head out on track. So they've got a bunch of tyres that they can sort through, work out which ones they're going to run. And down the end here, a little bit further, there's a bit of a station where they can glue tyres, a bit of a wash bay. So for the early runs in the morning when a little bit more muddy, they can clean up, compressor station down the end. So Scott can duck down there and have a little sticky beak at that. We'll have a quick word with Rob Nickel. Rob, involved with the On-Road Club, helping out this weekend with the off-road. How's everything been going from the official side here inside the tyre compound?
Yeah, look, we've been trying a few different things just with organisation, so we've learned a bit over the weekend. We had a bit like yesterday, it was very hectic and we weren't very organised. We sort of changed a few things yesterday morning. We've made another change today, much more streamlined than it was. So yeah, it's pretty good. I think we've got, most of the time, the tyres going out, really easy. The tyres coming back sometimes, because you've got mechanics that are bringing the tyres back for the races, so sometimes they're coming back earlier than we expected them to. But yeah, no, it's been going really well. And we've had Mark here working with us, Chris as well. So good team of people. Glenn was around somewhere, I'm not sure where he went to. We did have a fourth person, but yeah, no, it's been good.
I really appreciate all the hard work. This is sort of behind-the-scenes stuff that people don't see going on, but it's a really critical part of the event.
We do get to watch the A finals. That's a better. We shut the gate for the A finals and say no tyres. Yeah, but other than that, it's been good.
Get your VIP spot on the fence.
Yeah.
Any predictions for this afternoon? You're going to back the local favourites or an international?
I'm not predicting anything.
You're not jinxing anybody.
I'm an on-road person, not an off-road. I know nothing.
Thanks a lot, Rob. As we head back this way, as you can see, Aiden's going down. It looks like to glue up some more tyres. We've got drivers getting ready. A little bit more of a tour. You probably saw from some of the photos and things. We've got the Marquee City set up this weekend. Just here, we've got a bit of a manufacturer row, I guess, or a sponsor row. We've got Hobby Wing, Mob Boss Graphics, and Coyote set up with a few little stalls, helping out the drivers and teams. And as we said earlier, we spoke to Chris before. This is where they come to get their stickers. And we've got Coyote set up here. Got some other people coming down to check out the action this afternoon. So the fence is starting to fill up as people come down from all around Sydney to check out the finals action this afternoon. I'm just going to get an update from Matt on how far away we might be from kicking off our first final race. Also got Campbelltown Hobbies, a big supporter of this event and many events and RC clubs around Australia. So they're set up here with a huge stall with parts and supplies and keeping races on track. Can't see anyone to grab a chat with right now, but a big thank you and shout out to Campbelltown Hobbies. Just trying to see, everyone looks pretty pretty serious. They're getting themselves ready and set up for the finals. Jump in here. Here's Miss Bella. How you going, Bella?
Good.
Right around. So let's actually jump over. We'll have a chat with Andy Cooke and see if he can. Actually, that's a good point. We're sorry, Scott. We're going to duck back this way. Have a look at the canteen. The trackside treats that everyone has been talking about this weekend. So those who don't know, been run by Brad and Maria Holm, who are involved in the club down south of Sydney, or Bateman's Bay, beautiful part of the country. They are going to be hosting the 1/8 scale off-road nationals. Here we are, Brad. Here we are, Maria. Come out here a little bit. We might be pushing the limits. Come on, we're doing a live walkabout. Got to say a big thank you and shout out to the hard-working team. Brad and Maria, how you guys holding up? It's nearly over.
Yeah, good. Thank God it's the last day. The nachos are the bomb, are they?
Brad, how's it been going from your side, and you know what motivates you guys to do so much, not just here for this event, but back home at Bateman's Bay and the Raw Speed Series? You're involved in so much RC. What motivates you to do that?
Just all the mates, like just helping mates out. Like they come and do the same for us. So, probably touch on a little bit. If it wasn't for Ari, our club probably wouldn't be where it is now. He sort of started us off, gave us a chance at Proline, and we just sort of progressed from there. And now we're doing nationals and stuff. It's pretty good. So,
it's a pretty serious setup you got here too. Just sort of under the marquees, but there's fridges and warmers and a whole bunch of stuff in there.
I wouldn't really go in there, but
hopefully we'll get an aircon.
Looks like a bomb hit it.
For Worlds. Hopefully an aircon for Worlds.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Definitely. I won't hold you up, but thanks again for everything you do and keeping everyone fed and hydrated. You're world renowned now. Scott was actually on a podcast, and Trackside Treats was, I think, second on the talking point list. So you get a good reputation.
That's pretty good.
Thanks.
It's all her, mate. I can't cook.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. So that was Brad and Maria Holm. Trackside Treats, keeping everybody fed and hydrated this weekend. So we'll see if we'll pop back over and jump in with Andy Cooke. We mentioned during his race earlier, he's got a little onboard camera. We couldn't get the footage into the live stream, but we were able to pre-record it. So I'm going to jump in over here with Cookie. We're doing a live walkabout, and we'll take this chance to have a chat with you. Maybe we'll spin this way and Scott Guide will come in. Scott Guide's coming in this way. So you spin around towards the camera that way. Can you take the body off and tell us a bit about this camera setup you've got here, so we can do a bit of a deep dive and show some of the tech that we're working on? And you guys ran this at the Vintage Bash last December, correct?
Yes, yeah, correct. So we've got an onboard camera that streams, so transmits. So I've got basically the control unit or the CPU of the camera here with a fan, and lead up there. So that's the actual lens and camera unit. And then the transmitter here, so it acts a bit like an FPV system, transmits, and then there's the receiver module that you plug in via USB into a laptop.
That's what we picked up at the other end, so we're able to record, and then when you got the body on, the camera's poking out, the little air intake, right?
Yes, correct. So I got the good old 870C body, which has the air scoop, and has a perfect location for the little camera that can poke out and not be too exposed. So it's a bit protected there as well.
I actually followed your whole race footage from warm-up to the start, all the way through scrutineering as well. It was really a unique perspective.
Yeah, it stays on. So there's the camera there. It stays on while it's just plugs in. It just powers off the receiver. So got the lead plugging into the receiver. So as long as the car's on, it's running. Yep.
And, Scott Guy doing in the camera work, you got distracted by your other vehicles on the table here. So just tell the people watching, what are they looking at there?
Yes, over here we've got the 1989 Tour Drive World's A Final front row with the Masami Stealth prototype with the long front shock towers. And so that's the replica there. And then alongside him, Mike Dunn, so Losi JRX2 race prep. And he was second on the grid alongside Masami in 89 at St. Ives.
Wish we had more time. We're about to get action on track there, but thanks again for everything you do for RC and the hobby and the passion that you share and it gets us all motivated. It's an amazing credit to you.
Awesome, cool. Thanks, Tony. Awesome.
All right, we'll throw it back over to Mitch and Scotty. Finals time. Let's get excited.
Oh, sorry, we're a little bit preoccupied there, Scotty. We're just looking at maps of Australia here.
Exactly. Yeah, I had a fantasy of driving across Australia. We were looking at a map here and see if it's possible. You could drive from like Brisbane to Alice Springs to some dirt road to Perth.
Take a couple of days.
Northern Territory.
Yeah, take you a
So
good couple of
Western
days to get
Australia,
there.
South Australia, Northern Territory. That's where Crocodile Dundee's from, right? Northern Territories.
Yeah, I believe he's based from there, yeah.
Yep.
Paul Hogan, the
Yep.
original actor.
Exactly.
He has done some incredible movies and a lot of funny skits.
I was goofing. I need to get a Crocodile Dundee hat from when
Yep.
I'm here in Australia. You know, one like him with the alligator teeth and
crocodile teeth. Not
Crocodile,
alligator
not
teeth.
alligator. You're right,
Jeez.
crocodile teeth. Yes. Like, careful, I get shot down here. You know,
Yeah.
somebody. Say alligator, not crocodiles.
Yeah. I think Orlando or Florida itself, one of the only places I think in the world that has both gators and crocodiles.
Where was that?
At Florida.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And they have a lot of gators. I went for a trip. I went through a trip through Florida. We saw one of the NASA space launches a long time ago, and we would actually drive along the motorway or the highway over there, and you'd see gators literally on the side of the highway. Any little pool of water, even a puddle, you'd actually see a gator just chilling on in it. So pretty cool to see. So cars out on track now for our first full drive main here at Hills Off-Road RC. E-main number 1 to kick things off here at the IFMAR Pre-Worlds. Paul Sims, we're going to be leading things off here. Scotty, you got a bit of news for us?
Yes, so there was the reason for the delay in the process here is there was a protest filed after the last race. There was one driver who crashed and rolled off the track, and he did not, I guess the technical term, he did not regain on the track where he left,
So
which
he
is
gained an advantage.
Correct. So he crashed. He should have went back to where he wasn't. It's unfortunate for him because the marshal didn't see him crash. There was no marshal on the 10 spot. So he kind of drove back, tried to readdress it himself, but didn't officially go back to where he crashed and finish the circuit. So there was the option for a protest to say he cut the track unintentionally, but he did. And that took Jarod Ment out of the A final and moved Aiden Horne into the A final. So, yeah, unfortunately when it comes down to that, but that's what the officials deemed was proper.
Yep.
And we roll with that, and we are getting ready to rock and roll here, guys. So hello to everybody watching. We are ready to rock and roll. Oh, late at the start is Paul Sims.
Oh. Have to see if they decide on a restart on that. Doesn't look like it at this stage. A lot of cars didn't go. A lot of cars did go. About a 50-50 split on cars that decided to go there and cars that didn't. Everything's off and rolling here now, though, for the E main number 1. 11 cars in the lower 3 races. The B and the A main, though, just a standard 10, as per IFMAR rules. Out front at the moment, we should have Paul Sims. We'll see who crosses the line. First, we've got Nick Poole.
Nick. That's another guy. I can't say his name here in the mains because he always said I jinx him every time I talk about him.
Doing all right out there at the moment, though, is Nick Poole. Leading the way, Stewart. Having a good start from P7 to P number 2. Also, Andrew Kaerup from P9 to P2. That's your big 2 movers from the back of the field all the way to the pointy end early in this one. Bit of a rough start there. Once again, a fair few drivers not going on the tone. A couple getting that jump and making it work.
All right, Poole out front. Stuart McMahon, Andrew, James, Chakuba, followed by Paul Sims there, Blair, Devin, Rob, and Steven.
Yoshi just pulling off the side there. I don't know whether he got into a bit of contact or what exactly happened. Whoa.
Coming at you, Ari. Look out. Coming in hot.
Nick Poole still leading the way out there, coming across the line that time around, a 30.9. Got a decent little gap over Stewart. That time around, gap out to 2 seconds. Andrew in the 3 spot. Andrew Norris in the 4. James Whitbourne in the 5.
Good luck, Rob. We're going to have in the coming up race, we have the Panic and Panic show.
Ooh.
Ben is first, Zach is last. It's going to be very interesting.
Man, imagine if they swap by the end.
Yeah. Nick Poole out front. Oh, I said his name. Ooh, man, uh-oh. Oh, see? It happens. It is fact. I say his name, and he crashes.
He's under pressure now as well. He's got Stewart right on his tail as they make their way through a bit of traffic here. Their four-wheel drive RC10 there, moving out the way, going for a roll afterwards. But the battle on track now, they come together on the back straight there into the Dunbury drop down. We got pressure on from Stewart on Nick Poole as they work their way onto the Hills RC main straightaway.
It's Nick Stewart, followed by Andrew and Andrew. Good battle here. Coming in, plague bearing chicane. Good lines by both. A little faster from Stewart, though. I give him the Nick donkey flips it there on the backside double. Stewart going wide. How far back was the Andrew and Andrew show?
And they're right in it now. Three-way battle for the lead. Oh, they get tagged. Here comes Andrew around the outside.
Oh,
getting
my
it
goodness.
done there. That's one way to get two passes for one. Watch the two leaders crash into each other. Just sweep on through.
There you go. So Andrew Carrick, your leader. Seconded Nick Stewart. Andrew. Paul Sims got a hot lap at a race a couple laps ago. Into the Camel. Look out, Mika. Coming at you. Coming in hot.
So Andrew Carrick leading the way out there. Nick Poole into trying to close back into that lead gap. Looking like a good lap on this one. 2.1 seconds of the gap last time by as Andrew crosses the loop this time around. Waiting for Nick. This time around 1.7 seconds of gap. So Nick coming back into this race. Just behind him there. Stewart going for a roll as your leader also goes for a roll there. Another one as well.
Completely upside down over that double. Ari was there, but out front.
Nick Poole now into the lead. I have no worries about saying the name. He doesn't crash on me. Nick leading it over the tricky tabletop. He goes around the final corners into the Hobby Wing Havoc. Running it wide. Make sure he's not clipping that concrete down the Hills RC straight away over the loop. Into the lead now for Nick Poole. Andrew trying to fight it back.
Andrew coming in hot, smoking it down the straightaway, overcooking the end of the straightaway, using the curbing, the grass, whatever it takes to try to catch Nick.
Only 30 seconds remaining on this race. Another entertaining race we got on our hands straight away. Andrew going for a roll there. That's going to allow Stewart back into this race now. Stewart up to P2, not far behind on Nick Poole now. The gap between those two will be down less than a second with only 10 seconds left on the clock.
The final lap here, Nick out front. Andrew, much better line for Stewart. Coming across the line there in the all blue. Into the chicane they go for the final time. It's a nice double. Double perfect there from Poole. Stewart nails it. Stewart said hot lap the last lap, trying to reel in Nick. Nick's got a half a lap to hang on. Traffic in front of him. He's got to play it wise. Over the tricky tabletop he goes. Two more corners. Can he do it?
It's getting close.
One more car in front of him. He's going to be able to do it. Nick Poole hanging on for the win. See, it might have broke the jam. I don't know. I said his name twice. He didn't crash, so maybe it did. Broke the jam. Stewart second. Paul, Andrew, and Andrew. James Chakuba, followed by Rob, Blair, Devin, and Steven.
For Scotty there to make sure he had to call the last lap, and I knew he would have to call Nick a few times. Nick managed to get through it. I saw him slow right on down coming into that chicane. He was crawling through there to make sure he made it through.
He did. It was awesome.
We got Scotty waiting at the bottom of the stairs. I'm sure he's going to have a chat to Nick. Sure his legs were shaking and baking down there. So up next will be our D main number run. All right, we're going to chuck it over to Scotty. Scotty, take it away.
We're here with Nick Poole, first of our winners for this afternoon. Nick, that was all sorts of things going on in that race. Well done, Nick, is shouted out. Nice run for you.
Thank you. That was nerve-wracking. I got jinxed by Scotty again. Thanks, mate. He as soon as he said Nick Poole's in first place, went around the first corner and rolled it. So yeah.
You broke the jinx by getting to the win. Good luck as the afternoon continues.
Thanks so much. Have a good day, everyone.
Good job, Nick.
Oh, Scotty out there making sure that Nick knew it wasn't him. Car's back on track here now. Another great race there. Nick Poole just getting the win. So out on track at the moment, we've got D-Main number 1. We've got one less heat than yesterday, with a couple of cars getting combined into a couple of big races. 11 heat races for our first 3. And they are all 5-minute mains. All mains going to get 3 races today, from A main down to the E main.
Anthony, yes, all races are 5 minutes for all the finals. A's, B's, C's, and D's. Triple finals for everybody. Gavin, you can stay awake. You get enough sleep when you're dead. All right, so this is going to be the race. If you look, P1, Ben Panic. P11, Zac Panic.
Yeah.
So it's the Panic battle here.
Father-son battle on our hands.
Hollering going on. Looks like maybe we're...
Oh, sticker.
Ah, okay. Got it.
Brad Verco. I'm going to name and shame. No sticker on the car.
Hi, he's new to racing, first time. Yeah, he's kind of new, so...
We had people running left, right, and center to try and find that sticker. I saw them sprinting around to try and get a sticker from Brad.
I can't laugh, though, because the last race I was on, I forgot to put my sticker on my...
We got our 10-second timer counting on down here for the D main number 1, Ben Panic, your D1 driver.
All right, here we go. Second spot is Gavin. Good start there for Ben. Where's Zac? Got to keep an eye on Zac.
Yeah, he's coming.
I got Zac beating his dad.
Bit of chaos in the background there. So Ben leading the way out here in front of the moment. Gavin Webb hot on his heels. They work their way down the Hills RC straight away for their first racing laps here in four-wheel driver 29.9 for Ben Panic. Gavin Webb following around in the 2 spot. Bit of a gap back after that to Scott Hill in the 3, using all the curbing he can. Your top 2 drivers working their way around up the Elsram step up at the moment. Ben Panic under pressure from Gavin Webb.
4:10 to go in this 5-minute final, number 1 for the D group. We got Ben leading the way. Gavin, Scott, Brad, and Scott Giles, your top 5. There's Ben across the line, 29.3. Gavin a tick quicker, 29.1. Zac Panic from 11 up to the 7 spot.
Ben Panic putting it on 2 wheels there, managing to bring it back down on all 4 as Gavin hot on his heels, had to check on up. Man, he managed to bring it down from almost vertical.
Over that tricky tabletop they go. Gavin all over Panic. Panic keeping that door shut, coming onto the straightaway. Down the line, across the line, 29.9, another 30.0 advantage. Panic right now, 0.7 of a second. Into the chicane, they go nicely. Into the Campbelltown Hobby, double, front side 4-pack.
Scott Hill and Brad Verco starting to work their way into this battle. Not far behind that will be Rob Maycock as well. So the 3 drivers, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, working their way up to these 2 leaders. They early checked out. Meanwhile, Ben Panic starting to pull a bit more of a gap. Ben has a great line onto the straight. Seems to pull that gap out a little bit more as he enters the sweeper onto the straightaway. Pulls that gap out over Gavin. Slight mistake there. Would have been Scott Hill.
Panic into the back part of the racetrack here. Coming down the hill of that tricky tabletop. Still got Gavin behind him, Scott Hill and Brad. Top 3 doing their fast lap. Ben Panic just thrown down. Hot lap of the race. Gripping and a ripping down the straightaway. 29.1 to a 28.9 from Gavin.
2.5 down, 2.5 way to go. We are halfway in with half a way left to go. Your race lead battle going on to the LSRM step up. Meanwhile, we're watching on the battle through the double-double. Rob Maycock now up to the 3 spot. Not far behind him will be Scott Hill. A little ways back after that, Brad Verco still in the hunt. This is his home track. He knows this track just as good as anyone out there. He's closing in now on Scott Hill.
Panic still in control. He's got a 1.000 second lead. Man, Gavin just sent it in hard through the chicane. Sawing at the wheel. Into the back section of the track right now. Down a Dunbrag drop. Coming up to the tricky tabletop here. It is still Panic in a bright pink, yellow, and blue. Gavin, Rob, Scott, and Brad. Brad Verco now new hot lap of the race. 28-4 there for the field. Zac Panic up to 6, followed by Scott, Ron, Riley, Aiden, and Andrew. But it's still Ben Panic out front with a mirror full of Webb.
Gavin Webb really closing up, close and that last lap around. He's right underneath the rear wing of Ben Panic now. Slight mistake there, cost him a couple of tenths at most now. The battle on over the tricky tabletop. Who gets it best? Panic, nice and safe line. Gavin going long there, trying to close that gap right on up over the curbs for Gavin, coming down the front straight away. This time by the gap down to 4/10 of a second in it between first and second. Gavin looking for any way around he can.
Gavin launches it over the hip jump. He is looking to the inside. Ben takes the outside line. Gavin overshoots a little bit. Ducks in right behind Panic. To the step up in the back. There you go. Ben Panic right on a curbing, keeping that door shut to the tricky tabletop and traffic in front of him. Gavin again sends it, tries to use the curb, nothing there. On in the straightaway they go. They're going to have 35. Oh, man, contact there. Gavin throwing it up in there. Panic keeping his elbows out, hanging on to the lead. 30 seconds to go.
Ben holding on to a fight there, to say the least. They touched wheels. Gavin came out worse for wear. Somehow manages to stick onto the back of him like glue. Down the back straightaway they go into the Dunbury drop into the tricky tabletop once again with only 15 seconds left on the clock. Ben Panic with a whole mirror full of Gavin Webb as they enter the straight one more time around.
Panic keeping that door shut, coming on to the sweeper, not giving Gavin a look as they got some traffic in their future. We're going to see how that plays out. Oh, Gavin just punching it through the chicane. Panic keeping that door shut here, keeping the inside closed. Here they go to the back step up, traffic in front of him, coming up on it, red and yellow. Leaders there, good job. Gavin's going to have to send it here over the tabletop. Can't do it. He tries to go big to the final 2 corner. Panic trying to bring it home. Onto the straightaway they go. Panic going to make it happen here. Taking the win in D1. A fantastic race there between Ben and Gavin. Well done. Rob brings home 3, followed by Scott and Brad.
Rob was just waiting in the wings there, hoping for a snippet of a chance where those two came together. And he would just zoom on by, but it just never came. Rob coming up about 2 seconds short of the win in that one. Ben Panic, Gavin Webb, Rob Maycock, Scott Hill, and Brad Verco, your top 5 from D-Main number 1.
Guess we have to say the official Scott Aaron's Ben Panic jinx is over.
It sounds like it.
I gotta think that, yes. Good run, Zach.
Fantastic race there. Ben Panic, elbows out, making that car wide. Gavin Webb all over you for 5 minutes.
Yeah, good fun. Great race with Gavi. Super clean, which is always lovely to race like that. So good A1. I wish it was A1. D1.
It's still heads-up racing, though, and that's why we do it, right, to do that wheel-to-wheel battling.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was good Zach was in the race. I was trying to keep an eye out for where he was as well and see how he was going. So, yeah, great race.
Well done. All the best later on.
Thank you, mate.
The Scotty jinx is finished.
Scotty jinx is finished. Too late in the day.
So up now we'll have C-Main number 1, Andrew Gillett will lead this one out. We'll have cars on track any second now. So Ben Panic finally getting that win, breaking the curse, Scotty.
Yeah, it is. It's, known Ben a long time. Best part of my job is friends I get to make. I get to jinx Nick when he's rising. I broke the Ben Panic jinx that time.
2 for 2.
Okay, you got it, mate. That is the best part of my job, is the friends I get to meet from around the globe. We all share in the same love, Mitch, that we have, the passion for this hobby. And when we can all high-five and have fun, that makes it all worthwhile.
And we see you out there, Lee Grace. Rob checking in with our third for Rob as well. Lee Grace, awesome fella. You've met Lee a couple of times.
I have,
Yep. Epic dude. Comes from up in Brisbane.
You look so happy.
Up my way as well. So up now, C main number 1. Andrew Gillett to lead things off. Fumasato to be number 2. The Muffin Man in number 3. Ben Cribbin 4. Phoenix Eggleton rounding out your top 5 for the C main. Once again, 11 cars in this race as well. We'll go back to 10 cars in the B main. All mains having 3 finals here today as well. Same as yesterday, which is awesome to see. Everyone getting the same amount of track time, same amount of race time. Race time ever so important.
All right, 15-second countdown here. They're going to have a 10-second. They do the 10, a little silence, and then the tone.
8, 7, 6, 5.
Here we go. Andrew bringing the field around from pole. This is our C-man. Fumasato from Japan is in second. Hey, this is a pretty good lap there, Mitch. Good start.
That was an incredible start. Nose to tail for everyone here. Fuma looking really racing in the back of Gillett at the moment.
Beautiful day here. Hills Off-Road RC. Warm up here for the World Championships presented by Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobby Wing, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, and Protec RC. Excellent battle in the chicane. Fuma right behind Andrew. Matching laps there, nose to tail through the front side, double-double.
Fuma just having to check up a little bit off of that triple there to not run into the back of Gillett as they work their way through the through the tricky tabletop now. Full freight train working their way around the track at the moment, all line to stern. I don't know if there's been a change to the order.
Qualifying order, they've only got a couple laps in. That is outstanding start here for the C group. Wonderful. Andrew in control of this one. Fumasato is in second. Muffett and Cribbin. Phoenix 5. It's qualifying order. Still here. We're at coming around for lap number 3.
Gillett getting a little bit wrong up the top of the hill there. Fuma tried to have a swing around the outside. Couldn't quite get it done. Looking left, looking right. Nowhere to go at the moment here for Fumasato on the back of Gillett as they work their way through the first few corners. Even using the grass for a bit of grip there. Oh, the Muffin Man gets it wrong there. He's going to go way, way down the order. Now we start to see a bit of chaos coming through.
Top 3 here going to break away from the pack. Still Andrew on point. Sato is in second. Both doing their best laps here the last couple laps. Early stages of this 5. Oh, Fuma with a big send. Full send over here to tricky tabletop. Not able to make it happen. Down the line they go. Third spot a bit back now is going to be Ben Cribbin. See if Ben in the blue bomber can reel these guys in. But Fumasato just going for it there on the tabletop.
That was huge. Huge whip as well. Tried to stick it right up the inside. Couldn't quite make it work. Once again, he's right underneath the rear wing. One of the best battles we've seen all weekend here in the C main. Fuma looking for a way around on Gillett. Gillett just holding those racing line, not giving Fuma an inch as we get to the halfway mark of this race.
Over the hip jump they go. Coming into that back A-main short shoot. Over the front side, Campbelltown Hobby double-double. Fuma trying the outside line. Nothing there. Andrew keeping the door closed on the lander.
Ben Cribbin still trying to work his way into this one as well. He's just losing the pack a little bit here. Lost about 2/10 from the lead pack last time around. See if he can close back in from this lap as our 2 leaders work their way down the front straight.
Man, Fuma, again, right side tires up on the curbing and above it, just using the pipe of the grass, trying to get it to turn. Rocking Kyosho there. Andrew out front, leading the way. Long time, 30-year veteran with TLR, making a change this year to X-Ray.
Looking comfy out there as well with that X-Ray vehicle under a whole ton of pressure out there from Fumasato, not giving him an inch out there at the moment as they work their way around for another lap. 28-1. Ben Cribbin with a 28-4, just dropping another 3/10 off of these guys. As Fuma with a straight line, looking up the inside there. Can't quite make it work.
Brilliant driving again, trying to go around the outside. Nothing there. Andrew right on the curbing here as they come down. Oh, Sato catching a curb in the air. Scott there to marshal it. That's going to cost him a couple spots. Huge breakdown for Andrew as he comes across the line. Going to have a couple second lead as the battle hot and heavy here between Ben and Bartek Zalewski.
Zalewski once again looking left, right, center on Ben Cribbin. Ben under a whole heap of pressure. The two X-Ray boys under immense pressure out there. Ben holding those inside lines, just like we saw from Gillett a couple of laps beforehand. Zalewski looking for any way around he can.
Good battle here to that left hand now around the hobby wing corner here. Zalewski getting a good run. Not close enough here. Hard on the body. Oh, man. Sending it in there, having to pitch it sideways, avoid contact there with Cribbin. Meanwhile, Andrew continue to pull away here. 30 seconds to go in this race. Andrew, Ben, Bartos, Fuma 4, Phoenix 5, Camden, Anthony, Sam, Carter, Ryan, and Lachlan. 20 seconds to go.
Andrew with this one all but wrapped up, just needs to keep it on its wheels from here on out. The battle to watch at the moment, second and third coming down the hills. RC straight away into turn one around the Protec whip. They both get it done nice and clean. Ben holding that inside line, making sure that Zalewski doesn't have a sniff. Zalewski with a huge whip on the outside there, trying to find something, make something work as time expires here. Last time around here in the first race for the C-Main. Andrew Gillett looking to wrap this one all up. The battle for second still rages on as they work their way to the line. Andrew Gillett takes the win. Second and third coming across will remain Ben Cribbin and Zalewski. Fum Masato coming home in fourth. Phoenix Eggleton coming home in fifth. Camden, Samuel Muffett, Anthony Coretti, Calada Sims, Ryan Reynolds, and Lachlan Williams rounding out the field.
Excellent race there. Well done. Great run there for Andrew. Ben and Bartos had a good fight there for that 2 spot. All right, we're going to throw it down to Scott. He's got an interview lined up here from the C-Main.
He's been doing it. He's been doing it for 30 years, but he's still got it. Incredibly tight battle those first 3 minutes. Andrew, how was the heart rate as Fuma sat on your rear bumper?
I should check my watch, actually. It's got the heart rate on it. Yeah, it was good. A high pressure race. I mean, hats off. I mean, he drove a really clean race, he could have taken me out at any moment, which was so nice clean racing. It's had to hold my nerve, which I haven't had to race like that for a while, actually. So I brought back a few memories, but I guess my second nature kicked in. It was a good race. Yeah, happy with everything. It was really good. Really good.
Beautiful. We can't wait to see you guys go at it again a little later on. Hope for another one just as good as that.
Yeah, I hope so too. It's good fun. Thanks.
Oh, Gillett still shaking as he comes off the stand there. Oh,
look out, coming in, coming at you.
Great race there between Gillett and Fumasato. Couldn't ask for much better than that, but here we go. We've got a B-main ahead of us.
Getting closer and closer to the big show.
Yep. So heading this one out will be Jarod Ment. Getting bumped to the B. Unlucky there. Nonetheless, starting off the top spot will be Jarod, Matthew Cooper 2, Christopher's 33, Lockie Monday in the 4, Martin Bayer in 5, Tom Rinderkneht in 6, Jordan Isagin in 7, Logan Toia 8, Peter Seckold in 9, and Jaden Edmonds in the 10 spot.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Lockie, you and Chris are 3 and 4. The points changed. The numbers will be wrong, sorry guys.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
And here we go. Jarod Ment bringing the field around. Cooper behind him and sturdy. This should be another barn burner of a race.
Ment will be driving hot in this one, I would say. Has Cooper right on his heels along with Sturdy. A little bit of a gap back after that. Old Bayer going for a roll in the background.
Good start up front. Top 3 here breaking away. Across the line, it's Ment, Cooper, and Chris Sturdy. Oh, a little bit sideways there went Cooper. Cooper trying to do it. No, Sturdy going around the outside, around the outside.
Great move there by Sturdy. making sure he held position at the next corner, keeping the tight line so Peter Cooper didn't have anywhere to go. So Sturdy now up to the 2 spot. Jarod Ment in the 1.
Ment across the line there. Sturdy. Cooper knows the tail here.
Ooh.
Lachlan money behind him. Rinderkneht followed by Toia, Edmund, Seckel, Bear, Essergen.
Contact there between second and third. Matthew Cooper finding the inside line on Sturdy. Sturdy coming off worse for wearing that, but he's still in the hunt. Goes back to P3. Manages to make it work out of that. So first, second, and third all evenly spread. And after that, we'll have a whole gaggle of cars making their way down the Hills RC straight away. 1 minute 30 down, 3:30 left on the clock. Jarod Ment, your leader, starting to check out in this one. Matthew Cooper in 2, 27.6 from Matthew Cooper, trying to get back into this race. But Jarod Ment at 27.1, showing why he wanted to be in the top sheets. Christmas
3:15
30
to go. 3:15. Our leader is Jarod. Jarod stretching out that lead, a full straightaway lead right now over Cooper. Then it's going to be Sturdy, followed by Monday and Rinderkneht. Rinderkneht just doing his hot lap right there at 27.4. Same with Monday. Jarod got a 1.8 second lead. He's driving that white, blue, and orange associated on the white wheels. Oh, Cooper getting it all kinds of wrong. He's trying to hold that spot with Sturdy behind him, and Cooper going to hang on.
Tight there once again. They came together earlier in the race. They're going to try and keep it clean this time as they work their way down the Hills RC straight away. Christopher Sturdy with a head of steam here coming in at turn 1. Over the Pro Tech whip they go. Into the plague bearings. Chicane, they go into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double.
Jarod Ment, small little mistake, but he keeps the rubber to the road. He's going to maintain it at the halfway mark. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. The battle, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Round the Hobby Wing Havoc now on to the straightaway they go. Cooper a little bit wide, a tighter line for Sturdy. Sturdy just 2 car lengths back. Down the A-main short chute, into the chicane they go. Sturdy maybe a bit quicker that time through there.
2 minutes left on the clock. Second through to 6th place, all battling it out for those top spots in this main. Working their way to that tricky tabletop. Sturdy right on the heels of Matthew Cooper in the second spot at the moment. They're trying to break away from Lockie Monday just behind. They're working their way around the first few corners here. 1 minute 45 left on the clock.
Excellent battle here through the chicane. Gas straight line and getting tires on the curbing. Climbing up the hill they go. Oh, Cooper a little bit wide there. Sturdy not close enough to capitalize. Coming down the hill, coming up to the tricky tabletop. They both send it there to the hairpin. In front of them, a full straightaway plus. Jarod Ment checked out, gone in this one. Here is Cooper across the line. Here's Sturdy across the line. The gap right now, 0.6 of a second between them two. Toia up to the 4 spot behind them from the 8 to the 4. He's driving that white. Oh, now Cooper getting it wrong. Sturdy going around the outside. Cooper trying to send it. Trying to put the elbows out there. Trying to defend. Cannot. And Sturdy now to P2.
Good move there by Sturdy. Saw the opportunity and took it. Matthew trying to take it back there now, though, with less than a minute on the clock. Second and third battling their way around turn 1 into the Pro Tech whip they go. Nose to tail. Matthew Cooper looking really pushing out there at the moment. Tries to look up the inside. Got to go around the outside now. They come together. They couldn't quite see it, but Sturdy comes out just in front with 30 seconds left on the clock.
It is Sturdy and Cooper. The battle here. Jarod Ment checked out, gone. He's way out front. He's got this one in the sack. We stay with the fight for the 2 spot. They are going to go one more time across the line. Sturdy and Cooper car lengths apart. Just a couple meters into the chicane for the final time. Perfect line for both. Here goes Cooper, tries the outside line. There's side by side, wheel to wheel, door to door if they had him. Sturdy keeping a big whip. Oh, Cooper getting into the backside. Sturdy going to hold the 2 spot here. No love lost between these two as they're racing to the line. Cooper getting a little bit crossed up in the hairpin. This one's coming to a close. Race him to the finish line. A hard fight there for 2 spot. But taking this one, making it look easy. Jarod Ment taking B-main number 1.
Christopher Sturdy coming home with that hard, strong second place. Matthew Cooper in the 3. Logan Toia, P8 to P4. Great movement there from Logan Toia, the Kiwi driver. Tom Rinderkneht in P5.
Edmonds moving up from 10 to the 6, followed by Martin, Peter, Lachlan, and Jordan.
Opportunity to have a quick chat with Jarod Ment after that one. Lights the flag. Really, really solid run out there in that B1 final.
Yeah, the car was great. We really got it good in Q5. Unfortunately, I made a mistake and my result got deleted, which pushed me out the main. But, I mean, my pace was great, and I think you could see how comfortable the car was just then.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit of fire in the belly with that unfortunate incident, as you say. Pretty motivated to go fast.
Yeah, motivated to go fast, but also motivated to not let them be right. It's hard to come back from something like that after getting protested, but I just want to show them that my mental strength is there.
Well, it was a beautiful drive, a really nice start to the afternoon. We look forward to seeing you do it again in an hour or so's time.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Jarod. That's Jarod Ment taking the B1 win. We go straight to the first leg of our A final. Scotty, Mitch in the Team Associated Media Centre. Let's go back to you.
All righty. Well, thank you very much, Scott. Shout out to everybody watching online. Frank Church, how are you? Welcome. Lee Grace, he's calling it already. He's got his winners decided. Good to have all you folks following along from around the world. It is four-wheel drive, A main time, Mitch, and I think this is going to be an amazing, amazing race.
Man, we've seen the speed we're seeing from the B main, let alone the A main. So we're going to have a big shout out to all of the sponsors for this event. Going to kick it off with Campbelltown Hobbies, a major sponsor for this event. Hobby Wing Technologies, Team Coyote, Global Facilities, Maintenance, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, AWP, Air, Water and Power, Elstrom, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dumbray Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, On-Site Hire, Mob Boss Graphics, and you can't forget Team Associated for bringing you this commentary booth that you are listening to right now. Everyone checking them on in except for Ari Barkler so far. X-Ray drivers running around left, right and center at the moment, try and sort something out here. No check from Ari at this stage. Everyone getting gridded on up. There we go. We got a check in from Ari Barkler now. Fair bit of movement going on around the stand as it stands at the moment. All the cars lined up and ready to go racing. So your TQ driver going the way of Lockie Donnelly. Drivers getting set out there, line astern. Donnelly at the front there. Chad walking past, sweat dripping down his face. Trying to get some oxygen into his lungs.
All right, we are getting ready to go. They're getting ready for the countdown.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7.
All right, we are getting ready to rock and roll. A main number one. No, that was a computer. That was a computer mistake. All right, so you saw the jump start, but the computer made a tone like a default tone or something, so that should not be. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a Windows sound or something like that. So, yep. That could have been my fault though, because I went in there to print sponsor sheet. So that could have been my fault. Could have been this guy right here. Yeah, could have been my fault.
Kick him out.
Probably Scotty's fault.
Get rid of him. Done for the day.
I'm a failure.
All right, so that just builds the anticipation a bit more. You know, we just wanted to build it up a bit more. Lay it on Scotty. He's just building it up.
All right, Lachlan Donnelly, your top qualifier. Marcus Caerup, 2. Spencer Rivkin starting 3. Dan Kobbevik starting 4. Mikael Orlowski, 5. Chase Lemieux starting 6. Cooke Kato in the 7. Ari Bakala starting 8. Davey Batta in the 9. And Aiden Horne round out your 10-car field. And they are getting ready here. Getting the computer set. Yeah, they're forwarding it there. They're getting it down here to the countdown. All right, so these are your top 10 drivers here, ready to battle it out in A main number one. Lachlan Donnelly starting on pole. We're getting into the 10-second countdown here. 5-minute A main number 1. We're getting to rock and roll. Here we go. A main number 1 off and rolling. Hometown boy Lachlan Donnelly starting on pole in the Associated. Right behind him from Denmark, Marcus Kaerup. Followed by Spencer Rivkin. In the 3 spot. Oh, somebody upside down. That's going to change it around mid-pack. Top 3 going to remain the same. It's the Associated boy, Donnelly, Kaerup, and Rivkin. It's a 5-minute A main number 1 down the line. They go, gripping and a ripping. It's Donnelly, Kaerup, Rivkin, Orlowski, the 5. Lemieux goes 6.
Kaerup looking for any way around he can on Lachlan Donnelly. Early stages here. Plenty of time left for racing throughout this one as they work their way up the Elstrom, step up into the Dunbury drop. Oh, a bit of tag there. Had to wait and check up a little bit for that one. Was Kaerup. Donnelly now under a whole heap of pressure as the rest of the pack starts to catch up on them, with Spencer Rivkin and Michael Lowski starting to close on up.
Great battle here. We got 1 down, 4 long minutes to go. Into the chicane, they go up on 2 wheels. It's Donnelly, followed by Kaerup, followed by Rivkin. Orlowski throwing down hot lap in a race here, getting into the mix up front. Oh my, Marcus trying to go around the outside. Beautiful pass from Kaerup, making it happen, taking it to the high side there. Kaerup coming around, going to lead lap number 3. A main number 1, across the stripe they go. It's Kaerup, Donnelly, Rivkin, Orlowski, and Lemieux.
Man, they are bunched up the top 4. The slight gap after that, but your top 4 drivers at the moment separated by only 10 of a second. Your leader at the moment, Marcus Kaerup, working his way around the Dunbury drop into the step up. Around to the tricky tabletop. 4 drivers freight training around. Donnelly under a bit more pressure there as Rivkin getting checked up there. Orlowski just getting into the back of him. No harm, no foul in the end. They just drop a little bit of time that allows the top 2 drivers, both Kaerup and Donnelly, to pull out a little bit here.
Kaerup bringing them through the chicane. They go to the front side. Double front side 4-pack. The freight train behind him. Kaerup in that white and blue, a bit of red, white wheels. Donnelly behind him. Oh, man, then we got a battle here. Orlowski, Rivkin right there. Lemieux, 2:45 on the race clock. Across the stripe they go. Kaerup and Donnelly. Donnelly, hot lap of the race there. 26-6. He's keeping the pressure here on Kaerup. Coming into the front side 4-pack. 2 different lines on the exit there, but it's Kaerup on point.
Previous lap, I was going to say that Kaerup looked like he was starting to pull a bit of a gap over Donnelly, and Donnelly has just ripped that back on in. So Donnelly right underneath the rear wing of Kaerup now as they work their way onto the Hills RC straight away. Down the straight, the gap last time by, only 0.2 of a second, back to 0.3 of a second. Nothing in it though as Kaerup with a slight mistake there coming off the Protec whip. Gets it in line though, keeps it in front of Lachlan Donnelly. These 2 trying to check out from the rest as we see Jace Lemieux going for a bit of a roll there. Your 2 leaders working their way down the Dunbury drop and into the tricky tabletop.
Here we go, coming around to the left side, hairpin, round the hobby ring corner here, onto the straightaway, hitting the line right now, 1:49 to go. That's Kaerup, Donnelly leading away, Orlowski 3, Rivkin 4, Kobbevik and Lemieux. Then it's going to be Kato, followed by Horne, Bakla, and Davey Batta. It is Marcus Kaerup from Denmark out front, leading away. He's got just a couple meter lead right now on Donnelly. Donnelly, the hometown boy. He's got tons of laps on this racetrack. Full send there over the tabletop, closes up on Kaerup. Right on the curbing they go. On across the start finish line, 1:21 they go. Kaerup with the advantage, but it is only car length. Behind is Donnelly.
Great battle also going on for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. As I say, that Rivkin goes for a slight roll, giving Orlowski a bit of breathing room now. Maybe able to close back into this battle we're watching at the moment for the lead. Kaerup over Donnelly. Looking left, looking right is Donnelly. Nowhere to go at this stage. Going over the tricky tabletop. Can Donnelly pull something out here as they work their way onto the main straightaway with less than a minute on the go?
55 seconds on the clock right now. Kaerup with an advantage over Donnelly. It's 0.5 of a second, but this one far from over. 45 seconds on the clock. Marcus Kaerup leading away out front. Coming into the high side there in the back. Now coming down the hill, coming up to that tough tabletop. Full send by both. To the left side, right side. Hitting the line as they cross the line here. It is going to be 27 seconds ago. This may be the final lap. It's going to be close. We got Kaerup hot lapping that time while he's in the lead. Donnelly going to have to come up with some magic here over the front side. 4-pack he goes. We're down to 15 seconds to go. Half a lap left here. A-Main #1, the world's warm-up here at Hills Off-Road RC in Sydney, Australia. We're down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. Keep going, keep going. Time has finished. Lachlan, Donnelly, you're done. Marcus is still on the clock. He's going to get the extra lap here, and that may pay dividends here in the course of the tiebreak for the triple finals. But a brilliant drive here, starting number 2 on the grid on a lap of his own, sending it over to tabletop. One final time down the straightaway, coming around, taking A-Main #1, Marcus Kaerup.
0.3 of a second Donnelly missed out on an extra lap, and he was looking quick out there. Just started to close back on in on Marcus Kaerup, putting down a 26.8 off for Lachlan Donnelly on his last lap. Closed right on in, but just missed out on that extra lap. Man, that would have been exciting if we managed to get one more lap out of the both of them.
Absolutely. Donnelly goes 3, Donnelly goes 2, Orlowski, Rivkin, and Kobbevik round out your top 5. We're going to throw it downstairs there to Scott Guy. He's got a chat here with Marcus Kaerup.
Marcus Kaerup, cool as a cucumber after that helter-skelter race. Firstly, beautiful pass.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was an awesome race. Just tried to keep the pressure on and trying to show the Australians how we race in Europe. No, it was a great one. I mean, my car was amazing this run. So let's try to do it for A2 and A3.
Yeah. We call that the Empire Strikes Back, getting that win over the Australians there. Yeah. Just quickly, how's the car developed through the day as the track's evolved? You kind of staying with it, making many changes?
So as this is the warm-up, we're trying different stuff. You gotta trace the track a bit, like predict how it's gonna be. So a lot of setup changes is gonna be tried, and yeah, I mean, we're working towards the right thing, doing notes and stuff every run. Right now we're at a good spot. I think we have some small stuff to test still, but yeah, we'll be good for the Worlds.
Thank you very much. All the best for A2 and A3 a little later on.
Thank you.
Beautiful drive, a spectacular pass. You saw it live on the stream, clean. Lachlan Donnelly parked on his rear bumper for the rest of the run. Scotty, Mitch, what did you make of that? Let's go back to you guys.
It was an amazing, amazing race there. Great pass, good, clean racing up front. But it was just, it's what we expect from these guys. And this track definitely making for an exciting and fun-filled race to watch for sure. Spectators are lined up all the way around the fence. It's just a prelude to what we're going to see here in October when the World Championship. I mean, they're going to be too deep. They were standing on chairs over here. It was pretty exciting. What do you guys folks think that are watching online? Appreciate you joining us from around the world. And it was a pretty exciting race. What do you guys think?
Yeah, can't wait to have a grandstand there. We heard the oohs and ahs whenever someone would crash or a good overtake would happen. Man, when we have a grandstand full with 50 so people, and it's going to be even better.
Absolutely. A lot of people came down here that are local RC enthusiasts from the Sydney area. Driving to talk to a couple guys, drove like 45 minutes, an hour just to come down and watch. And it's pretty cool. Everybody wants to be part of this, and the club is doing an amazing job here. Just a great facility. Hill's been here for over 40 years. Obviously, a lot of things have evolved through the years, but the pinnacle of 10-scale outdoor racing here, and just makes for a great, great facility and great racing.
Absolutely. We're seeing a little bit more overcast weather coming through here now, Scotty.
It is, yes. The first time, but I'm digging it, you know, after baking in the sun for a couple days. But it's not been crazy hot. No. So October, expecting the same kind of weather.
I would say
it's just coming into your summer, right?
Yep.
So that'll be awesome. All right, we want to thank all our great sponsors for their help. We could not do that without them. Want to thank Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobby Wing Technology, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, and Air Water Power.
Also, El Ceram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbray Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, On-Site Hire, Mob Boss Graphics, and do not forget, Team Associated for bringing us here. Scotty?
Exactly. You couldn't do it without them. Pretty awesome to have them on board. Big team from Team Associated here.
As Davey Batta walks on past. Yeah,
Davey didn't even wave at us when he walks by.
Wow.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, hey, buddy, good job this weekend. Good to see Davey, his first international race. And he's all happy, all smiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool kid, for sure.
Bit of a change over here, I'd say, to California. Wouldn't you say, Scotty?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he was, I don't think get wild animals here. And, yeah, it's been all good for sure. All right, marshals are en route to the racetrack. All right, going to take a short pause for the cause. We'll be right back. Continuing coverage here of the World's Warm-Up from Hills Off-Road RC here on RC Race Media, presented by Team Associated. We'll be right back for E-Main number 2. All right, getting ready to rock and roll here. Round number 2 of finals. Lots of spectators here. We appreciate everybody coming, being part. Again, thanks to all that great list of sponsors. Extra special thanks to Campbelltown Hobbies. They provide so much. Got a great hobby shop set up. I was browsing in there, seeing if I need some new widgets in my RC collection.
It's dangerous.
Oh, yeah, dangerous to go through the hobby shop over there at Campbelltown because they got everything times 2. They got chargers and batteries and tools and parts and just lions and tigers and bears, oh my, and everything.
And short course trucks.
They got a short course sitting right on top, but I'm good. I got my associated truck back home. It's doing good. I need to bust it out. It's got a little dust on it, though. I ain't been home for a while, but I'm going to be home for a couple weeks, so I'm going to do me some racing over at trackside here, and probably next week.
I tend to leave.
I get home Monday, so I could do Tuesday Night Worlds at trackside.
Yeah, right.
And they got a big short course tournament, so maybe I'll do that.
I tend to leave dirt on my cars. I call it speed dirt, and I like to keep the dirt wherever I go.
Yeah, you don't blow off clean off your car, just collect it.
Speed dirt.
Yeah.
About to get underway here for E-Main number 2. 3 finals for all drivers out here as a countdown ticks on down. Off and running here for E-Main number 2. Decent start out there. Couple of late breakers there. Oh, a bit of chaos coming into the plague bearing chicane. Down the order a little bit as we see it there, getting picked up, entering the chicane. All getting sorted now, though, as they work their way around to that tricky tabletop. Down the hill, hard on the anchors now, working their way up to the Hobby Wing Havoc corner. And down the Hills RC main straightaway for their first racing laps in the second round of racing.
Everybody getting triple finals here. A through the E's. Got 15 races total. Is right now Paul Sims leading the way.
Ooh.
The other guy's in second. I won't say his name.
1 minute down. We've got 4 minutes left on this race. Nick Poole in the 2 spot. Blair Wallace in 3. Yoshiyuki in the 4. Rob Smith rounding out your top 5. Racing their way down the straightaway at the moment. We pick up the action. Coming over the loop. Around the Pro Tech hip jump. Oh, a bit of a mistake there. Looked like it might have actually been Nick Poole. I blame that one on Scotty as they work their way around. Paul Sims leading the way with a hot lap. I'm going to keep talking so that way Scotty can't cut me off.
Sims in control. 30.5 that lap. Everybody coming around. Complete lap numbers. You start number 3. There's Sims.
Yoshiyuki up to the 2 spot now, starting from P4. Worked his way up to the 2 spot, working his way through the plague bearing chicane.
Trouble for your leader, Sims. Mitch, I'm trying to figure out what car Sims is running.
So it got a team associated sticker on the side of it.
Yeah, it looks different, though. I don't know what it is. 91 Yokomo car. Scott Guy just knows everything. The throbbing brain knows it all. Like, man, what is that? It sure looks different. He's working well.
It is working
Old
well.
school.
Down through the chicane comes your leader. We followed on then with Nick Poole currently sitting in P3. We click on over to Yoshiyuki in the 2 spot. So our leader's making their way into a bit of traffic here now. One vintage car overtaking another one there. The RC10 4-wheel drive putting on around there in the hands of Stefan. Paul Sims still your leader out there. Starting to close on in a little bit closer now though. 30.5 that time for Paul Sims. Yoshiyuki lost a little bit of time in that lap though. 31.1. Nick Poole with a 30.7. Trying to close in for the battle for second and third at the moment.
Come on, Nick. You got this. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to go.
Plenty of time still on the clock out there. Down across this line. That time around, Paul Sims with a 31.0. Here comes Yoshiyuki. Oh, as I say, that mistake there from Paul Sims. Paul gets overtaken now by Yoshiyuki. We got a 3-car fight for the lead. Down and through the doubles. Nick getting a little bit wrong through the chicane. Oh, another mistake there from Paul Sims. Here comes Nick now trying to take that 2 spot off him. It's all changing and chopping around now. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Your leader, Paul Sims, working his way around in the 2 spot, trying to close back on in. Onto Yoshiyuki now, your leader running the Kayote.
Chikuba now to the lead. Sims second, Poole third.
The top 3 drivers working their way through the Campbelltown Hobby double. Yoshiyuki getting a little bit wide there, getting out of shape. Paul Sims trying to close back on in. Top 3 drivers separated by about a second and a half each.
1 minute left on the clock in this one. Chikuba out front, followed by Sims, Poole, Whitbourne, and Devon into 5. Blair 6, Andrew Stewart, Stephen, and Rob.
Paul
45
Sims
seconds to go.
Closing right on up now. First and second down to less than a second in it between the 2 drive. Yoshiyuki now under pressure. Sims going to look for a way around in that old Yokomo. Into the tricky tabletop they go. Sims underneath the rear wing of Yoshiyuki now.
20 seconds to go across the line. The final lap here. Yoshiyuki Chikuba out front leading the way. Sims trying to come up with something. Into the chicane they go. Sims got a good run on him. Ah, Chikuba gets it wrong there. Ari's right there to Marshall, but Sims now to the point. Sims trying to make it happen here.
Time expiring, cross the line driver, you'll be done. So we have our leaders working their way around as Paul Sims comes across the line to take the victory in this one with the 81 Team Yokono car. Yoshiyuki coming home in P2. Nick Poole coming home in 3. Still waiting on James and Blair. They're working their way around in their final lap. There goes James finishing up and Blair still to come. And that is all cars done for this race. Our E-main number 2. One more race still to come for those drivers. Paul Sims taking the win in that one. 4 seconds in the end over Yoshiyuki with that mistake on the last lap for Yoshi. So next race up being the D-main. Jason Brenton, yes, speed dirt. You best believe it. It works. So we're going to chuck it over to Scotty on the interview.
All right, thank you very much, Mick. We're here with Paul Sims, Mr. Berserk RC. I was trying to figure out what car you were running. They told me it's an old school Yokomo.
It is an old school Yokomo. It's a re-release Yokomo that Berserk has had a hand in modifying fairly extensively.
How long? Berserk RC is your company, one of our sponsors,
Yes.
and how long has it you've been doing that?
Probably been for the last 14 years.
Wow,
yes, yes.
Yeah. What made you want to get into the RC parts and manufacturing business?
Probably more, believe it or not, it was actually a friend. He's gone, that stuff you're making by hand, you should advertise that. So it all started from there. So, and yeah, it's just been myself for, probably 12 years, and my wife's helped the last 2 years. So yeah, it's just a true, mom and pop business.
There you go. What kind of bits do you make, just so our viewers, if they're curious?
10th scale, 8th scale, on-road, off-road, custom parts, as well as we make parts for other companies like Dragon Punch RC and JC Racing and et cetera, Neo. So it's, it's been a hectic ride.
Oh, I bet, yeah. But obviously something that you have a passion about and you enjoy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's the customers that keep me driven. So I'm not big into making 100 of something. I just like. So someone said, "Oh, can you do 100?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, I can. I'll just do one if you like, because I can get on to the next job." Sure. So it's been a really good passion.
Well, good for you. Well, good race, and thanks for being part of the World Championships.
Thanks, Scotty.
All right, there you go. Paul Sims, a bit of racing, a bit of fun, the passion of the hobby, starting a business. That's what it's all about. Back to you, Mitch, in the Team Associated studio.
Thank you, Scotty. You'll almost certainly run back over here any second now and jump back on the microphone. The do-it-all man, Mr. Scotty Ernst, Mr. Worldwide. So we've got our cars lined up here for our D main number 2. Ben Panic will lead us off again. Gavin Webb, we saw a great battle between those two in the last race. Ben getting the win in that one. Scotty's saying that he's broken the Ben Panic curse. Let's see if it's double down now.
Exactly. We'll see. We think we did, but there's a great shadow on driver's stand there. See Brad Verko all the way to the left. You see Zac Panic. You see Riley Lander right next to him. So, all right, we're getting ready to go. There we go. Ben Panic on the tone, locked and loaded, ready to go. Oh, big jump there from Gavin. They had a great race in final number 1. It is starting out to be the same. Verko a little bit sideways, hitting the all orange, but he saves it. Oh, gripping and ripping too much, broken loose.
Rob getting an easy pass there on Brad Verko. A little bit of a gap now, starting once again between Ben Panic and Gavin Webb and the rest of the field. Down the line they go. After that, Rob and Brad. 3rd and 4th, they're battling. Oh, mistake there from Gavin Webb. So Ben gets a little bit of a break here now. See if Gavin can fight it back. Gavin in no man's land, in between everyone at the moment. Got free air front and behind. Ben Panic trying to make hay whilst the sun shines out in front. Try to build that gap up. Last time by 0.3 of a second as they hit the loop. It'll be a bit bigger as they come to the line this time for Ben Panic. Making his way down the line this time by about a half a strength length in it between first and second. The gap out to 1.5 seconds now between first and second. Brad on his roof on the middle of the straight there, getting away with not getting collected. But your leader at the moment, Ben Panic, 28.8, the hot lap of that race so far. Going in the way of Ben Panic, Gavin Webb trying to close back on in. In the 3 spot will be Scott Hill. Those top 3 evenly separated. Rob Maycock not too far behind after that in the 4.
Panic throwing down a hot lap right there, 28.4. Gavin's got some ground to keep up, 1.8 second. But Mitch, I'm thinking he's going to catch him.
Gavin is pushing hard at the moment. 28.6 last time around, but Ben did do that 28.4. Can we see a battle on our hands for the top 2 spots? The top 3, top 4, fairly evenly separated out there at this stage with 3 minutes left to go.
Ben Carr looking better than it was in final 1. Final number 1, it looked a little bit loose as he would go mid to exit corner, but this time looking really good.
Gavin with a slight roll there, cost him a little bit of time, allows Scott Hill to actually close up a little bit in the 3rd spot. But will we say a battle going on for 2nd and 3rd instead of the top 2?
Ben Panic sends it over that tricky tabletop. Onto the straightaway he goes. Across the start finish line he goes. 2nd spot, Gavin Scott Hill in the 3 spot. Here's Hill down the line. Hill running his stock car. I think he's got 13.5 in it. And trying to run here with modified.
Whatever you feel comfortable with, I guess.
Hey, if it works, for sure.
Chuck a bit of boost in it and send it.
Exactly. Most of the guys running 6.5 type motor, turn motors. Some guys with 6.0. I think there's a couple kids running some 5.5 like they need more motor.
Jeez.
Panic at 28.9 leading the way. He's got a 3.2 second lead over Gavin. Hill right now 1.7 behind Webb.
Another one to mention out there at the moment, Zac Panic, the big mover from P11 to P7. He's working his way up the order. See if he can catch his old man out there.
He had a good run in the first round and went from 11 to 6th overall, possibly 7 there in the last lap. But good run for young Zac. But it's Ben Dad out front leading the way. Cross the stripe this time by 29.4.
Fast lap there from Gavin Webb at 28.2, taking over a second out of Ben Panic's lead, down to 2 seconds between them. So Gavin really on a push here. He is closing that gap up at a rate of knots. Ben's starting to come under more and more pressure. Gavin pushing hard out there.
Gavin last lap was the hot lap for him and of the heat, 28.2. Panic with a 2.1 second lead, leading away. Here's Ben coming up to the chicane, but you can see Gavin looking in his rearview mirror, that green and white dot growing larger because Gavin bringing the heat back-to-back hot laps here. Gavin, big whip there, going over the backside double.
And less than a minute to go now. Gavin pushing hard as we come up in a little bit upside down traffic. Both the leaders managing to navigate it well there as another car gets sent on its way just in front of Gavin there. Ron gets out of the way for him. So our top two drivers managed to navigate a bit of traffic there somehow.
Somehow, some way. It avoids them all here. They're going to be coming up on traffic one more time. They got one more lap to go. 25 ticks of the clock left. It is Panic, Webb, Hill, Maycock, and Brad Verco, your top 5. As they are going to come around one more time. They're going to be coming up on Cookie, rocking at Yokomo. Across the line they go. 10 seconds left.
Gavin Webb right underneath the rear wing now of Ben Panic as they work their way through the plague-bearing chicane. First and second through the double they go. Across the line, you will be done. The Misami car coming under pressure from leaders coming up behind them. Gavin going over the pipe in there, but getting away with it. Ben Panic under all kinds of pressure on this last lap. Gavin sends it long there, couldn't quite get it done. It's coming down to the final corner into the sweeper. Ben Panic's going to get it done again.
Excellent run for Ben. Full send there into the tabletop for Gavin.
Just anything he could.
He had to send it, and he did. Coming up just a bit short. Ben Panic going to take the win here in final number 2. Scott going to go 3. Brad going to go 4. And Riley Lander rounds out your top 5.
Good finish there by Riley Lander as well. Doesn't get mentioned enough, but a top 5 result from young Riley Lander. Zac Panic finishing up in that 7th spot as well.
Can I have your autograph, please, sir? Good race.
So we're going to send it over to Scotty G. He's going to have a bit of a chat with Gavin Webb this time. Take it away, Scotty Guy.
We've got Gavin Webb here, a second exciting instalment of the battle between Gavin and Ben Panic. Gavin, you're just telling me you dropped back a bit, but really dug in and fought your way back?
Yeah, that was hard. It's that's frustrating. I got a good car, but I got there in the end. I was so close. But yeah, that's an awesome battle.
Sick of seeing the back of that Ben Panic mobile at this stage?
Yeah, I'll sort him out next weekend when we race Nitro, so it'll be fine.
There might still be a third main this afternoon where you can serve it up to him then as well. Well done, beautiful, all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you, much appreciated. See ya.
Good race.
C-Main up now.
Good run, Gavin. Thank you.
So we got Andrew Gillett going to take this one away from the mark now. Fumisato, Samuel Muffett, the Muffin Man, and Ben Cribbin, along with Phoenix Eggleton, your top 5 starting this race. Cars entering the track now.
I'm kind of thinking Fuma's gonna lay it down in this one.
I want to see the Muffin Man get up there.
Maybe Caretti going to come out of 7th spot to take this one. Zalewski, he's quick. He's probably one of the quicker in this heat. Qualifying didn't go his way.
So the cars working their way around to the starting grids here. Just checking the radar there because it has gotten a little bit dark in the last couple of minutes. And we've been overcast for more than 3 minutes now. And it's just getting a little bit concerning.
Now you're worried, yes.
Yeah. But there is no rain around.
Okay?
No, we're all good.
Okay, we're good.
No worries.
Don't know. Oh, look at this. Boom. Asking you shall receive. Well, bam. That's where we are, everybody. If you're wondering where we are, that is where we are here just out of Sydney.
Like just clouds around. There's no
just
rain.
Clouds. Nothing.
Nothing to be worried about, Scotty.
Awesome.
What are you talking about?
So Penrith, that's where Tony's home track is. So, yeah. Good to see exactly where we're at because I had no clue.
Yeah.
All right,
we're
here
about
we go.
to kick
Getting
this
to the
one
10
off.
seconds,
Yep. Let's get under racing conditions.
The countdown, the anticipation builds here for C main number 2. And here we go, Andrew leading the way. All the mains have been pretty good today, Mitch. I have to pleasantly, Sato on the outside, inside. No, can't do it. Andrew able to close the gap quickly. Sato a bit short there. That's going to give the spot there to the Muffin Man.
Come on, Muffin Man. So Gillett holding the lead around for his first lap.
Just
taking first lap honors.
Does he approve of that nickname?
He better.
That's what you're calling him.
I've been told he doesn't approve of it. That's a shame.
Okay. Well, it's anchored to him now, man.
Yeah.
That's taped to his name.
His old man came over and saw me before. Says they're going to have to get a shirt with it on it now. So, the Muffin Man.
Andrew, Samuel, Fuma, Ben, Phoenix, Camden, Carter, Lachlan, Andy, Bartos, and Ryan. That's how it is.
Gillett trying to pull a little bit of a gap over these two, battling it out just behind him. Second and third, Samuel Muffett and Fuma Sato. Right on the tail now of Andrew Gillett. Both those two getting a better line through the chicane, closing right on in on the lead now. First, second, and third down the Dunray. Drop they go into the tricky tabletop. Line astern as they are. Phoenix Eggleton trying to work his way into this race as well.
Coming down the straight, there they go. Andrew cross the stripe. Right now the gap 6/10. Fuma right now 3/10 behind. Oh, good save over the Protec hip jump. They go. Over to Cameltown Hobby, front side 4-pack, they go. Over to Elsaram, step up. Over that tricky tabletop there, full send. Saw Gavin in the last race just launch it over there. Still Andrew on point. Hot lap the last lap, 27.8. Completing the lap number 4. We got 2 down, 3 to go.
Andrew trying to pull that gap out once again. Another 27-second lap. Only driver on that lap to do another 27 was Andrew Gillett. Out behind him is Samuel Muffett in the 3 spot. Fuma Sato, Phoenix Eggleton slowly but surely reeling himself into this race as well. You can see him closing in on the back of Fuma Sato in the 4 spot. Down the front straight away they go. First, second, third, and fourth. Somewhat evenly spaced between first and second and third and fourth. Down through the chicane. Your leaders go.
Samuel, I think the better first half of this lap. Nailed it coming off the straightaway. Absolute perfect through the chicane. Closing up here on Andrew. Last time by was a second apart. Over the tabletop. The previous lap, Andrew almost got it wrong over that tabletop. Hit the curbing and on the grass, but now holding it together across the line and a good lap there. Matching, but Fumisato doing his best lap, 27.9. How about Bartek Zalewski back in 7th? He throws down hot lap of the race, 27.2 from the young driver from Poland.
Fuma Sato really closing in on Samuel Muffett once again. Samuel having to go a little bit wide there on the Dunbury drop. Right down the big step down they go as Fuma sends it long. Once again, Samuel Muffett having to go a little bit wide, knowing the way Fuma Sato is going to land. Slowing them both down just a little bit as everyone in the top 3 does their top lap so far. 27.7 for Gillett, 27.6 for Samuel Muffett, 27.7 for Fuma Sato. They're trying to close in on each other here.
Saito trying it, looking high, looking low, nowhere to go. Can't find a way by Muffett as they continue to try to close in on Andrew. Andrew rolls it over. That's going to call, and Sato rolls it over. Merry Christmas to Sam Muffett. This one getting a huge gift.
The Muffin Man is coming down through the chicane. He's got it all in hand from here through the Camptown Hobby double A go. As both Gillett and Fumisato battled out behind him. A gift as for the need. So mistake there. Issues going on for Gillett. Didn't see what happened, but Gillett comes off worse for wear. Sato comes out in a strong second with 45 seconds left on the clock. Your leader making his way down the straight all by him lonesome.
Got a full straightaway right now over Fumisato. Got a replay here. This coming in there as they got sideways. He caught the corner there. Sato going to go by. Just racing there as he caught the pipe. 30 seconds to go. Muffett, Sato running 1-2. Cribbin goes 3. Phoenix 4. Bartosz Zaluski going to move up to P5. 20 seconds left.
Upside down there for Eggleton, costing him a whole bunch of time right in between two marshals. But meanwhile, up front, your leaders working their way into the chicane. Fumisato with a big save there, kept him in the race. Caught the hip jump there, managed to keep it on all four. Your leader, Samuel Muffett, with only 4, 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. It'll be a race to the line here. Samuel Muffett with it all in hand, just needs to keep her wheels down. Final corner coming up, the Hobby Wing Havoc down the front straight away. Muffin Man, Samuel Muffet's going to cruise over the start finish line and take the win in C-Main number 2. Fumisato coming home in second. Zaluski, what a move from P8 to P3. Ben Cribbin in 4, Carter Sims rounding out your top 5.
That is going to make this one wide open. If you look at the overall, Sato's got a 4 and a 2, Cribbin a 2 and a 4, Bartosz a 3 and a 3, Muffett a 7 and a 1, Andrew a 7 and a 1. So we have 5 drivers that have a chance to win this one. All right, going to throw it down, Scotty G.
There's fist pumps flying everywhere, Sam Muffett. Beautiful drive there, getting around Andrew Gillett with that little mistake and then not to be touched from there to the end. Lovely.
Yeah, that was an insane race. It was so close the whole race, and I just got really lucky with Gillett and Fuma crashing, so yeah, it was easy to win from there, but yeah.
Spectacular to watch you and Andrew and Fuma in that the red beast that just keeps sending it up the inside. There's so many opportunities, but really solid, really impressive. What do you think you've learned so far this weekend doing this World's warm-up with these kind of guys?
Oh, well, everyone's just such an incredible driver, and it's really tight between everyone. And I think it's just a really good experience for, obviously, the Worlds, racing against people from all over. And, yeah, it's really cool.
Well, all the best for third main a little bit later on. We'll better let you go, Marshall.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
That's Sam Muffett, X-Ray driver. Scotty, Mitch, the action just keeps rolling.
Samuel Muffett getting the win there. Great run by Samuel, getting it done. Up now, B main number 2. The big dogs starting to come to play here.
In the first one, Jarod Ment, I don't want to say made it look easy, but kind of made it look easy.
Kind of made it look easy.
Yeah, he was locked down out front. Sturdy and Cooper had a great battle. Felt a little tension between Cooper and Sturdy in that one. So
yeah,
we'll see how it plays out in this one. Monday behind them, then Martin Bayer starting 5, Tom, Jordan, Logan, Peter, and Jaden.
Looking for another good race here. Hopefully they keep it a little bit cleaner.
Good look on the driver's stand there. There's Edmonds to the left. Bayer right there is second. And Lachlan Monday next to him. Cooper behind him. Then it's going to be Toia, Rinderkneht, then Ment. Then it looks like Sturdy, and then looks like Seckhold all the way then. And then Jordan right next to them. And here we go. Tone is off as Jarod bringing the field around.
Down the chicane they go, line astern, freight train through the chicane into the double-double. Oh, mistake there from Matthew Cooper. Oh, what else happened there? Jarod Ment on his roof. So it's going to give an awesome opportunity here for Christopher Sturdy. Straight to P1, Lachlan Monday into P2. Matthew Cooper on his tail, shaking up the field early in this one, Scotty.
Big time. Jarod Ment went from the back to the front. He's got some work to do with the winning final one. He has got some work to do here in the next 4.5 minutes. out front right now. Chris Sturdy leading away.
Big gap early on in this one. Chris Sturdy trying to check out in this. Lachlan Monday holding onto that P2 position under immense pressure from Matthew Cooper right on his tail. Martin Bayer from P5 to P4 looking good out there. Lockie Monday P4 to P2. Big movers out there early in this one. Jaden Edmonds as well, P10 to P6.
Big time start for Edmonds here. Over the front side, 4-pack, there you go. 5 cars having a battle. It's still Sturdy out front, hot lap in the field. That lap on lap 2. This one far from over. Oh, these guys sending it over that very, very difficult and tricky tabletop. See Ment behind them, just full send right there behind Edmonds.
Lockie Monday under immense pressure from Matthew Cooper coming through the plague-bearing chicane into the double Lego. Matthew Cooper not finding a way around on Lockie Monday at this stage. Big whip there, looking up the inside. Get the inside line on Lockie Monday there. Beautiful move there from Matthew Cooper. Lockie Monday, nothing he could do.
On to the straightaway they go. It's full straightaway. We're going to go to you see him. Rounding out the inside, outside move there from Cooper. Going to make it happen. Going to move up to P2 now. Cooper got a sight set on your leader. But it's not going to be so easy as Monday right behind him. A good line coming out of that section for Cooper. Oh, no, trouble for Sturdy. Sturdy getting it wrong there. Luckily, punched the throttle, spinning around, but Cooper on the gas, moving fast. Down the straight ahead go. Another little bobble there from Sturdy. This one going to happen here, Mitch, with 2:40 to go.
Halfway down, halfway to go. Sturdy making his way through the chicane. Matthew Cooper, full noise down through that chicane as well. Trying to close that gap on up. Last time by 1.1 second. We'll check as they make their way to the loop again. Sturdy starting to come under a little bit more pressure. Martin Bayer in the hunt as well. He's currently up to P3. Is that Jaden? No, that's Tom Rinderkneht in the 4 spot. Mistake there from Christopher Sturdy. Puts him back to P3 now.
Martin Bayer going to take advantage of that. He goes to the 2, but the big winner in that one is going to be Cooper. From P2, drop back a little bit. Now he's got clean track in front of him. He's got a mirror full of Bayer. Sturdy, followed by Rinderkneht, Monday, Edmonds, Ment, Issergen, Toia, and Seklode.
They're racing away towards the Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Sturdy putting as much pressure as he can on Martin Bayer, trying to force a mistake. Hasn't done it yet, though, with 1 minute 45 on the clock. So they work their way into another lap this time around. Matthew Cooper leading the way through the Campbelltown Hobbies double. Freight train after that. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Slight mistake there from Matthew Cooper. Cost him a little bit of time. He had a 1.2 second gap coming into this lap.
This is going to be less here. Over the tabletop they go. Round of curbing, perfect here. Onto the straightaway. Oh, no! Cooper getting it all kinds of wrong. Going to cost him 3, 4, maybe more position. Cooper back to P4. Now it's Martin Bayer out front with 1:15 to go.
Through the double they go. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all right there, all with a chance to win this. Tom Rinderkneht looking quick out there, putting the hot lap in last time by Martin Bayer on his roof. Sturdy now on through. Tom Rinderkneht up to the 2 now. Matthew Cooper still in this fight as well, right on the tail of Tom Rinderkneht as they work their way down the straight with less than a minute on the clock. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, all right there.
49 seconds to go. It is Sturdy out front. We got all eyes here on Rinderkneht. Is this going to be his time to shine? See, closes in just a couple meters behind. Into the big step up in the back. Cooper sitting back in 3rd spot. Sometimes the best place to be. Something happened out front. Well, bam, he'll be right there. As it nose to tail, they go down the straightaway. 22 seconds to go. It's Sturdy, Rinderkneht, and Cooper, a 3-horse race here through the chicane for the final time. We're at 15 ticks of the clock left. It's Sturdy out front, Rinderkneht all over him. Looking to the inside, nothing there. Tries the high line. To the step off they go. It's going to be a race to the finish line. Full send here over the tabletop. Cooper trying to slide to the inside, nothing there. A drag race to the line they go. Contact there. Cooper going offline. Chris Sturdy bringing home the win in final number 2. Great run for Rinderkneht from the 6. Monday goes 3. Bayer, Cooper tried it in the final quarter. You had to go for it. Watch it. Whoa! Parking it here at the end of the straightaway. Chris Sturdy taking a win.
Tom Rinderkneht coming home in a P2 as well. Lockie Monday. Great run there to finishing up in P3. Martin Bayer was holding on to the lead for a little while there. Unfortunate mistake cost him big time. Cooper. Also that late race mistake. We're going to chuck it down to Scotty G, having a chat with Christopher Sturdy.
We're with Chris Sturdy. That was some kind of B final, almost like nobody wanted to win it. You did get to the lead early, looked really good, little mistake dropped you back, and then just persistence from there.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. I honestly thought after that roll, I thought, okay, there's no way I'm going to get back into this. And then just, yeah, putting as much pressure on Martin as I could. It was good, the little battle there. And then, yeah, snuck back through for the lead and then just really trying to hold off Tom. He's super quick when he's behind and has a rabbit to chase. So, yeah, it was really fun. Enjoyed it.
Interestingly, we were watching 3 different manufacturers in the front 3 there. The big 3, if you like, maybe a prelude of what's to come at the Worlds.
Yeah, I think so. It's really good to see, you know, all the competition and all the drivers, and it's all really close. No matter what car, it's super close out there.
We'll let you go, Marshall. Thanks, mate.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
That's Chris Sturdy, B2 winner. Scotty, Mitch, let's go A final racing.
All right, it is time for A main number 2 when we begin with our drivers' introductions. We will start with your 10th qualifier. Driving a Team Associated Chassis, driving for Factory Team, One Up Racing, A main Hobbies, RC1, Factory Track Racing, Reedy, Team Associated, and Hot Ray. Here's your 10th qualifier from the United States, Aiden Horne. Starting in the number 9 position, he is driving for Team Associated, Factory Team, Coyote Hobbies, Imprint Media, R1, J Concepts, and Futaba. Making a trip here from California, starting in P9, Davey Batta. Moving up to 8 on the grid, driving an X-Ray chassis, driving for X-Ray, Hootie, Nosram, Futaba, RSW Speed, J-Spec Stickers, James Ainsley Design, RC Maker, Berserk, and rchobbyland.com.au. He is your 8th qualifier from Sydney, Australia, Ari Bakala. Moving up to 7th qualifier, driving Team Associated Chassis. Drive for Team Associated, Team HJ, Sanwa, Hobbywing, Sun Padal, Square, T-Works, ISDT, TD Paint, Deca Plus, Radio Gaga. He wants to give a big thanks to all his sponsors making the trip here from Tokyo, Japan. Your 7th qualifier, Koki Kato. Moving up to 6 on the starting grid, driving an X-Ray chassis. He drives for X-Ray, RC America, Hot Race, Hobbywing, Gravity RC, One Up, Hootie, Trackside Hobbies, 920 Design, Nitro Pro, and Motive. He hails from Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the USA, starting 6th on the grid, Chase Lemieux. Moving up to 5 on the grid, driving a Schumacher chassis, driving for Schumacher, Elsaram, Team Coyote, J Concepts, Power HD, Toolkit RC, MR33, Tony Sport, Sanwa, Core RC, Trish Bits, 00 Neal, 33 Graphics, and VP Design. Starting number 5 on the grid from Warsaw, Poland, Mikhail Orlowski. Moving up to 4 on the starting grid, driving a Schumacher chassis, drive for Schumacher, Hobbywing, Team EAM, Power HD, One Up Racing, MR33, Elefun, Sanwa, 33 Graphics, Trish Bits, Fast Owl, and a huge special thanks to Trish for all the help this weekend. He hails from Moss, Norway, starting 400. Give it up to Daniel Kobbevik. Starting number 3 on the grid, driving a Team Associated chassis, driving for Team Associated, Hobbywing, J Concepts, Savox, Reds, A-Main, ProTech, Futaba, Stick and One Racing, Factory Team, Hobby Action, Makita, Kicker, and Live RC. He wants to give a big thanks to his parents, to all his sponsors, and everyone who's helped him get where he is today. From Chandler, Arizona in the United States, starting 3rd on the grid, give it up for Spencer Ripken. Starting in P number 2, driving a Team Associated chassis, driving for Team Associated, Hobbywing, Team EAM, Hot Race, RC Koenig, Rude Dog, RDRP, Energy Fuel, Sanwa, TKR Graphics, T-Works, and VP Design. Wants to give a big thanks to Andrew for all his help. Let's go. Hashtag we are AE from Odense, Denmark. Number 2 on the grid, Marcus Kaerup. And starting in the number 1 position, driving a Team Associated chassis, driving for Team Associated, Factory Team, Berserk RC, J Spec Stickers, JA Design, Team Associated, J Concepts, Power HD, Hobby Wing, Team EAM, and Futaba. He is your 4-wheel drive top qualifier starting on pole from Sydney, Australia. Hometown boy, give it up for Lachlan Donnelly. All right, it is time here for A main number 2. We had an absolute brilliant first round. We are ready to rock and roll here. Let's release the hounds.
As our cars make their way around, we'd like to say a massive thank you to all of our sponsors from this event. Starting off with Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobby Wing Technologies, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, AWP, Air, Water and Power, Elsaram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbury Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, On-Site Hire, and Mob Boss Graphics. And don't forget, Team Associated.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Team Associated for helping bring us all here for the RC media here. Great to be covering this event, the World's Warm-Up. We'll be back here in October. We are down to the 15-second call. A-Main number 1 is an absolute barn burner, and we are going to do it again here. We are in the countdown. Time to kick the tires, light the fires here for A-Main number 2. And here we go, A-Main number 2. Lachlan Donnelly bringing the field around with everybody behind him. Kaerup in the 2, went a little bit wide. Rivkin thought he was going to have a look. Nothing there. To the front side, 4-pack for lap number 1. Brilliant start here for Lachlan Donnelly. Coming up to the step off and up. Coming up to that tricky now tabletop here. These guys all sending it, landing it perfectly. Coming around for lap number 1. Donnelly bringing the field around, a perfect start. Pretty much qualifying order. They go for lap number 1.
Donnelly running a little bit wide there, opening a slide door there for Marcus Kaerup. Couldn't quite make it work from turn 1. Through the Campbelltown Hobbies double they go. The top 10 drivers all right there. Line astern, freight train they go around the track. Down the Dunbury drop they go. Into that tricky tabletop. Lachlan Donnelly leading the field around.
Here comes Kaerup right behind him. About the same break. First to second, second to third. Hard on the binders at the end of the front straight. Rivkin sends it over to hip jump there. Top 3, nose to tail here through the chicane. Then behind him, the all blue. Followed by Lemieux. Then it's Bakla, but it's Donnelly in control with the field behind him. We're quickly 1 minute down. 4 minutes to go in this one. In back again to that tricky tabletop. Wing high there for Rivkin. Round a Hobbywood corner they go. On to the straightaway they go. Donnelly. Oh, Kaerup just shaking it sideways down the straightaway. Rivkin behind him, followed by Kobbevik and Lemieux. That's your top 5. Donnelly using all of the track and the curb, and you maintain the lead. He's got the field behind him here with 3:25 to go.
Kobbevik starting to come into this race as well. Into the Dunbury drop. The top 4 drivers go. Gap getting smaller between the top 3 and 4th place. Your leader at the moment, your Aussie driver, Lachlan Donnelly, working his way down the line with immense pressure right behind them. Marcus Kaerup getting right on the pipe there. Rivkin couldn't quite find a way around. Through the plague bearing chicane they go, all of them going through the concrete. Over the double. Top 4 drivers now only separated by tenths of a second.
Tip of the hat to Rivkin there at the end of the front straightaway. A little bit of contact there. He checked up. Good sportsmanship here as these guys running nose to tail. Keep your eye on the blue bomber behind him there. Daniel Kobbevik now starting to get in the fight. Donnelly now with 2:40 to go in this one. A-Main number 2. It's Donnelly out front, followed by Kaerup. Then it's going to be Rivkin. Here comes Kaerup trying to go around the outside. Nothing there. Donnelly keeping that door slammed shut. Kaerup again, tries there, looks to the high side, nothing there. Nose to tail, down the hill, coming up to the tricky tabletop. Full send by all. Kaerup slides to the inside, nothing there. Coming around to complete lap number 6 here. It's still Donnelly in control.
Kaerup looking really quick around there, especially going into that double-double. See what he can do this time around as we enter the plague-bearing chicane, into the double-double. Going for that wide line again, finding a nice smooth line through there is Marcus Kaerup right behind Lachlan Donnelly. Into the Dunbury drop they go. To their step up to the tricky tabletop top 5 drivers, all line astern as it stands. Your top 5, Donnelly, Kaerup, Rivkin, Kobbevik and Lemieux in that 5. Down the line, across they go. 26 sixes all around for drivers in the top 5.
Donnelly leading the way. He's got his associated teammates behind him. Kaerup again tries the wide line there, tries to whip it to the inside. Rivkin sitting back in 3rd spot, waiting, hoping something happens in front. He's got Kobbevik behind him, and here come Chase Lemieux now starting to get in the mix. Nose to tail, they go. We got a $1:30 left on the clock. Across the stripe they go. It's Donnelly, Kaerup, Rivkin, Kobbevik, and Lemieux.
Lemieux definitely not far out of this one at all as they go into the chicane. Kaerup looking for any way he can, comes up slightly short on the double. Now Rivkin looking for a way around on Kaerup. All 4 drivers all right there. Chase Lemieux right in this one. Oh, comes the guts of there for Lachlan Donnelly. Kaerup waits for it though, so this changing the order right on up now. It'll be Rivkin to the front.
Tough luck there for teammates there getting together, but a gift here from Rivkin. We said it many times, 3rd time, sometimes the best place to be. Bam, it happens right there for Rivkin. And Lemieux now to the 2 spot. Kaerup going for a double. Marshals are absolutely on it there. Tough luck for Kaerup, your winner in final number 1. This one's going to go to final number 3 as we got Rivkin and Lemieux. Over the tabletop they go. They're coming up on 30 seconds left, 30 to go. We'll check it as they cross the line. 27 seconds left. They may go one more lap. It's going to be so close. Rivkin leading the way. Lemieux behind them, followed by Kobbevik. Right behind him is Donnelly. Over the front side, 4-pack they go with 15 seconds left. In the step off, there you go. Rivkin out front. Lemieux right behind him. We're at 9 seconds. We're at 8. We're at 7. Keep going. It's going to be close. We're at 5, 4, 3, go, 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 go. Keep going, keep going. We are racing, guys, on the clock. Daniel Kobbevik and Donnelly are done. It's a 2-horse race here. Rivkin and Lemieux to the front side, 4-pack, they go. Just a couple of meters apart. Rivkin with a little shake. Lemieux sends it to the backside there. Just a couple car lengths now. Down the hill. It's going to be a send there. Lemieux trying to find something. Rivkin opening the door there. Lemieux tries to whip it here down the line. Rivkin hanging on for A-main number 2.
Wow, wow, wow.
Hot
What a
lap of
race.
the race on the last lap from Lemieux, giving it all he could to try to get by Rivkin, but denied by the world champ. Rivkin taking A-main number 2.
Man, Chase looked for that inside line coming to the line there, and he just couldn't quite sneak it there. Did everything that he could to get past on Rivkin. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty G for an interview now. Take it away, Scotty.
We're here with Spencer Rivkin, winner of A2. Mate, we having fun out there?
I mean, it is a lot of fun to be driving out there for sure, especially with the added pressure with just driving head-to-head racing. Yeah, I don't know. It's just with the weather changing, everything just felt kind of a little bit differently that time. So that was kind of something that to take into consideration with what's going on with the track, the tires. Obviously, everyone's kind of adjusting their cars. We're obviously showed up this weekend with a prototype car. Lachlan and Marcus kind of had a little bit of tap moments, and I think we're all keeping each other honest out there. I kind of, you know, you don't want to stay too close because you might get lugged up with someone, and also it's just like you don't never know what's going to happen. Obviously, Marcus kind of tapped Lachlan and gave him the position back, which was good sportsmanship. And then, Chase came into the picture at the very end. We went the extra lap, and it was a good battle coming onto the straightaway. I'm glad that I have the Hobby Wing turbo kicked in there, and so definitely important to have that. And obviously, the track's kind of changing, and you're able to put more power in. We'll see. Hopefully, it doesn't rain. I don't think there's weather in the forecast, but this is pretty normal for you guys. You don't look too worried, so.
No, so just we'll quickly ask you about that. So it has kind of clouded over here. Might be a bit hard to tell on the stream. And so the direct sunlight's gone out of the track. What's that kind of doing to the feel of the car?
Well, the track, for whatever reason, as in the heat of the day, the track kind of polishes up. And then as, moisture and the sun kind of goes away, the track doesn't get quite as polished, and the more of the abrasiveness comes up, where in the heat of the day, sun's out, it's more polishy. So it honestly, this ends up being kind of more traction. I'm going to have to look at exactly if the lap times are at the absolute peak, which driving it feels like that way. And I can tell because we're also observing milliamps on the batteries of how much we're taking. So obviously I run ProTech batteries so that I don't have to worry about like milliamps, but I'm also seeing what the data is showing me as far as like RPMs, how much milliamps I'm burning and stuff like that. So yeah.
Well, congratulations on that win. As far as this day being a race, that sends it to a barn burner for A3 a little later on.
Yeah, same thing with the like two-wheel drive.
All the best.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
That's Spencer Rivkin taking A2. I think if I've done the maths right, there will be four drivers that can win this overall. I've just been doing that maths on the fly, but I think it's Rivkin, Lemieux, I think it's going to be Donnelly, and of course Marcus Kaerup, who took A1. So any of those four can take the overall today. It is pretty spectacular out there. We're going to take a quick break now and come back with our third round of mains here at Hills Off-Road RC for the 2025 IFMAR Worlds Warm-Up. Stick with us and we'll be right back with you shortly.
G'day everyone, we hope you have enjoyed the action from the first two rounds of finals. Absolutely incredible racing. Little break before we get underway with A3 as everyone catches their breath. We're in the middle of tech at the moment, tyres are coming back. I'm going to quickly grab Lachlan Donnelly's dad, Chad. Chad Donnelly, we'll grab you just after tech. Mate, first of all, how are you feeling after those finals? That's pretty exciting.
It is. I'm a bit more chilled than yesterday though, for some reason. They're both pretty close. You probably didn't push as hard as you should have in the, in that later part of that run. But it's all learning, you know. To be standing up there with the world's best is pretty crazy. So, you know, we got the TQ. If he can get a win in A3, who knows what's going to happen.
Still mathematically in with a chance, and as we saw yesterday, he reads the script, he likes putting it on and taking it to A3 for the crowd.
He does. So hopefully he can do the same as yesterday and put the pedal to the metal, and yeah.
The car's all cleaned up, you've just been handing the tyres back to tech. Bit of a different procedure to what you used to. Have you found the world's sort of structure with the control impound?
It's been pretty good. There's obviously lots of room to do stuff, whereas previous impounds have been a bit tight and a bit hectic. So this one's, they've set it up really well. So obviously you got an in and then an out, so it's all working really well. So
I'll let you go get ready. Fingers crossed for A3.
Thanks, boys.
Aussie. All right, we'll jump around here, see if we can have a chat with one of our sponsors, Hobbywing, helping us out. So yeah, we'll jump in here real quick. Sorry to interrupt. Go to Oxford. Sure. We'll jump a quick chat with Angelo, mate. Great. How you enjoying the weekend? What did you think of the last A final we saw? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I loved it. I love this type of close racing. You know what I mean? It's really, really good. The club's done a magnificent job, and I think come September, October, it's going to be even better.
All your team, you're helping support the drivers. Spencer actually mentioned in the interview then, he gave props to the power that drag race to the line with Chase. He gave props to the Hobbywing power.
That's right. We've got a good team. We've got, Sultan, Jason, we've got Matty over in the US, Charlie. So we've actually got a pretty good team, and we all work together. It's a team effort, and we're getting the results.
What kind of things are you doing to help drivers, with their equipment this weekend?
Well, basically, rebuilding motors, settings, more importantly settings, and software upgrades and stuff like that. So just more advice, because a lot of the drivers do come prepared. So it's minimum that we have to do. A lot of them do come prepared, which is a good thing.
You're going to give us a pick for A3. What do you think is going to happen? There's, I think, 4 people that are mathematically in with a chance.
Look, I want Lachlan. He's an Australian, and he's been running Hobbywing for a very long time. But I'm also a big supporter of Spencer. I'm very good friends with his dad, Ronnie. But let's see what happens. Look, I'll say either. Lachlan or Spencer. I can't choose.
Can't split them. Can't split them.
I can't split them. They're very, very talented drivers.
Choosing a favourite child, right?
Yeah, they're very talented drivers, and but they're also good humans, and that's very, very good for us, especially at Hobby. We like good people to be part of our team.
Fantastic, mate. Well, thanks again for everything you've done this weekend and for supporting this event and all the events and clubs around the place.
Welcome anytime. Thank you very much for the interview. Really appreciate it, and thank you very much for the club.
All right, that was Angelo from Hobbywing. I want to get a few reactions from the spectators on the fence. A couple of other familiar faces that we saw here. Going to jump in here. Braden Stanley, we're just getting a live walkabout. Give us your thoughts on what you've seen with the A finals this afternoon. Stand up for me. Give us your reaction or observations being a spectator here at an RC event.
It's been pretty good. It was very, very awesome to see the kind of world-class drivers in off-road. Sorry? Turning red. Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. I don't really know what to say. I don't know anything about off-road.
You don't have a body with all the sponsors on it to thank.
Okay.
Prediction for A3? What do you think is going to happen? I think 4 drivers are mathematically in with a chance.
I think Lockie would do a repeat of yesterday. I think he's got all the mistakes out of the way. I think he's kind of brushed it all out and he'll keep it clean for the next one.
There you go. You heard it first. Scott Marr, what's your take on the action here this weekend? What do you think of A2?
A2 was unreal. I think auto racing in the A mains have been really good this weekend, but from C mains to B mains, A mains, it's just freight trains out there right now. So really nice and close. Yeah, probably get the same result as yesterday and come down to the wire last lap. That will tell who wins. But yeah.
Can we get a prediction from you?
Hopefully the Aussie wins it. But it's close. It's who knows where it's going to go and what's going to happen. It's good to see an Aussie up there.
Absolutely, no, doing really well. Get a thought from another spectator here on the side of the event, Vinny Chu. It's another one of your watching from the sideline today, yeah, helping support events and clubs. What's your take on the A finals we just witnessed?
Fantastic, like just nose to tail all the way, and what struck me was the racing was so close, but modified, it's always difficult because the cars are going so fast not to touch, and I think the guys really did a great job just minimising that. So, man, awesome, world class. I love it.
I know we're in the Aussie camp here, but your prediction for A3, do you think Lockie can hang on?
I reckon Lockie. It's Lockie's. He's having a good weekend, and yeah, definitely rooting for him, for sure.
Well, he read the script yesterday, took it to an A3 decider, come from behind, win, so hopefully he can do it again.
Yeah, no, he's looking confident, and he looks pretty relaxed as well, so he looks like he's enjoying his racing. I reckon he can do it.
There you go. All right, so I don't think we're too far away. We'll have one more chat with up here with I like to just bump into some random people. G'day guys, we're live on a walkabout, seeing you watching the action. Just introduce yourselves. Tell me your name.
Bradley Tudor.
Yeah, what did you think of that last final?
It was fantastic. Yeah, it was good to watch. Very close racing.
You got any predictions of what might happen in the deciding A3?
I reckon Lucky's got it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Everyone's voting for Lockie. Everyone I've been asking. What about you? What's your name? Tell us your name. Spin around this way for us. And what do you think of A2 firstly?
Yeah, it was really good racing. I think old mate probably could have held his nerve a bit longer.
Drivers, 5 minutes.
I think Lockie will probably have him.
Can I get my...
Well, you heard it there, folks. It's a clean sweep. All the Aussies and fans here on the fence cheering for Lachlan and Donnelly. And we're about to get underway. We're right next to the speaker. So best of luck to all the drivers in the final round of finals coming up next. We'll throw it back over to Mitch and Scotty and get ready for A3 finals.
All right, so we're into the next round of racing, the third and final round here at Hills RC for the World's warm-up for the IFMAR Worlds. Another round here to come, so we start off with the E main number 3, Paul Sims getting the win out there in the last race. We also had Nick Poole from the first round getting the win, so it's out to those two. One of the 3 apiece though. So a couple of 2s down the order. Stuart McMahon with a 2 in the first race and Yoki Yushi in the first race. So we're about to kick things off. Got our buggies getting ready. Drivers working their way up onto the stand out there. Looking for our marshals out there. Working their way out there. As you can see as well, a little bit of cloud cover still covering the track. A little bit darker than it was before. Still no rain on the radar, so that's the main thing. The R word should not come into play here. Definitely dropped in temperature in the last half an hour though. We've lost about 4 or 5 degrees. Your jumper might even start to get put on soon as well. Scotty Ernst making his way around. He'll be on the commentary team just in a second. He's chin wagging away out there at the moment, talking to all the spectators. Giving out hugs, kissing babies, making sure he has a clean name. Mr. Scotty Ernst, he's coming back onto the stream now. I haven't been talking about you that much.
You've been talking all about me. I was over there chatting with Vinny, you know what I mean, from Smokem. I haven't seen him since I was here at the Nationals, so we had a good time racing and... yeah, good time. So, hey, everybody that's watching, you've watched a couple fantastic finals in the A group. Well, all the mains have been really good. And we're getting ready here. It's overcast, no sun, but from the backside here, it's going to clear out and pass by. So hopefully we're going to finish with some sunshine. So our marshals are en route.
I was just saying it's actually dropped to probably about 4 or 5 degrees Celsius here. So probably 15 Fahrenheit, 16 Fahrenheit, something like that. So it does
right
feel
now it says 76 American.
Freedom units. Got our marshals out there now, looking ready to go.
My mascot.
Scottish Maxwell with the frill-necked lizard sitting on his bench over here.
Yeah, they played a trick on me, as they always do. Seems like every time I come in Australia, you know, it's TV at the expense of Scotty. Let's make it. And they said they blindfolded me and said they were gonna give me some fuzzy stuffed animals, and I had to guess what they were, kangaroos or whatever. All of a sudden, they put this animal in my hand, and I feel it. I'm like, ooh, it's starting to move. This is not a stuffy here. So, yeah, it was a bearded dragon.
Bearded dragon, yep.
Yeah, that was kind of, real funny, Tony. Appreciate that, buddy.
Like you didn't squeeze it too hard. It might have actually taken a nip at you.
I did squeeze it, and I kind of felt its ribs, and then I squeezed the tail, and I'm like, ooh, this is...
It's moving.
Yeah. All right, we're getting ready for race number 11, main number 3. Clive there, getting the grid set. Good shot of the beautiful track here at Hills Off-Road RC, about 45 minutes from downtown Sydney, Australia, on what has been a picturesque weekend. You couldn't have asked for a better, Mitch. It was just, beautiful weather, sunshine, great racing, great friendship, just a lot of kids racing, having fun, and just good times had by all.
The thumbs up going there from Clive, so all cars are set and ready to go racing here for the final round. Main number 3, we got 15 seconds on the clock. Paul Sims to lead him out for the final race around.
Great shot of the driver stand there. Everybody getting ready to go. All right, focusing. You can look at the concentration on those drivers. Here we go. Race number 11, main number 3. And we're rolling. Paul Sims rocking that 1991 old school car. Oh, catching. Ooh, got Nick caught up in that one. I officially didn't say his name, so that was not my fault.
I'll believe you on that one.
Oh, man, carnage at front. Look at Nick. Oh, yeah, Nick. Nick just punching it, moves up 3 spots.
Chaotic start out there in this one. We've still got cars bunched together out there. Marshall's running ragged out there at the moment. The main drivers getting a workout.
Yeah, they're getting their fitness in.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We got Blair from the 3, Chakuba from the 4. Nick, Chakuba upside down. Or that was Blair, rather. Chakuba going to go to the front, rocking the Kyosho.
Nick Paul right on his tail, going over the grass there. Gets away with one. Kept it on all 4 in the end. So we got a 2-horse race out front at the moment. Yoshiyuki in the lead. Nick Poole in the 2. Yoshiyuki running that Kyosho around, making the trip over from Japan. Nick Poole down the front straight away. First and second. Gap on the rest of the pack out there at the moment. Yoshiyuki with a 30.6 hot lap of the race so far. Early days out there with 3 minutes 45 still left on the clock.
Chakuba 30.6 that time. Nick in second. They go through the back, step off. Down the hill now, coming up to the tricky tabletop. Chakuba nails it. Nick nails it. Good line by both as they come on to the straightaway right now. This is final number 3. Across the stripe they go, first and second. The gap right now, 1.1 seconds. Stewart into 3, Blair into 4, Paul Sims into 5.
Stuart McMahon not too far behind, still in this race, currently battling it out with Blair Wallace in the 4 as they work their way through the double. Our 2 leaders. Down the Dunbury drop they go into that tricky tabletop. Yoshiyuki getting out of shape there. It's going to allow a little bit more opportunity now for Nick Poole to close right on up. Gap last time by was 1 second. Should remain about the same in the end of the lap here. 1.1 second between first and second.
Chakuba out front leading away. There's Stewart across the line. Stewart about 8 seconds behind as our leaders now coming up some traffic. Oh, Nick upside down. Ari's right there on it to Marshall.
So that's going to give a heap of room now to Yoshiyuki. Chakuba leading the way in this one. Nick Poole will drop back about 4 seconds. Stuart McMahon not quite close enough to capitalize on that. So evenly spaced now, first, second, and third. Stuart trying to close back in on Nick Poole here as Poole crosses a line on the stream. Through the chicane, Nick Poole goes. Stewart not too far behind. Blair Wallace in the 4. Paul Sims rounding out your top 5. Paul needing to get back into this race to have any chance at the top spot. Currently, with a win to their name, we have Nick Poole winning the first one. Paul Sims winning the second one. The third one still open. Slather out there with 1 minute 45 left on the clock.
Chikuba 31-2, Poole 4.2. So Chikuba having a chance here to bring home a win in final number 3. Be a good run for him. He had a tough day as his radio broke. Wasn't able to run the first 2 rounds of qualifying. Down here in the E main, but leading the way here with 4 seconds.
Down over the line goes your leader, Yoshiyuki Chikuba. Around the first few corners, we pick him up on the stream. Into the A main, shoot through the sweeper. They go into the double-double. Onto the back straightaway now. To the Dunbury drop, your leader. Nick Poole trying to close back on in. Last time around was a 4.5 second lead going in the way of Yoshiyuki. They're going to start coming up on more and more traffic shortly though. So your leader working his way down the straight. Gap this time by as Yoshiyuki hits the line with a 31-1. Nick Poole with a 30.5 takes almost a second out of Yoshiyuki's lead. As Yoshi gets through a little bit of traffic, Nick will now approach that same traffic.
Poole 30.5. Nick doing his hot lap that lap as we are at 30 seconds to go. Chikuba out front, still maintaining that 4-second lead. Going to be coming down this straightaway here. Across the line, here comes Yoshiyuki Chikuba with 15 seconds to go. Poole in second.
Slight mistake there from Poole coming on to the main straightaway. A couple of seconds left, ticking down now. So opportunity now for Yoshiyuki to take this one out. 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. Cross the line, you'll be done. Yoshiyuki looking to take this one away now. Nick Poole a fair way behind. 6 seconds they hit the loop last time around. We follow on board with the old leader Yoshiyuki making the trip from Japan. Taking a win in E-Main number 3 and taking an E-Main overall.
Great run for him with a 7, a 2, and a 1 final result. Chikuba taking a win. Nick Poole going to go 2. It was a tie. Came down to the tie break. Chikuba with a faster win gives him the overall.
So it looks like we're going to have an interview with Yoshiyuki. Sounds like we're going to have a different kind of interview. So we're going to send it over to you, Scotty. Take it away.
Yoshiyuki Chikuba from Kyosho getting the win in that E-final. Let's hear from him in Japanese.
ありがとうございます。ようやく勝てました。Thank you very much.
Talk about the day in Japanese.
あ、はい。ありがとう。
Wonderful to have you here. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you. We look forward to seeing you at the Worlds a little later in the year. Well done.
Awesome interview there with Yoshiyuki coming all the way from Japan to run the Kyosho vehicles. Scotty getting that interview done there. So up now, the D-Main number 3. Cars entering the track. Oh, bit of a traffic jam there. Oh, love to see it. Looks like Sydney highways on a busy day. New highway coming out of the airport though, actually. Anyone travelling to Sydney will be relieved to know that traffic coming from the airport towards the track is improved significantly. It used to be a lot longer to get here. It used to take about an hour on average. Now it's down to about 40 minutes. Thankfully to the new highway. They've done a lot of improvements on that sort of side of things, and it's quite a nice, easy drive. Ron Kirby getting it checked in a little bit late there, making his way around now though. So Ben Panic going to kick this one off. He's got a double win to his name. Is he going to go for the 3 for Scotty?
I think so, yeah, absolutely.
I think Gavin Webb's going to have something to say on that one.
Oh, yeah. I think Gavin's going to push it and like go for it at the start. Like first lap, I think he's going to go full send. Yep. Win it or bin it. There you go. I like that.
Link the stamp and send it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Time ticking on down out there. Ben Panic,
Oh,
Gavin
fast
Webb, Brad
forward to
Verco, Scott Hill, Aiden Young, your top 5. Scotty
There you go.
Giles, Rob Maycock, Ron Kirby, Andrew Cooke, Riley Lander, and Zac Panic. 10-second timer about to tick on down now. Let's get into the action.
All right, this should be a good one here. Ben going to try to do the clean sweep. And we're off and rolling we are. Perfect start for Ben. See if Gavin's going to... Oh, Gavin a little bit wide there.
A little bit of
Very nice
space
start.
out there
Ooh,
early.
Brad going a little bit
Oh!
outside.
Always have one in the associated
Ouch.
commentary booth.
Felt that one on the concrete.
Yeah.
That's going to leave a mark.
Out front, though, we got a battle once again on our hands. Ben Panic and Gavin Webb trying to pull a bit of a gap over the rest of the field. Scott Hill with a good start. Going hot into turn 1 there, trying to pull it up. Your leaders are 1, 2, 3. Starting to pull a little bit of a gap over Rob Maycock in the 4 spot. First and second, Ben Panic and Gavin Webb. We've seen some great battle in the last 2 races from these two. See if we can triple on up. See who comes out ahead in this one.
Panic out front, leading away. Gavin not letting them get away. Down a straightaway. Good line there for Ben, a little bit better. Gavin, nice line over that hip jump here. Squares up nicely into the chicane. Now it's just car lengths apart. 2 different lines. Ben keeping that door shut. Here's Gavin. Oh, Ben a little bit crossed up. Gavin can't make the move. Coming down the hill they go to that tricky tabletop. Oh, Gavin wing high. Onto the straightaway they go. 3.5 minutes to go. Panic, Webb, Hill, and Verco, your top 4.
Closing in here was Gavin Webb, really trying to close right on down. Looking under the rear wing there of Ben Panic, getting a little bit unstable. Slight tap of the rear wheel there. Gavin had to yield just slightly, allow Ben Panic to run away just a touch there.
Webb was full stop.
Just nailing on the anchors, chucked it out the back and hoping to pull him up. So down the straightaway we go, first and second. Gavin Webb looking like he has a whole head of steam as he makes his way into turn 1. Good line there from Gavin Webb, trying to close right up underneath Ben Panic's rear wing once again as they head through the double-doubles.
Man, Gavin had a good line for both laps there coming out of that chicane. Was able to turn underneath, but Panic not giving up here, keeping it out front, leading away. Over the tabletop they go. Gavin punches it sideways. Round the hobby wing havoc corner with 2.5 down, 2.5 to go with the halfway mark there. Panic, Webb, Hill, your top 3. Into the chicane they go. See how it goes this time. Again, you see Gavin kind of turning a little bit early there. Oh, speaking of early, coming up just a bit short on the double-double there, and that is going to move Scott Hill. I'm running the stock motor. I'm in second.
Almost looked as if Gavin Webb was going to try and set himself up for a Rivkin line there over the first turn tabletop. Trying to hip jump all the way to the single at the A-main corner there. Ended up coming up a little bit short on that double-double. Is going to give Ben Panic a whole heap of room now. Scott Hill into 2. Gavin Webb still in the fight though. Just into P3. He's still got time in this one with 2 minutes remaining.
Absolutely. I would not count Gavin out yet. Panic just got to keep rubber to the dirt, and he's going to be just fine. Panic coming onto the straightaway right now. Scott in second. They getting yielded here from Andy. Good job down the line. Gavin Webb, hot lap of the race right there. Gavin bringing the heat, closing in the battle for the 2 spot. Into the Campbelltown Hobbies front side 4-pack. Double and double for Hill and Webb.
1 minute 20 left on the clock. Yes, Gavin Webb putting down this hot lap that time around. Hot lap of the heat. Trying to close in on Scott Hill. Goes huge over that tricky tabletop. Comes up a little bit sideways. Gets on the power. Straightens it out though. This time around at 28.4. So even lap times between the top 3. Gavin looking at that Rivkin line. Sizing it up. Seeing if it's possible when he catches up to Hill. Through the double-double they go. Ben with a slight mistake there. Cost him only a 10th at most. Top 3 drivers starting to converge now. It is getting tighter and tighter.
We have 45 seconds left. Bit of traffic maybe for Ben. I don't know. We'll see. But across the line he goes. Here's Scott. Here comes Webb. Webb now just a couple meters behind. Into the short shoot now, coming to the chicane. As they close up, oh, Hill protected that inside, using the curbing there. Here's Gavin, a little bit short on the backside of the front side double. Oh, big send there with 25 seconds to go. We're going to go one more lap. It's Panic, Hill, and Webb. On to the front straightaway they go one more time.
Gavin looking for any way around on Hill. He can go. He's been looking left, looking right, looking any way. Underneath the wing, looks up the inside. They come together. Hill comes out just in front. So Hill comes out just better off from that. Gavin dropping back now. Brad Verco not far out of this. Crossing the line. They'll be done. This is giving everything now to Ben Panic. Clear track all around him except for a couple of drivers that he's going to put a lap on. Working their way around to the start-finish line is your leader. Ben Panic going to finish this one up strong. Taking the win. Clean sweep for Ben Panic. All the way through the D-main.
Panic taking a win. Hill, a great run for him. Webb, Verco. Rob going to go up 2 spots there, followed by Aiden, Riley, Ron, Zach, and Andrew. Good run here. Ben Panic sweeping the lower final.
So we're going to go chuck it over to Scotty Guy. He's going to have a chat with Ben Panic. Take it away, Scotty.
We're used to seeing Ben Panic run 30 minutes, 45 minutes without a mistake. We've seen 15 this afternoon. Pretty impressive drive, mate. You enjoyed that out there?
Yeah, the mains were good. That was good. Good fun. So getting ready for next weekend where we get to race the bigger cars and longer mains. So yeah, great track. Really good fun to race on. You can see there, if you can lead and not make a mistake, you can win.
Just say something very quickly about the opportunity to race on track with your son in the same main. It must be something you really enjoy, really proud of him.
Yeah, he's driven amazing today, really has. So I said to him, go out there and do your best each run, and to be in the same main as me in a race on track was awesome. And, he finished ahead of his starting position each time, and that was the kind of thing that I said to him, go out there and try and do better than where he started.
Ice cream for him on the way home? What's the reward?
Mate, the reward is me getting home, get to the airport. I've got a flight to Tokyo at 8:30 tonight, so I'm out of here.
Of course you do. All the best, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
I fly a lot. In the RC industry, I fly a lot, but there's one guy that flies more than me, and it's this guy. And every year at the end of the year, he sends me a message saying, "What's your stats for the year, Scotty?" And he trumps me. I bow to Ben, because Ben is
the real Mr. Worldwide.
Absolutely. See, he's baller though. He's business. That's business class Ben, as Tony said. So yeah, he's his profession allows him, gives him a lot of travel, but. That's awesome. Ben's Ben's a longtime friend of mine for sure, and good times.
Oh, we're getting all lined up here for our C main number 3. Last of the 11 car fields until we go into the big dogs. B and A main to wrap the day. 5-minute finals here. Our final 3 races.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
I know my car. I'm tempted.
And here we go, off and rolling. We had some great battles here in the first round with Andrew, Fuma, Sam, and Ben.
So Gillett leading the way. Fuma Sato in the 2 spot. Samuel Muffett taking the win in the last race. See what it can do in this one. Our top 3 drivers breaking away from the rest of the pack early in this one.
Down the straight they go. Andrew on point. No mistakes here on lap number 1. Oh, there's a chance for Sato to go to the inside. Just as I say, no mistakes. Just a little kiss of the pipe there from Andrew. Gonna let Fuma get by.
All 3 drivers making their way down the Dunbray drop into that tricky tabletop. Fuma Sato leading them away. Gillett looking for any way back around he possibly can. Samuel Muffett waiting in the wings there as they almost go side by side into turn one. Gillett looking up the inside. Fuma takes it back off of him though. The inside outside move racing at its best here at Hills RC.
Beautiful move there from Gillett, trying to break him hard on the binders at the end of the straightaway, but Sato putting his elbows out, hanging on, maintaining the lead as they come up to the tabletop now. Let's see if Andrew going to have a chance to drag race him again down the straightaway. A bit of a bigger gap this time by. It's going to be Fumisato out front, just a couple car lengths this time by. Samuel sitting back in third spot, waiting, hoping something happens in front of him. 3:25 on the clock through the front side, 4-pack. They go. It's Fuma, Andrew, and Samuel.
Muffett with a slight mistake there, ending up on the grass, but Gillett looking for any way around he can. Again, right underneath the rear wing of Fumisato. Looking left, looking right, nowhere to go at this stage. Entering the straight, see if we can see another Daniel Ricciardo Formula One move. Does think about it, has a look up the inside. Still nothing there for Gillett as they work their way through the plague-bearing chicane. Samuel Muffett still not out of this one as he closes it in on Gillett through the chicane now. Fuma with a bit bigger gap than we've seen so far in this race.
Excellent battle up front. Top three have broken away from the field. We're at 2:45 to go. Now the battle for second here is Muffett all over Andrew. Down the straightaway, getting a run on him here. Can't outbreak him. Good protective driving there. Andrew keeping that door shut. Sato out front. He's in the all red Blackwing Kyosho. Into the front side 4-pack. They go. Nice double by all. Hot lap at a race right there from Fumisato. Indy Kyosho now with a 27.8 hot lap in the field.
Samuel Muffett really pushing out the back of Gillett as Gillett makes a slight correction there, going through the bottom of the hill there. Over the line they go, 1, 2, and 3. Gillett now putting down the pace at 27.755. New hot lap from Gillett. Samuel Muffett in tow as they go through the double. Right underneath the rear wing as they soar through the air, trying to close back in on this lead from Fumisato. They work their way into that tricky tabletop with 1 minute 45 left on the clock.
Excellent battle here. Sato out front. Gillett resetting hot lap that time by. There's Sato across the line. Here's Andrew, followed by Sam. Sam right now 0.6 of a second back from that battle for second. Through the chicane they go. Oh, Muffett there. Good line for Sam. Through the chicane. They're trying to keep reeling Sato. Sato resetting hot lap that lap. Even with the lead, he is still pushing it to the limit. With 1:20 to go. Down the straightaway they go. They're going to hit the line with 1:15 to go. Sato, Gillett, and Muffett, your top three.
Gillett really pushing out there now, setting new hot lap as Samuel Muffett with save of the day, going nose right down. 27.6 from Andrew Gillett, trying to close back in on that lead. 1.2 seconds a gap last time around. Now Muffett's trying to close back in on Gillett. It's chopping and changing through the sections of the track with less than a minute on the clock now.
It's Sato out front. Gillett is second. Muffett, Eggleton now goes 3. Cribbin, followed by Sims, Coretti, Reynolds, William, and Zalewski is the order. A 3-horse race here through the chicane as the sun starts to come out again. A little bit of waiting there for Sam. Very nice job. Over the front side, double. They got 1.5 laps to go. 30 seconds on the clock. On the inside. They're side by side. Can't do it. Trying to make it happen. They're bumping. They're banging doors if they had them.
Phoenix Eggleton now coming into this race as well. See how he can end up as these two right in front of him. Battle it out side by side around multiple corners now. In round turn 1, turn 2. Fuma starting to check out. He's got this one in the bag. Just needs to keep it wheels down. They're battle on at the moment. Second, third, and fourth. We got Muffett, Gillett, and Eggleton working their way to the top of the track as time expires. Down the Dunbury drop they go. Into the tricky tabletop. Who's going to get it best? Who's going to send it? No one goes for the send line. Everyone's staying clean. Muffett coming out in front of these guys as Fumisato takes the win. Samuel Muffett coming home in P2. Gillett 3. And Eggleton coming home in 4. Man, oh man, another great race there. Fumisato showing overall winners. We've still got a couple of cars coming down the straight here to finish this race off.
Excellent run there. Fumisato finishing strong here. Going to take the overall and the tie break by about 3 seconds over Samuel Muffett. Good run there for Fumisato.
Man, it was tied at the top three there. 1 and a 2, or 1 and a 2 for both Fuma Sato and Samuel Muffett. Andrew Gillett with a 1 and a 3, dropping him down to the third spot after such a promising start for the first win. We're going to send it over to Scotty G now with an interview. Take it away, Scotty.
Look at, we're standing here with Kyosho's Fuma Saito, a beautiful drive. How was the race?
Yeah, that was so much fun race. I did first time main win. I'm so happy now.
And how was your car? It looks good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This is latest Kyosho machine for wheel drive. Yeah. Next time we'll be more better to race. All right.
We're so glad you're here. Congratulations. We'll see you next time.
Thank you so much.
All right, so nice interview there with Sato. Want to thank everybody for following along, joining us. We couldn't do without your support. We ask everybody to take a moment, thumbs up, like, share, subscribe, all that, especially sharing it. It really, really helps us out. Even the people here in the venue that are just sitting there in your pits watching, take a moment and do it. It really helps spread the love of this event. And as we got the final two mains coming up, help us get some more viewers even to enjoy this one. We got two more great races to go here as we got our B3 and A3. Wow, trouble on the front straight. Oh, look out. Ooh, got it. That was Jarod. Grinding the wing a little bit, trying to get a little lower profile on the wing.
Yeah, I'll go with that. So in this one, still all open. We got wins all around the field. Sturdy with a 1 and a 2. Tom Rinderkneht with a 2 and a 5, 3 and a 5 for Matthew Cooper. Jarod Ment with a 1 and an 8. So we got about 5 drivers still open to win this one. Jarod Ment will be starting from that top spot. Matthew Cooper and then Christopher Sturdy, your top 3. We got 15 seconds on the clock. I'm looking for another good one here, Scotty.
Absolutely wide open here. Looks like 4, maybe 5 drivers got a chance to win this one. As the countdown is on, we're ready to rock and roll B main number 3. And here we go, off and rolling. Oh, man. Almost a traffic jam at the end of the front straightaway. Ment, oh, no. Trouble there. Ment getting some help there. Cooper trying to go to the inside. Contact there. That drops Ment all the way to back. Cooper to the back of the field. Tough luck there at the start of this one.
What a gift for Sturdy. Sturdy sent it long onto that tricky tabletop. Sturdy now straight to the lead after Cooper and Jarod Ment getting sent to the rear of the field. Probably one of the best self-marshals I've seen ever, with Jarod Ment just sending it long there as well, looking for that Rivkin line, trying to make up some easy spots as he works his way into this battle. Meanwhile, Sturdy out front. Lockie Monday into Martin Bayer, rounding out the top 3.
Excellent battle here over the tabletop. There you go. Round a hairpin here. Over the skip jump down the straightaway. It's Sturdy out front. Monday into 2. Martin Bayer into 3. All these guys here up front got a chance for the overall. Sturdy with a 2 and a 1. Monday with a 9 and a 3. Rinderkneht a 5 and a 2. Bayer with a 7 and a 4. Sun creeping back out from the clouds here on a Sunday afternoon at Hills Off-Road RC. 45 minutes outside of downtown Sydney. It is Sturdy across the line, 12-time national champion. Lachlan Monday behind him. Monday with the hot lap of the race, the last lap, 27.112. Over to Campbelltown Hobbies front side 4-pack. It's Sturdy, Monday, Bayer, and Rinderkneht.
Bayer looking to try and get into this race here as well. A little bit of a gap started to emerge. He tried to close it back on down. Rinderkneht still in the fight as well as Jordan Isagen, but your 2 out front at the moment. Coming under pressure is Christopher Sturdy from Lockie Monday as they work their way through the plague chicane into the Campbelltown Hobbies double. Nose to tail for those 2 as they try to check out from the rest of the field. Sturdy, your leader. Young Lockie Monday right hot on his heels underneath his rear wing. Through the tricky tabletop they go as they work their way back to the main straightaway. Sturdy, Monday, Bayer remains the same.
2.5 down, 2.5 to go. We're at the halfway mark of this one. Through the chicane they go. Sturdy, Monday, followed by Bayer, Rinderkneht, Essergen, and Toia. Climbing, oh, no mistake from Sturdy. That's going to cost him a couple spots there. Lachlan, Monday, now to the point.
Martin Bayer not out of this one by any means. He's going to have a couple of quick drives hot on his heels. Sturdy right there behind him as well as Tom Rinderkneht. Bit of chaos going on in the background. Meanwhile, our top four cruising down the front straight with a big gap now. Jarod, Ment working his way into this race. Once again, he's done the hard yards. He's back up to P5 now. Just needs to close this gap up. Your leader, Lockie Monday, with pressure on his hands with 2 minutes left on the clock.
2 to go, and Ment has closed up here to the top 5. Getting by these guys is going to be quite the challenge as they're all on the straightaway. Monday 1, Bayer 2, Sturdy, Rinderkneht, and Ment. Ment just doing his hot lap there, 27-2.
Minute 30 left to go here. Double for all our top drivers as they work their way down the back of the track. Ment still needing a good result out of this one. He's still fighting out there. He goes for a bit of a roll there, so that's going to cost him big now as your leaders work their way down the front straightaway. Lockie Monday over Martin Bayer, Sturdy, and Tom Rinderkneht now with an even bigger gap behind them. It's all theirs from here, surely, with only 1 minute 10 left on the clock.
Over the front side 4-pack they go. Monday and Bayer here. To the step off they go. Coming down the hill to the tabletop. Full send there for both. Wing high from Bayer. Onto the straightaway they go. They're going to have 5-0 seconds across the line. 50 seconds to go. Monday, Bayer, Sturdy doing a hot lap of the race right there. 26-9, trying to get back in the fight. 45 seconds to go.
Top 3 starting to break away a little bit now from Rinderkneht as Sturdy trying to close in on the top 2. Right behind Lockie Monday now, putting more and more pressure is Martin Bayer. Lockie Monday just holding those racing lines with 30 seconds left on the clock, looking for a great result. Martin Bayer flips off the track there. He's gone now. It's a 2-horse race between the 2 Aussies. Lockie Monday and Christopher Sturdy working their way through the plague-bearing chicane into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Sturdy trying to close on in. A better lap again from Sturdy last time around. He's trying to close that gap. It'll be a race to the line from here with only 5 seconds left on the clock. Monday under pressure, just needs to keep her wheels down. On across the line, your leaders come. Lockie Monday will take the victory in B main number 3. Christopher Sturdy coming home in P2. Martin Bayer in the 3 spot.
Excellent run there for Lachlan Monday. Overall, it was 3 points. It's going to be Chris Sturdy able to hang on with a 2 and a 1 in the first 2 rounds to lock down the overall B main win as we get ready for the final of the world's warm-up.
So we see all the mechanics, the pitmen, walking by the Associated Studio here, getting the cars ready, warming the diffs up, warming those tyres up, and getting it all excited. We're going to chuck it down to Scotty G, who's going to have a chat with Lachlan Monday.
We're here with Lockie Monday, finally getting it done in the third opportunity in that B final.
Yep.
But a really nice drive.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
How's the car this afternoon? Because the shades come over the track, the track's changed further. The car's still working nicely.
Yeah, the car's good. We've been making some changes during the day, but I've gotten it good. I'm happy with how it's driving. Yeah, obviously it's changed differently compared to yesterday. I reckon it got grippier as it cooled off yesterday, and today it's gone a little bit the other way. Not much, but a little bit. So yeah, it's been interesting.
4 or 5 months now until the Worlds. You go home to Victoria with lots of things to think about and work on. Oh, I should check. Are you sticking around this week for some days?
A little bit, yeah. Monday, Tuesday.
And what do you go home to work on between now and the Worlds itself?
Just laps. laps. Yeah, going around to maybe Mildura, Wodonga, some of the more traditional dirt tracks. Trying to get my eye in on that, but yeah, just laps.
Well, beautiful drive there. It was a lovely win. All the best for the next few months, and we look forward to seeing you in September.
Yeah, thank you very much. Likewise. Have a good one.
That's Lockie Monday taking the win in B3. That leaves us with 1A final still to go. I've recalculated the maths. I think there's actually 6 people can win it, but let's go back to Scotty and Mitch. They'll have all the details and tell us what we're about to see over the next 5 minutes. Over to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Scott. And he is very, very true. There is 6 different guys that have a chance. I don't remember this in my many years of commentating where it ever came down to such a prestigious race to have that many guys with a chance to win. Rivkin's got a 4 and a 1. Donnelly's got a 2 and a 4. Kaerup's got a 1 and a 6. Kobbevik a 5 and a 3. Lemieux a 7 and a 2. And Orlowski a 3 and a 9. All those guys, depending how it plays out, could absolutely stand on top of the box here in this A main of four-wheel drive. Mitch, it's going to be a barn burner.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to this one. We got 15 seconds left on the clock. We're going to go quiet for the final 10 as we ramp up into this final race of the day.
All right, the countdown is beginning. Time to kick the tires, light the fires for A main number 3. Here we go. Donnelly bringing the field around for the final here of the 2025 World's Warm-Up here at Hills Off-Road RC in Sydney, Australia.
They make their way around to the top of the track for their last race. First lap around, though. Kaerup looking for an inside line there, going right over the curbing there. Donnelly holding that line tight, not giving him an opportunity as they work their way down the main straight away. 30 seconds on the clock, plenty of time left in this one.
Donnelly out front, followed by Kaerup, Rivkin, and Kobbevik. That's your front four. Just sending it over to Kurtz. Here's Kaerup. Follow it right in front of him. There is Donnelly. Climbing up the hill. There you go. Spencer still in the 3. Kobbevik pretty much qualifying order right now. The entire field qualifying 1 through 10 is how they're rolling here. On to the straightaway now. We're going to have 1 minute down, 4 to go. Donnelly, Kaerup, Rivkin, Kobbevik, and Mika Orlowski round out your top 5.
Kaerup and Donnelly trying to break away from the rest of the field here. Rivkin trying not to let that happen. Kobbevik right there as well. Your top 2 though, Donnelly, your hometown hero, and Kaerup making the fight out there for 1 and 2 as they work their way to the tricky tabletop, using all the curbing that they can. Down the hill hard, and the anchors to the Hobby Wing Havoc corner to the Hills RC main straight away across the line. New hot lap from Lachlan. Donnelly at 26.6 that time around.
0.4 of a second here between these two drivers here, first and second. Lachlan, as Mitch said there, hometown boy, Marcus Kaerup from Odense, Denmark, making a long trip here. First time down in Australia. Running here well with the local boy, Rivkin from the United States behind him. It's top 3, Donnelly, Kaerup, and Rivkin. 3:15 across the line left to go. Identical lap time, 26, 26, and 26. Over to chicane, using a curbing again. Rivkin sitting back in 3rd, then just a short break to Kobbevik and Orlowski.
Rivkin really pushing up high in the last couple of corners, trying to close that gap right on in. He's just about close it right up to Kaerup in the 2 spot. Donnelly still leading the way, holding those lines tight, not stepping a foot wrong out there. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock as your leaders make it way over the line into another lap. Into the A main chute they go, down the plague bearing chicane to the Campbelltown Hobbies double. One more time they go. Halfway mark in this race, still plenty of time left to go.
Donnelly out front in command, halfway there, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go here. Big send there over the tabletop as they're gripping and ripping, coming down the straightaway. Kaerup trying to close the gap, but it's Lachlan. Donnelly leading the way. Hard on the binders behind him, there's Kaerup. Now it's car lengths apart. First and second, sitting back in 3rd spot is Spencer Rivkin. Sometime the best place to be. Something happened out front with the leader. Bam! Rivkin's going to be to the point as they are wheel. Rivkin trying to go to the inside as they're bumping and banging. Here comes Kobbevik. A huge break here for Donnelly as they are side by side, wheel to wheel. Donnelly coming down the straightaway now with a full straightaway lead over Rivkin. Kobbevik now goes to P3.
Sydney's very own Lachlan Donnelly now with almost a full straight length lead out there at the moment. After that, we'll have Spencer Rivkin. Both Rivkin and Kaerup getting into each other, locking wheels out there a couple of corners in a row. It's going to cost them both dearly. An absolute gift here from Lachlan Donnelly with 1 minute 30 left on the clock. As you see Lachlan Donnelly working his way down the straight, followed by a whole gaggle of cars into the 2, 3, 4 position, making their way around. Rivkin, Kobbevik, Kaerup, and Chase Lemieux coming back into this race as well.
Minute 15 on the clock right now. Donnelly in control. The battle here, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Panic's hot and heavy through the center of the track, coming down the hill, sending it over the tabletop, full send from everyone. It's Donnelly bringing the field across the line here. 7 seconds ago, a full straightaway lead. Rivkin into 2, followed by Kobbevik. Lemieux going to move up a spot, followed by Kato and Kaerup here. 45 seconds left to go. Donnelly trying to bring home the W here. Rivkin under attack from Kobbevik. 40 seconds left to go here in final 3.
Donnelly still leading the way. He's got a comfortable gap of 2.5 seconds, just keeping the wheels down out there as the boys battle it out behind him. Rivkin, Kobbevik, Lemieux all battling it out for the second, third and fourth spot as they work their way around the A main chute. Down the plague bearing chicane they go to the double doubles brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies. The battle on at the moment for second, third and fourth, whilst the hometown hero of Lachlan Donnelly runs away with this one at the moment. Banging out wheels at the moment as they work their way through the tricky tabletop. Down the hill they go. 5 seconds left on the clock. They should get through for one more lap.
Donnelly across the line, Rivkin across the line. Time has finished as we have, they're still racing. Donnelly go, Rivkin, Kobbevik, Lemieux, all racing this one out. Lachlan Donnelly out front, leading away. He's got a 2-second lead. He took the win, a hard-fought in two-wheel drive, trying to do the double. He's got one decision left to make. Is it going to be paper or plastic? He's got this one in the bag, coming around, taking the win. Lachlan Donnelly to the cheers of the hometown crowd. Oh, man, we're going to throw it down to Scott real quick as they come off the driver's stand.
Lachlan Donnelly getting the job done for the second day in a row, leaving it until the very death in A main number 3, having to take the win and go fastest. You saw it there. There was some kind of race going on between the three of them. Donnelly getting away at the edge and was able to, at the end, able to put his head down and go with it to get that fast time. The high fives coming in. The hugs from team manager Andrew Salvaggi. We're going to hand off his radio. Fist bumps with Spencer Rivkin. Lachie Donnelly. More high fives from international team manager Brent Telke. Come on, get the father in there as well. That's what we want to see. Chad celebrating with Lachie. The last time we saw these guys doing this, it was the national championship on the line. This time, Lachie Donnelly, we just saw you sweep the world's warm-up. How are you doing right now?
Pretty speechless. Yeah, I knew it was going to be really hard going to that last one. Again, it was the same situation as yesterday, needing to take the win and the fastest time of the day. And yeah, that was probably the best main I've driven today, and I'm really happy about that and really happy with how this weekend's gone. And yeah, I mean, happy is the one word I can use to describe this weekend.
Things got a little bit messy over there in the Dombre drop, and you got then a little bit of an advantage. I guess you knew at that point you had to go fast. You couldn't just kind of rest on your laurels. You actually had to push hard all the way to the finish.
I mean, yeah, I got a bit lucky there, and then I got a couple of second gap, but then I felt a bit more comfortable to push to be able to get that faster time of day, and yeah, I'm stoked.
We spoke last night about, you know, everyone that's here this week is here to learn different things. Some of the teams are here to learn about the cars. Some of the drivers are here to learn the track. You're here to learn to race with these guys. And that's the opportunity you've had, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be able to race with some of the best in the world is an opportunity I've never had before. And it's a really good learning experience ahead of the Worlds. I'm trying not to cry right now. But yeah, it's, yeah, I'm stumbling over my words.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
So my question for you is, after an experience like this, how do you kind of reset your goals for the Worlds? Because, you know, maybe before this weekend you're thinking, gee, maybe I could sneak into the final, but now you've raced with these guys. How do you set goals for 5 months' time?
I mean, yeah, coming into this weekend, I didn't expect to be able to win. I was always hoping for that, sure. But yeah, I think I exceeded my own expectations. You know, all the international guys are going to come back a lot faster for the Worlds. So, again, it's just going into the Worlds, doing the best I can possibly do, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
I'm going to ask Chad. How are you doing, mate?
Good.
Come and stand in the middle here next to Lachie.
Good job.
What goes through your mind when you're standing over there leaning on the fence, looking all calm and relaxed? What's going on inside?
I was surprisingly calm, actually.
Yeah.
Once the two boys touched over there and gave him a little bit of a break, I was like, he's got this, you know. I knew after yesterday that he could do it. So.
Just talk to me a little bit about what the teamwork looks like between the two of you and, you know, how that's kind of come to be, who works on the car, you know, how does that all work?
It's basically shared. I do most of the cleaning, but he's now, the last sort of 6 months, he's taken over the setup part, so which I think is why he's got a lot quicker in the last 6 months, because obviously he understands what does what. So it's just work as a team.
Well, it's a fantastic performance by this team. Is it sinking in, Lockie? I'm looking at you over there going, wow, did I really just see off Marcus Kaerup and Spencer Rivkin? Give me one last thought and before we let you go and celebrate with all the team.
Thank you for everyone being here this weekend. It's been amazing. Thanks to the club for putting on another world-class event. And I'm super happy and I'm excited for the Worlds.
That is perfect. Lachlan Donnelly sweeping this World's warm-up. We're going to take a short break and we're going to come back with Scotty Ernst on the other side. We're going to see if we can pull apart some of the things that have gone on here today in this World's warm-up event. Take a look at the video and come join us back here in just a minute or two. Scotty Ernst joining me to chat briefly about that race that we just saw and in fact about the whole day. Mate, I'm just going to kind of check in and see, how's your heart rate? You were in the booth there calling it with Mitch, calling all the action. There was something going on out there, wasn't there?
Absolutely. It was a stellar turnout, stellar race. Everything we want as commentators or organizers of races, let alone to have 6, 7 guys have a chance. I made a comment during the stream. I don't ever remember a pinnacle level of event to have that many guys, maybe 2, maybe 3, but to have half the field have a chance at the overall win just made it that much more exciting and intense.
It was pretty extraordinary, actually. As I was sitting there doing the maths going, hang on a minute, there is all of this. The two Shoemaker guys, Orlowski and Kobbevik, it needed to go their way, didn't it? So really, the advantage was up front. We saw, I guess, over that 15 minutes, just this relentless battle between Marcus Kaerup and Lachlan Donnelly, didn't we? Like, each of the 3 finals was shaped that way. The second one, they got together, and that let Rivkin get around it. But kind of in a sense the battle was between the two of them, would you say?
Absolutely, I think it was, and it played out like that. And unfortunately, contact, especially teammates. That's they all have the same level of respect for each other and their talents that they have. Marcus being the young gun of them, growing up through the ranks, and being in a surface like this, he's never been. And people will say hometown advantage and stuff like that. But guys at that level, like Spencer and Marcus and these guys, after all the racing they've got in here over the last 3 days, they're very, very equal. So the naysayers on the keyboard, they'll say this, but for Donnelly to bring it home, 1 class is a heck of an accomplishment, let alone 2 against world champions, the best in the world. Man, that was amazing.
The other one, we'll just give a little shout out to Chase Lemieux. I'm not sure if it got knocked over in A3, but in A2, hot lap track record.
I know. I meant to say it during the live stream, and things going through my mind. But yeah, to have the absolute track record here. Spencer said it originally in October when we were here for the Nationals, and then for him to go ahead and break it. So, granted, we always joke in America, if you don't win, you got to have hot lap. That is like the saving grace to do it. So he didn't win, but he can say, come back in. I got track record.
He's got his name on the board in the clubhouse.
Absolutely, in the clubhouse, right?
I guess what I like about that is that it tells us Team Associated, Shoemaker, X-Ray, all have race-winning speed on this racetrack. We're still 4 or 5 months away from the Worlds, but those the 3 big teams in the world at the moment, they've come here, they've learned, they've showed the pace. They're all in the mix come September, October, right?
They absolutely are, and it's something to take away from, I think, from this World Championship is the investment and the dedication the teams have. Not only it's about the win, that's the overall goal, but coming here and the mechanics, you got Martin Bayer making a trip here, you got Trish making a trip here, Brent Elke from Team Associate all making a trip here, all with the goal to learn as much as they can, and now they're going to be able to stay. So the dedication to the win is there, but to learn as much as they can. They got prototype parts here, prototype cars, everything for the ultimate goal to win the World Championship. So I think Chase, in one of his interviews, said it best, the ultimate goal is to win, but they're here to learn for October.
I do just want to pick out a couple of the smaller manufacturers, because two guys I've really enjoyed watching today go at it. Logan Toia in the Yokomo. Man, he was sending it. The Whipmaster. And Fuma Saito in that Kyosho, that what we think is a development platform at Kyosho as well. He looked spectacular this afternoon. I mean, he was in the C final, but he kind of felt like, with another day's practice, he would have been right in the mix.
I agree. And, I don't want to say they have things working against, because they're a smaller team. They don't have the engineering support like the other teams do here, but they're putting their head down and working hard. And, Logan and Sato just did a great job, and just putting all they can in to have good performances.
I guess we're hoping that both Yokomo and Kyosho might come in September, October with a little fuller team to see, really go at it and make this World Championship that little bit bigger.
Hey, I think they will for sure. I mean, everybody's dedicated to it, and I think the presence of this World Championship online is just going to be amazing, and I think really entice everybody to want to be part of it. We've all talked dozens and dozens times how great the job the club has done. Obviously, the videos of this racetrack, the facility, the park, and everything is just going to be something that everybody wants to take part of, and I think it'll really make everybody want to really join and be part of this World Championship.
Let's think a little bit about what happens now after we go away from today. We've spoken to all the teams today. The big teams are all sticking around here for a few days' practice. But then they go home, don't they? And there's some development work, there's some rethinking, maybe some prototyping, some more big races. The European Championships is on a low-grip dirt surface. There's a lot to go on over the next 5 months before we come back here in September.
It absolutely is. And in one of the interviews, you had Mikhail Orlovsky talk about testing back home. Of course, it's not the same at any track that you go to around the world. You want to be able to get to the actual race surface. So things are going to change. This layout is going to stay here for, I think, another month or so, and then they're going to completely change it. And it's going to be really different. So it's going to be kind of relatively new. They're still treated and everything the same, but it'll be for a brand new experience when they come here in October. So they're going to put all the effort in they can outside at different track, but when you get to the home playing field here, it really makes it different.
Speaking of effort, let's just kind of reflect a little bit on the work the club has done, the RCRA, the Australian Association, some IFMAR officials here this week. It's all been about practice and learning, hasn't it? Developing experience, ready to put on a great event later in the year.
Absolutely. We've talked about it for us here on the stream. The club is talking about it. It's all about, finding out what works, what doesn't. I give the club a tip of the hat. The tire impound worked well. The scrutineering, everything like that has worked really, really well. So I think they got that aspect down. It's going to be a totally different kind of venue when we come back here, because they're going to have big bleacher section here and permanent kind of pitting for everybody. So it's just... If you think this looks like it's an A+, just wait till we come back in October, because it's going to be a whole nother level of awesomeness.
I'm going to translate there. Bleachers equals grandstands in
bleachers. I think they call it tribunes in Europe or whatever, where it's the bleachers here. Sorry, my Americanness in there.
It's all good. Mate, I guess as we wrap up, we're getting set to do presentations in a few moments. I guess I'm wondering, can you give me a couple of takeaways for you as you've sat here the last 2 days calling the action with Mitch? Might bring Mitch in for a quick chat as well. I'm interested for both of you in, what's maybe one or two takeaways? What's the thing that you'll go away from this warm-up event thinking about, as we work towards the Worlds?
I guess the main point that I'm most proud of for this is for what the club took on to be able to do. I owned a hobby shop and racetrack in America for 20 years, so I know behind the scenes, not in a park atmosphere. That adds a whole nother complexness of putting this on. But to get the council behind him, some of the officials from the council are here for the trophy ceremony. They really have the support of the community. The club is very strong. So the biggest takeaway, the racing was awesome and stuff like that, the friendships we all made. But what the club has produced here for the warm-up is going to be just a great job, a full success, and, poise them. Absolutely. And the Worlds will be another level.
Yeah. Mitch, you've sat up in the booth there next to Scotty Ernst all weekend calling the action. Give me one or two things that, you've really noticed that'll stand out for you as you go away.
Racing all the way down through the heats. It's been incredible. So every single race has been awesome. And we're going to see more and more of that once we come to the Worlds. It's world-class racing here week in, week out. We have world-class drivers as well as Lachlan Donnelly. He's a world-class driver, and I expect to see him really up the pointy end once we come to the Worlds later in the year.
But Donnelly is obviously the standout performance from an Australian perspective. Of the international drivers who visited for the first time, was there one or two that stood out for you?
Yeah, obviously Spencer, he's been there a couple of times now, so he really knows this track pretty down pat. Kaerup, I think out of everyone, Kaerup, especially in four-wheel drive, he was flying. First time on this sort of layout, first time working the dirt out, he was quick, really quick. So I'd expect him to come back with a lot more knowledge and even more speed.
The other thing I just want to, and I think we'll probably wrap up in a moment, but Scotty, we've seen Team Associated, Shoemaker, probably Kayote come here with full prototype platforms, new platforms for their four-wheel drive cars. That not only is that a pretty cool thing for us to see at this race, but it points to what we might see in October. You know, we might be not looking at the current cars by the time we get back here.
Absolutely, and it kind of gives me a bit of excitement.
Yeah.
You know, to be first time I've been at a pre-Worlds to see what they have, and now to be able to anticipate what they're going to have in October is going to be very, very interesting. Obviously, we know they've had some four-wheel drive stuff, but you're wondering what the teams are going to do come two-wheel drive. They got a lot of data. They know the dirt, things like that, so you're wondering if they're going to change things on the two-wheel drive platform too. So it adds a whole nother story to talk about as we prepare for the World Championships in October.
I think we know there's been a few little sneaky parts being used on the two-wheel drive cars this weekend. Folks, I think that's probably a good place for us to pause. We're going to reset in a moment. Stick with us for the trophy presentation. Do want to say thank you on behalf of RC Race Media for being with us, the whole team, Matt and Tony, Chris, Tate behind the stills, Mitch, Scotty and myself. We've thoroughly enjoyed bringing this all to you. Nick working the magic behind the scenes, making all the sounds happen so you can hear all of the bits and pieces that's going on. There's probably others I've forgotten. We've loved being with you this week. We look forward to the World's coverage later this year, and particularly want to just celebrate the club, the work that has gone on here. And if you're at home anywhere in the world thinking, should I go to the Worlds? The answer is yes, absolutely you should.
For sure.
A fabulous facility, a fantastic race that lies ahead of us. If you're sitting at home in Australia thinking, should I go watch the Worlds? The answer is absolutely yes, you should. Wherever you are in the world, we're delighted you've been with us. Thanks for sticking with us right through. We hope you'll stay for the presentations in just a moment. Scotty, why don't you send us off formally, and then we'll be back for presentations in a moment.
All right. Well, thank you again for everybody. As Scott covered with everybody, just an absolutely epic experience we've had here at the club. Australia is always, at least for many Americans, you know, a bucket list place you want to go to. I know my family's going to make a trip out of it. They're going to come down here and be part of the Worlds, so it's going to be something that everybody wants to go. And much like Scott said, you know, if you've ever thought about going to the Worlds, do it. They got entries that are open. I think we got 120 of the 150 spots are filled, so there's still some room that you're going to be able to do it. So put it on your list. Why not? You got to get a car, look for a plane ticket. You got 5 months to plan it out, but come join the World Championships. It's going to be a good time. So we're going to prepare our trophies here. I think we're streaming we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back here for trophy ceremonies. It's going to be exciting. I wonder if they got champagne we're going to spray, but stay tuned and watch. We'll be right back here on RC Race Media to wrap up the 2025 World's Warm-Up here in Sydney, Australia.
for making the trip down to Australia. Thank you to all the locals for coming along. We just want to introduce Michelle and Mark. Michelle is our local mayor. Mark is the member for Castle Hill. They are a massive reason why we have this club. We have the driver's stand. They come down and support the club regularly. Mark calls me regularly to ask how things are going. We couldn't have more support than these two, so thank you so very, very much, both of you. I think Michelle was the main reason why the driver's stand went in and the ramp. Without Michelle, this wouldn't happen, so thank you very much. The next thing, all our volunteers. Sorry, I even get emotional about this because I know how much work goes into this. Scott is crazy. He spends more time than me, but he's actually working. I've quit my job to do this. He keeps working. He'll probably get fired soon. I can't thank you enough, our sponsors. I'm going to put my glasses on because I can't read. So, in Campbelltown Hobbies have supported our club massively for a long time, and they have contributed a lot into the Worlds and this event. Hobby Wing Technologies, Team Coyote, Global Facilities, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Plague Bearings, Air Water Power, Elserum, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbray Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, On-Site Hire, Mob Boss Graphics, and Team X-Ray Australia, and the Hillshire Council, especially the Hillshire Council. The Worlds can't happen without those people on board, so we're very, very thankful. We still need more sponsors to make this event the best Worlds that anyone's ever seen. We may fall short, but we are going to give it everything. I think we put on a pretty good show for the internationals here. I think the track has been awesome. I haven't heard any complaints. There's things that we can do better, and I asked for the feedback from everybody as to what we can do better, and we will work really hard to do so. I'm going to hand you over to Scott. Sorry, first thing I'll just call the concourse. So we actually did have a concourse. I didn't call it for two-wheel drive. In two-wheel drive, Chase Lemieux. And in four-wheel drive, it was Logan Toia. So you get the two. It looks the same anyway.
Looks the
same. So the concourse for two-wheel drive, this one.
Two-wheel drive. Congratulations.
I'm going to hand you over to Scott now, the voice of RC. Massive thank you to Scott for making the trip down here. He went to a lot of effort to get here, and we really appreciate it. I've got to say that you and Mitch on the mic were phenomenal. I think everyone would agree that the commentary today was outstanding, and I can't wait to see what you guys can produce for the Worlds.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. It makes it easy for Mitch and I when they have great racing and a great facility like this. Makes it pretty easy to get intense and involved in it, and just a great job by all to do it, and again to the club. All right, so we're going to announce our top 10 here. 10th place goes to Aiden Horne. Aiden, come on down. Job, Aiden. Thanks for coming down. Thank you very much. You'll stand on that side over there. Thank you. 9th place, Davey Batta. Davey. Davey's first international race ever. So big congratulations to him. Well done, Davey. Stand on this side, please. Thank you. Okay. 8th place goes to Ari Bakla. Ari. Big thanks to Ari and X-Ray Australia for all their support, everything. Big supporter of the club. Thank you very much. All right, 7th place goes to Mikhail Orlowski. All right, thank you, Mikhail. Thank you. 6th place, Koki Kato. Good job. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Fifth place goes to Marcus Kaerup. Well done. Great job. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Congratulations. Fourth place goes to Daniel Kobbevik. We had a tie for third. Came down to about a second. Well done, Daniel. Congratulations. Thank you. Third place goes to Chase Lemieux. Oh, big cheer from the crowd. Congratulations, Chase. Thank you very much. Second place goes to Spencer Rivkin. Good job, Spencer. Thank you very much. Proud to announce your champion, NTQ, taking the double win, two-wheel and four-wheel champion, giving up their hometown boy, Lachlan Donnelly. Great job, buddy. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll get him the interview. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, buddy. Here you go. Okay. The microphone is yours.
Okay. Again, I'm going to start with my dad again. Big thanks goes to him. We've put in so much hard work this past year, and he has gone above and beyond to do everything he can for me. I'm going to try my best not to get emotional during this. Thanks to the club, Pete, the whole committee. You guys have done a fantastic job, and I'm really excited what you guys are going to do for the Worlds. Thanks to the Team Associated crew, BT, for the support. I couldn't do without you guys. Of course, my sponsors, Team Associated, Hobby Ring Factory Team, Team AEM, Berserk, Power HD, James Ainsley Designs, and J-Spec Stickers. And yeah, I mean, I've never raced at such a high level with all this competition here. And to come away with 2 wins is nothing like what I expected coming into this weekend. I'm super excited for the Worlds, and I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming as well. Cheers.
All right, well spoken there. We'll get our photos here together. Yeah, big smiles.
They misspelled your name.
Huh? Yeah, exactly. Oh, we got one more. Got a couple more photos here. Big smiles from these guys on the podium. What an accomplishment. Been a fantastic week here. Yeah, we get council members in here, please. Thank you.
I did have to say,
Oh, yes.
I started, but I didn't actually get to thank all our volunteers. I thanked Scott, but that was it. He didn't do everything. We had Brad and Maria come up from Bateman's Bay to do the food for you guys. They've come up. It's a 5-hour drive. They've sat over there in that tent. They did it for the Nationals. They offer every time to come and help. It was huge. All our club members who have stood in Tyre Impound, who have Nick, who's done the audio. There's been a mountain of people who have put this together for you guys to race. I'm not going to try and name everyone because I'm really going to miss people. And if anyone I have missed who I should have mentioned, I apologise.
But all our members who have helped out, put the track together, put this on, could you please give them all a round of applause? Any of the international people who are thinking coming to the Worlds, please come. We want to see a massive international contingency here. We want this to be the best Worlds. We'll be putting time and effort in to make this the best that we possibly can. Please get on board, and we'll see you in 6 months' time. Thank you.
Thank you, and well done.
Thank
Congratulations. Just want to kind of mimic what his words were. Just congratulations to all the club members, volunteers that all put it together, and to all the racers that traveled from all over Australia and all over the world. We hope you had a great time, and obviously it only adds to the excitement that we're going to have come the World Championship or later in October. We're going to have a whole lot of stuff changed here, new layout obviously, but if you loved what you have, it's going to be tenfold here with the big bleacher section or the grandstands. There we go, grandstand, yeah. And going to have that there, and just everything is going to be first class, and we really tip of the hat to the club for all their hard work, and thanks to everybody behind the scenes that made it all possible. So on behalf of everybody here, everybody RC Race Media, and all the people behind the scenes, we hope you folks have really enjoyed the show. It's been an honor for us to bring it and showcase the wonderful facility that we have here, and I hope everybody makes plans to join us either live on air or here with your visit to Australia. We'll see you in October. Take care, everybody. See you next time in October.